first talked, like I was like, of course we have Monday off. What do you think? Obviously, and she's like, you do? And I was like, wait a second. And then, yeah, we had to check. And I was like, yeah, we have it off. It's only been 26 years. I would have, you think I would have remembered that? But yeah, happy Labor Day to everybody in a couple days. So we have lots to go until then. But yeah, no work on Monday. So 4-day week again next week, man. The fall is the best. So not only that, we have Sunday night football you mentioned, and then you got everything. So Monday is going to be a lot of fun here. And then we have, of course, Nvidia earnings. Man, banana but no coffee though, Randy.
But I already got a banana.
Ha ha!
I thought he was going to bring a plum or a nectarine or something.
Yeah, the plums yesterday were, they're different plums, but they were pretty juicy.
Oh, okay.
They were very, very juicy. Tesla breaking out through 350 as well, so that should be fun here today. Here it is.
They did that at the close yesterday.
Yeah, they did right at the close, literally right at the close. Yeah, Obi and I were watching it, and there was the break there. I didn't take it because it was just on the imbalance. So it was 350 happened, and then it blasted higher. They're up to 353, so we'll see. You know, because if Lisa Cook loses her job, then Tesla's obviously going down. What a joke this whole Lisa Cook thing is. I don't know why it's even affecting the market at all. I don't think it is. But we'll see about Fed independence, always going to be questioned. And with Donald Trump banging around, we got to see what happens with that. And actually, let's just have a quick check on here. Last night it was 88%. There it is. Now we're at 90% possible Fed rate cut. That got up to those 70 mid last week, by the way. Now up to 90%. You should be able to gamble against this. Well, I guess you can. You can bet the rates. So 90% rate there. So 90% chance of that rate cut. We're excited to see if that is happening. Yeah, okay. All right, 11,100. Yesterday we were at 111111111 with Bitcoin. There was a 6 mixed in there somewhere, but today 11111142. So nice little number there for Bitcoin, battling off that 109. We'll see if that continues to work out. Solana, I was worried when we paid $200 for that thing. Now we're over 205, something like that. As Solana is the one that's going right now, actually, out of all the cryptocurrencies. So here we go, right there. It's not going anywhere, but it's 204, up 13%, which is nice. Bitcoin down on the week. Ethereum had that huge run, now pulling back. Now it's 45, so it takes out that 48.5, goes up to 5,000 roughly, depending on what exchange you're looking at. Then there's Solana there, and then the other big guy is Cardano. And then we also had XRP up 4%. So, you know, right now it's Bitcoin just chilling out, down 2 and a bit over the week, and the other guys are the ones picking it up just a bit. So we'll find out where crypto goes today, and we'll be talking all about that. But let's go over back to the desk and see what's going on with the boys and what they want to talk about.
Just hearing Boeing popping up here. Nice, I mean, $1 and change. Not a lot of volume here, but a nice couple of days anyways for Boeing. Higher on that Korea headline, if you missed it. South Korea with $50 billion as of Friday coming through in orders for Boeing. I mean, the strike, there's a headline on the strike this morning, going to run right through the long weekend. They're essentially not even going to talk until the end of the long weekend. Ryanair did get a few deliveries prior to this, it sounds like, that were unexpected. A little bit earlier than expected, I guess, but Boeing up here.
Yeah, and they're praising the possible accelerated delivery schedule that Boeing's touting now. And we'll have to wait to see if they get the authorization from the FAA. There's another Boeing headline. This time, the Trump administration possibly wants to take, yes, a stake in Boeing. They're talking about taking a stake in these defense names. Palantir is included in that list, guys, as well as Lockheed Martin. And this kind of data point really struck me. 97% of Lockheed's revenue actually comes from the U.S. government. Obviously, it's not the same for Boeing, but it's interesting to see that they're getting a lot more involved now, Brendo, from an equity stake. We'll have to wait and see whether the shares, if they pick up shares in Boeing, are going to have voting or non-voting privileges. We'll see.
I saw there was a comment. I forget who it was this morning, but one of the cabinet ministers this morning talking about Nvidia was not on the table as of yet. A stake for the government in Nvidia not on the table as of yet. So they're trying at least, but yeah, I mean, it could be positive here. Boeing, guys, if you zoom out, even the daily chart still looking really good here.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Randy. And
the apple-looking plums.
The plums are good. Have you had one, Randy? Yeah, they're pretty good. Sweet. Over there. Yeah, look, I mean, Boeing on the daily chart is pretty sweet, man. There's not going to be too many better stocks looking than this right now. I mean, what a hold on the 50-period moving average. I mean, we held it there, we held it there, we held it there. Still trying to go higher. It looks like it wants to break out. Actually, I think I should probably add this to the list, man. This is a beautiful stock right there. What does it look like if we expand out just a little bit more? All right, so obviously that 265, we're not too worried about that right now. 242, yeah, it's okay. Just looking, I just think it looks like it's breaking out here. I don't even know if I need to worry about any of this. Just zooming into what we're looking at, it's nice move down. I mean, the whole market fell down for a little bit there. Now Boeing picks it back up. Now we get this U.S. government sort of headwind, or tailwind, sorry, talking about taking a stake. I don't think they need to do that, but Boeing doesn't need the cash, I wouldn't imagine. And as they get more and more deals coming through with China, Korea, we had a Korea deal yesterday. I think this is a good name, and I think it continues to work. I mean, I don't know. Do you want to go long on this? It looks fine to me. So I'd say play the pullbacks. I mean, look what the market's doing right now. Whoops.
Pulling back.
This is a pretty nice move down, and Boeing is like, okay, we're fine. So I'd say 235, like yesterday's closing levels there. 235. So yeah, I think Boeing is good. You got the 200-period moving average right there. This looks like a real good opportunity to get going and possibly look at a 240 breakout. So the stock looks pretty healthy to me. I like everything they're talking about. We talked about how much of a monopoly this seems to be. And yeah, Boeing has a chance today to get going. So I like it. It's already been going. So we like Boeing here, I think.
Yeah, 100%. But the overall story, the thing that gets me is, like, isn't it supposed to be that you're taking stakes in companies that need the help and need the capital? Boeing, I'd say, would seem to be past the majority of its issues there. Palantir, like, really? Like, Lockheed, I guess? I don't know. I think I could make some sense of the Intel thing. I just think when you start expanding it to a bunch of companies that are doing just fine, it's like, oh, okay, well,
right.
That doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. But if it's happening, there's almost no way, unless there's voting rights, for it to end up being a terribly bad thing. Whether it's a road that you want to go down, who cares? But this looks like it's primed. This just feels like a breakout here, and it doesn't have to break out that high from July to be good today. But I like that 235, and even if it loses it, look how good this has been at the 50 period. It's probably worth just picking up when it bounces the 50 period on the daily as well. Yeah, definitely like it here. For sure. The other name that got mentioned there, and Sharif was saying 97% of Lockheed's business is from the U.S. government. But the other important thing, I was just mentioning ye old 50-period moving average. Well, guess what Lockheed got back above yesterday? Coincidentally enough, the 50-period moving average. So I think it's made its bottom. It's been climbing higher. Looks like it's going to close over that 50-period moving average. Seems like a decent enough catalyst. I don't want to jinx it or anything, but we'll get confirmation today if it's holding 450, and then this has a monster wall in front of $500. So I'd look swing long into this as long as we can close over that 50-period moving average. You wait for something to actually show you a little bit of a bottom. It tried before, couldn't do it, and now like quadruple bottom down at about 420 or so on Lockheed. So that's more on watch for a longer term play. Gentlemen.
All right, a few other things here. Netflix to the downside this morning. There was a negative analyst note. Didn't do anything yesterday. We were talking about YouTube TV and that Fox deal a little bit. Still no word on whether or not they've reached an agreement, but anyone that pays, as Sharif was saying, way too much for YouTube TV could lose Fox channels by the end of the week, but that's not really going to matter, I don't think.
This is a ridiculous amount of money there. I was like, well, what's the point of canceling the cable? My cable bill is less than what they're charging for YouTube TV, and I got 10 times the channels. No, I'm exaggerating for effect, of course, but I didn't really understand all that. But the deal, there seemed to be beef between YouTube and Fox. Fox apparently wants higher than market rates that YouTube has been able to coax other providers into paying, and Fox doesn't really want it. But you can look at Fox and the way the Fox One now is, Fox Nation for their news channel. So they're kind of going their own route there, maybe kind of on purpose, kind of creating this wedge with YouTube. I'm not really sure, but basically an outlier. Brent.
Yeah, there was a couple of lines I was reading about the sports angle as well. There was some... Fox didn't want it on YouTube, and YouTube wanted the sports content, obviously, or the live aspect, obviously, because it's more value. Open door back to the upside here today. Did a really quick 180. Ended the day basically at the lows, 450, but we are higher here once again. See a couple people talking about open again.
I don't wonder if the squeeze name today isn't going to be Kohl's.
Yeah,
Just
KSS,
because,
yeah.
I mean, we'll get to that. One's on the watch list. Like, it's wild. Like, last night, someone says that they can't pay their vendors, and that's looking really bad, and then they get a beat across the board on earnings this morning. That seems like it's trapped a few people to the short side and some extra ones. But look, open, I didn't get a chance to really trade it yesterday, but it managed to hold. It never really tested this 420. So that's a good thing. But what I don't love about it is, remember that 520 from the afternoon on Monday? Yeah, it looks like that still presented the same top. Like it, just should probably put down like 525 here or something. Like if open gets up to this area into 5.25, probably look fade first. But if it can break out above that price, look long into the top for sure. So yeah, this could be worth a look here on open. Its volume has been generally good, but it ticked down a little bit, and the pre-market volume is a lot lower than it has been in previous days. So I don't know if this is going to be the one today, but you have it up just in case it can do something with that 525 level. Afternoon Monday, and then yesterday it looked like that was a bit of a double top. You got to break out levels if you want to go squeezing for sure here on Open Door. I don't know if that's going to be the one.
Yeah, Open Door right now only with 23% or so of a short float. So Open Door getting ready to go. We'll see if it can hold that $5 mark right now. But we are ready to go. I think if Joe's ready, he's just looking some stuff up here. So let's go over. It's 8:50 right now. It's Joe talking a little bit of options.
First, we're going to start with the upgrades and downgrades, and then we are going to get into some options, guys. All right, so on the upgrades list, we have MongoDB. What a monster move that we experienced on yesterday's earnings report with that price target raised to $280 by BMO Capital, and then Eli Lilly also getting the nod as well too, guys. Price target raised to $700 by HSBC, and then Prologis getting the upgrade by Scotiabank with a price target of $114. Now, Vir Biotech also getting the nod, target raised to $14. Now, on the downside, surprisingly, Okta up 4% on the session with the price target raised to $132 by BMO Capital. Deutsche Bank getting the downgrade as well too by JP Morgan, and then Krispy Kreme D-Nut getting the downgrade as well too, guys. And then Fortune Brands also getting that price target lowered to $60. Now, let's touch on some options here, guys, and the much anticipated earnings report on Nvidia. So there is multiple ways that options traders can play this via options, and there's a couple strategies that we can touch on. First, we're going to touch on the straddle. What is the straddle? So essentially, it's two at-the-money an at-the-money call and an at-the-money put. So what is this essentially telling us? We have a 6% expected move. Now, if we have two contracts at the exact same strike, the objective is for one to outweigh the other. But the key importance is, and we talk about this often, is your POP, your probability of profit. What does this look like when you put on this trade? All right, so you can see you have a wider range compared to what a strangle is going to give you because you needed to stay within that range. But the probability of profit is sitting around 43%. So the objective is that one side of your options contract is going to vastly outweigh the other. That is the objective of the straddle. But now, how do we lock in gains when we are trading options in the aftermarket, considering we cannot close or open them? I've told you guys this example before. Well, essentially what you have to do if your call outweighs the other one, to lock in that price, you're going to have to sell shares short, yes, just common stock short against that call position, and it's going to lock in that price. Why? Because if it continues to appreciate, the options contract will, but also your short shares are going to depreciate. So you're going to be stuck in that. And then the opposite goes for the put side. All right. So if it continues to sell, you're going to buy shares against it, and it's going to lock in that price as well, too. All right. So that's one example there on NVDA. One thing to note is that our at-the-money IV is also starting to increase, too. What does that tell us? Okay, well, we're going to be paying a little extra premium for our options contracts. Well, how do we mitigate this, and how can we reduce our costs? It's actually very simple. So if we're avoiding the straddles and strangles and we're just going for single legged, well, we can also hedge our position. And what is that going to do? Let's do a vertical right now. A vertical spread. All right, so essentially this is going to set it up for us. So you can see if we're gonna buy that at the money contract, it's gonna cost us around $560. All right, but with a vertical spread, we're essentially going to hedge our position and also reduce our cost. Well, you say, Joe, why would I do that? Well, there's also a catch as well too. Because if we hedge and sell a short contract against our long call contract, it's going to cap our max win as well too. But there's ways that we can get around this. If your contract and you open it before the earnings print, you can just close your short contract and allow that call, that long call, to free roam. All right, so let's set this up and then take a look at our profile. So you can also adjust this as well too. This is only a 5-point spread. But at the end of the day, you can see our probability of profit is around roughly 42%. But we have a max return of only $275, but our max loss is only $225. So essentially you're looking at just over a 1-to-1, and that has to be at max potential profit. So the stock will have to trade significantly higher in order for you to reach that goal, but also you'll have the ability to reduce costs and also mitigate your risk as well too. So guys, leading into the earnings report, you have multiple ways, multiple options in which you can construct a profitable earnings report trade, whether it be to the downside or to the top side. Just keep in mind, guys, increase in at the money IV. And if you don't exceed that expected move, you're going to be holding onto some contracts where day by day the volatility is going to decay. So keep that in mind. Close them if you don't exceed it, and let it ride if it does exceed the expected move, guys.
Let it ride. Thank you very much again, Joey Chill, Joey Shivers, Joey Options. It's got all the nicknames over here, and they all work. But don't forget, I know everyone's excited for Nvidia earnings, but Snowflake reports tonight too. Don't forget about Snowflake. They count. They matter. They're also up. I mean, look, Mongo's up a bajillion %, but they're up a few points today already in a little bit of a sympathy play. So this one, I mean, ideally, I always want stocks to go up, not down. This is a stock that hasn't gotten back to its 50 period, partly because of the strength. So you can't really call this a bad thing. But it hasn't really broken this little bit of a downtrend that it's in after that, after the high got put in there in the end of July. But what I do like about it, this 200 hold. So it's usually tricky trying to trade things before the earnings come out. But if there's one level, if I start to see that hold at the open, that's probably the only place I even look at Snowflake. Unless something crazy happens, and if it gets to 210 before the report tonight, and it's all the way at the 50 period, like, to me, that's just like a fade. But I just don't see it getting all the way up there on Snow. But this is going to be on our radars today and tomorrow for sure. It's not just the Nvidia show. Obviously, they matter the most. But Snowflake, another one that I think it probably has a better chance to do double digits than Nvidia. But that's not really saying much. I think it's easy to say that Snowflake has a better chance to be double digits tomorrow than Nvidia.
Yeah, I sold Snowflake a couple months ago right here at $200, so I'm away from that. But I think if you're going to look at MongoDB and things like that, we talked about MongoDB. By the way, happy birthday, Dogtown. I see you in the chat there. He's mentioning that. We talked about MongoDB yesterday, and yeah, what a huge move. And there it goes again today, up 30%. This thing probably going to take out this 281, man. Software as a service continues to work out. These non-SQL plays here, I don't even really understand what they do, but data parsing and getting it all together, MongoDB continues to work. So there it goes, higher highs. And if you're talking about data these days, it seems to be working. So that would tell me that Snowflake does also have a great opportunity to get going. I don't even think Snowflake makes money, so I'm not part of that trade anymore, but yeah, we'll wait. I think Snowflake does have an opportunity to get into 225 one more time there, which would be about a 10% move higher. So Snowflake on the way up right now, looking pretty good. But you fail on Snowflake tonight, and oh boy, you are going to get hit on this name. I would think I actually like the option to get a put on this. I think the bid takes you up into here somewhere, but they missed tonight, especially with getting a little bump up here from MongoDB and some of those other big data names. I'm looking a lot lower here for Snowflake, maybe into the 160, 165 area. So let's wait to see what winds up happening here. I mean, what, it's 100, but 20 bucks higher is the highs, 20 bucks lower, you're in trouble. So we'll wait. This is, like Neil said, there's a lot of important things happening here today. So Snowflake is one of those names as well. And the sticky note is out. Did I push send on that? Yes, I did. And we like 165. Rate here for Palantir. I mean, it's all the way down to 163 right now, but there goes this name up another 1.2%. Nicely carrying the day there off that 50 period. I mean, Brian Shannon and myself talked about this, man. Anything down here, if you're not into Palantir, you had a great opportunity to buy some. It's now up 10% from its lows, or even more than that, man. Its lows was 140 right there. Now you're up to 160, so you're up about 14% or so in a week on Palantir. Not too bad if you're able to bottom pick that, but that was a risky trade. And like you guys know, I got it at 10% there around 160 on Friday. So really happy with that. But all right, so that's Palantir, MongoDB, AMD, Tesla, Boeing, Snowflake. They're all on our minds today. It should be a good one. It's 9 o'clock, so that's really ready to start our rundown. So make sure you do get that description in our link in our description. Grab the watch list, completely free for you. Has all of the names on there that we're going to be focusing on.
Free.
Free 99. Yeah, you got to get in there, get it, and hey, if you don't like it, unsubscribe. But lots of opportunities there. Get the link in our description for our watch list. All right, let's go back over to the desk and see what the guys are up to.
Don't do that. 64.83, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. Look at that, baby. We're right at that 6,500 point again. We're melting up. We're near all-time highs. So here's the deal. The overnight high is 89. We're showing 80 currently, so we'll say 6,500, the 100-point area as a resistance. If we sell off for whatever reason, we'll hold that three-quarter point area, 64.75, which is the overnight low, Brendo, as support.
Speaking of said free watch list, that's not it. But another option is the sticky note. I don't know why my button's not working today.
There you go.
There we go. Now it is. If you haven't done so, Sean overrode my watch list button there. Did you see the timing on that?
That was excellent.
It was.
He didn't do it. He didn't do it.
I'm kidding, obviously.
No.
There's the link if you need it. It's also in the description. Top link down below. We'll get you to that. Again, email. It's free. Just go do it. Why not? Let's go. Nvidia, top of the list as it should be today. Couple of good, well, one good day anyway to the upside. Ended yesterday basically at the highs here. We're trying to test that right now, 182. Ahead of what is to come after the close tonight. Yeah, it's all going to be how much we beat and how much we beat by, right? Because, well, let's talk about it. So NVIDIA is expecting Q2 revenue to come in at $46.02 billion. That would be a 53.2% year over year. The growth obviously remains robust, but is sharply down from the 122% we grew last year on the quarter. Margins beat last time as well. Investors will be focused on whether NVIDIA can still outperform expectations significantly. Gross margins will be in focus. We know that they're mid 70%, but they're dropping incrementally on every successive earnings report. So we'll be focusing on that. AI demand from Meta, Microsoft, and the other hyperscalers continues to drive NVIDIA's sales. However, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman recently warned investors are, quote, overexcited about AI, suggesting some slowdown risk. Currently, most non-mega cap buyers are still not seeing returns on their investments on their AI spend. It's really the hyperscalers that are profiting currently. NVIDIA agreed, Brendo, as we know, to pay the U.S. government 15% of their China sales in exchange for export licenses. However, Beijing, for their part, they're urging their companies to limit the purchases due to security concerns. Reports say NVIDIA halted production of its China special H20 chip, with U.S. President Donald Trump, for whatever reason, saying it's okay to sell a scaled-down Blackwell chip to China, but we all know that the regulator may not be okay with that. Last but not least here, Brendo, the supply chain and production constraints will be in focus because the demand for Blackwell processors remains very robust, but the production ramp-up has been difficult. Investors are watching for updates on NVIDIA's ability to expand supply chains to meet that growing demand. I feel like it's April 1st because I was just reading a very strange headline from the Wall Street Journal. Apple makes music push in radio. After losing ground to Spotify, who listens to the radio anymore? Apparently there's Apple radio stations now.
Randy listens.
Randy does.
Get it, Randy.
Guys, do you listen to Apple radio?
Apple Radio?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah. Apple Radio is great. I mean, you can. It's like live music all the time based on whatever. So if you want hip hop, they just play hip hop songs for you the whole time. It's like a mixed station, but Apple Radio also has, so if you open up your Apple app, you can listen to sports radio. You can listen to Fan 590. You can listen to, Virgin Music 99.9 here in Toronto. You can do, and I only know this because the Tesla just connects to the phone, and then I open up the Apple Music app, and I can listen to so I'm listening to, when I was in Boston, there was a great radio station, and it's on Apple Radio. So I just listen to that. And so if there's, if you like jazz music and maybe there's not a good radio station, and yeah, everybody in the chat apparently likes it as well. So anyways, interesting story there, but I don't know. Just another way for Apple to just keep on climbing on top of that mountain, basically, right? I mean, Apple Music, it's all included in my package. So I think most people probably have it that way. Okay, so look, shrinking margins, I guess, would be something that we could also look at here. We know that margins are getting tighter as competition gets increased, right? I mean, they're going to have to look at those waning margins. It's not the same as where maybe we were a couple quarters ago. So we're going to look at that. We're going to hear about the AI spend, if it's still real. What does their backlog look like? What do the orders look like? So that's what's going to come through for Nvidia tonight. I actually think it's set up to disappoint, but I don't. We're at all-time highs. You're $2 away from an all-time high print right now. So that's just risky coming into earnings when you're at these levels. I just think more can go wrong than go right. So that's what I'm looking at here for Nvidia. I think 6%. I think it fades a little bit here today, and I want to buy it. So maybe it's wishful thinking to be able to get a price a little bit lower here. But we'll hear about China. I don't think the U.S. 15% tariff thing is any kind of an effect. I think it actually helps them, allowing them to get into China. So I think that's a positive headwind there. And I know that Jensen's had many meetings with President Trump, and they've been discussing something. So I expect that something to be released here tonight, whether or not Jensen talks about how happy he is with this deal about China, what he's looking forward to with these sort of lesser known powerful chips here, what that looks like. Maybe there is an order that he wants to announce with Alibaba or something like that. So I don't know. We're going to wait. But yeah, there's lots going to happen. The headline's going to be interesting. Yeah. I feel like it's not going to move 6%.
I doubt it.
But I don't know, man. I think the risk is to the downside. I think whenever you're going out at all-time highs, that's a little bit of the problem.
Well, someone's also been selling his thing every time it gets to 184 in the last couple of weeks anyway. So at least for today, I want to hear that some progress has been made on selling chips to China. The latest release of ChatGPT 5, which again, of course, gets trained on Nvidia chips, hasn't been that great. So maybe that could be another little nitpick that people find for Nvidia here, because the numbers are going to they'll be great, and their margins will probably be down, but they'll still be ridiculously impressive. Nobody does margins like these guys. But for today, it's simply like 184. It's just a brick wall. It's already running away from it. So the chance to even fade off that level just doesn't even seem that likely. But in terms of chip land today, AMD had that news with IBM yesterday, and both pop and drop, both those stocks. That 169 just sort of stands out because that was resistance on Friday, and then it failed that pretty spectacularly on a positive news story yesterday. So that's a fade worth looking at here. AMD at 169 if it can get up there.
All right. I'm just reading more about this Wall Street Journal article. I'm still amazed. Anyway, PayPal to the downside here this morning. If you missed it, there's a note out of Europe, I guess, on the security side of things for PayPal. I mean, there wasn't much follow through, which I guess is a good part. If you zoom out a little bit, I mean, we're still way above some key support levels here, but German security issues for PayPal.
Yeah, that's what's being reported, Brendo. So it's specifically a German newspaper is reporting that several major banks in Germany have temporarily blocked PayPal payments. The banks cited a failure in fraud detection as well as security systems, leading to a halt in the transactions. The affected banks are there on your screen. I'm not going to try to even pronounce these German German names. German Reddit users, though, confirmed they had charges denied and they received emails about the payment issues specifically from their bank. It suggests the disruption had broad impact, Brendo, on PayPal users across the country. Should mention that they operate in over 200 countries, so Germany just one of them.
Yeah, here's what I was mentioning. Still a long way to go down to 60, 58 guys on a higher time frame.
This is like maybe it's not a big deal and it's an overreaction, but sometimes you get like a canary in the coal mine thing, or you get a cascade effect where they found something here that is maybe a symptom of a bigger problem. Regardless of whether that's true or not, I think we'll find out over time here for PayPal. It was already weak. You know, like this was not a stock. Like even without that story, you probably sit down and say sell it at 70. Because it's been holding underneath the 50 and the 200. It's been slightly trending down as the market's been going to highs. This has been not participating. The rest of the fintech space has been booming, realistically. And this stock just hasn't been able to get out of its own way. So yeah, I want to look for the fade, 69 into the 70 level here today on PayPal, preferring the short. And unless I hear something better or that they come out and maybe reassure that this isn't that big of a deal, then a weak stock remains a weak stock. Today there's a negative catalyst. I'm going to look short. And I do think that could be something that ends up a multi-day short position if we don't get some positive news from this story in the next couple of days.
Look, I actually think I didn't realize they had this much effect. Like the German banks are shutting these guys down and, how many millions and millions of dollars? I don't know. Finally blocked PayPal into a fraud detection system. Several major banks. So that means there's a lot of people using PayPal is the way I kind of look at this, that it was such a big thing that they had to shut this thing down. So I hope it was a glitch. The way cybersecurity is and everything, it doesn't look like it was a hack or anything like that. Hopefully they just released something kind of like CrowdStrike when they put out that update and it sort of screwed everything up. Hopefully that is just what it was for PayPal. You can't really like the stock because it's underneath everything, but I think they're still a major player. I mean, that's what this story sort of tells you. But yeah, as Neil mentioned, I do like that canary in a coal mine thought that maybe there's more issues here. And if all of a sudden that starts in Germany, then it just makes its way to UK or whatever. If there are some sort of security glitches that someone's found out, I'm sure it's patched up and I'm sure everything's fine. But maybe there's something else there. That's the maybe that you always worry about. So for me, though, I like the long here on PayPal. I think down 2% is probably too much. I think cooler heads will prevail. So anything around here, 68, you need to dip down a little bit. But I think that's good. And then you could just play off that little low there, 67.80, when off that news. So for me, it's not a great stock, but you're down into this level here on the daily chart that actually looks like it could be a bid. But there's just so many better charts out there where you could go long. I don't like PayPal down here, and I don't think it's even really that great of a swing trade. I wouldn't panic if I was a shareholder down here. I'm fine with this move on PayPal, down 2%. If you like the stock, I think it's a good opportunity to buy it. You're looking for reasons for stocks to go down so you can get better prices. This one doesn't seem to be hurting the stock that much, and I actually think it's a story that's maybe a little overplayed there. But PayPal, yeah, weaker than expected on what appears to be some sort of a glitch there, and the government blocked it, so it's a big player, and that's the way I look at it. So I like PayPal down here. I think you can get it at 67.
I'm just reading a note on the Nvidia downgrade today ahead of earnings from Link's Equity. I've never even heard of them, but just talking about all the same points that we were mentioning, the China aspect and slowing demand, ChatGPT 5. I mean, all the reactions have been negative, but I don't have any complaints about it.
I don't think it's, well, personally, just my experience, it's not fundamentally better, but it's a little slower.
Yeah.
So
but on purpose, I think, though.
I think so,
like it was more about the analytical side and the processing capabilities of it. But it's the incremental gains are slowing in each new version.
Exactly.
It's not the massive leaps that we're seeing before. But anyways, let's keep going. Palantir back higher here. A couple of days of consolidation after the move down. We're sitting 160. Number of different angles here for PLTR.
Yeah, the one I want to talk about is what Howard Lutnick said yesterday on a television interview, basically saying the Trump administration is discussing taking stakes in defense giants. We're talking about Lockheed, Boeing, as we mentioned to you earlier, but Palantir also being thrown into the mix. He noted, that a lot of these companies were getting money under the previous administration, now looking to get something in exchange for that money to put back into the pockets of the taxpayers. That's one story. Separately here, Alex Karp sold about $60 million in Palantir stock. However, the sale, according to the reports, was to cover tax obligations on newly vested restricted stocks. He still owns, Brando, 6.43 million shares, valued at more than $1 billion.
Good for him. Yeah. It's been a great year. PLTR, guys, thoughts?
Continuation long. I mean, it's bounced the 50. It's bounced the 50 period, and the days that it didn't bounce the 50 period on the daily, it had, I don't know where the wick went on the 20th, but yeah, it was a bottoming tail candle on the 20th and on Monday as well, where you essentially, like, you liquidity grabbed underneath the 50 on the daily and recovered. Liquidity grabbed under the 50 and recovered. And maybe it does, like, I think worst case scenario, you have maybe a consolidation type day. That's certainly possible back into this 160, but it's that simple. Like, look for the long back into this afternoon support that it had. I mean, technically 159 did hit, but I think start looking at that 160 level at least first, as the market seems to be sliding down here off the open. As far as the whole government stake goes, I kind of talked about that. I don't know that I get that. Like, it's a little weird to me when you're talking about taking a stake in companies that are growing and successful. Yeah, I don't know that I understand that one too much, but at the end of the day, I can't see it as a negative, so I don't see any reason to just not trade it as normal on Palantir.
All right, right here on the sticky note, I have it as a #1 trade idea. It's a 165 long. You got a good quarter from MongoDB and Okta. I think that's helping momentum in the space. We're going to watch for that rebound from the 150 level. We're already getting that, and I think the continued support is there. The 160, 150 is where I'm sitting at now to see if we can get a long down here somewhere. But the 165 I thought was going to be a break spot. You can go find this at Trader TV, Sean. You know, it's like I'm writing this note when we're up here at 164. So I can't say 164 long, but right now I'm thinking 164 long might be pretty important. I mean, there was 165 came into play, must have been past this. Anyways, yeah, it was right into here, this area right there. So I was thinking, like, if we can break through this little top, which is where we kind of bounced around and then we started heading lower there. Wow, man, to get that day back would have been nice. Go long Palantir 142, that would be pretty sweet. But right down there, 160 to 165. I mean, I really like that trade. Or you just try to play something around here. We just know how much Palantir can go both ways, right? Like, always getting the dump action and then getting going once the market participates. So right now, the market's down. So I could see Palantir coming back in a little bit. So that's why we sit here right now at 161 1/4 or so to see if we can get somewhere near yesterday's close. So if this dumps down about $1, then we can try it against the 160, and then that would be that. So yesterday's low there of 160, it's not the low, but this afternoon area right there, that's, excuse me, just chug some water there. That's what we're going to be looking at if the fall continues here for Palantir, and it's still up 1%, man. I mean, it's up 1% against a strong market, so I do like the long break. And I'm going to wait for 165. Let's just be patient. We won't get in this one right away. The one that we may get into right away is going to be AMD. I mean, that's had that move down. I wrote down 168.50, but now I'm looking at this 167.50 area right here to go long if we can break back above AMD, taking out VWAP at 167. So that's going to be a trade early on for me there. All right, Kohl's is reporting apparently. They did report, and it wasn't the greatest news heading into the report, but right now apparently with a big short flow, Kohl's wants to go.
It's actually, I was just reading coming through, so just be aware if you're watching Kohl's, still might be dealing with a earnings call. Right at day highs though, so definitely some positivity coming from that 16 coming into play for Kohl's. So clearly it was a really good report. It's up like 20 some odd %, but there was some caution here. Let's talk about how they did first and foremost. EPS 56 pennies, beating the 29 expected. Revenue 3.35 billion, beating the 3.32 billion. Double beat there. Top bottom line. Net income rose to $153 million, up from the $66 million they took home last year. Their net sales though declined to 3.35 billion, down from 3.53, with comparable sales as well, down 4.2% year over year. They did narrow their full year sales outlook. They're expecting a negative, guys, 5 to 6% drop in full year sales, with their revised full year EPS guidance also up a little bit. So they're shoring up costs 50 to 80
pennies they're guiding for full year EPS, up from the prior 10 to 60 pennies. There is some leadership turmoil here, Brendo. Kohl's has had 3 different CEOs in the past 3 years. We had Michelle Gass. She was succeeded by Tom Kingsbury, replaced by Ashley Buchanan. Buchanan was fired after 4 months, and board member Michelle Bender now serving as interim CEO. The CEO instability here highlights concerns about the strategic execution and the governance. And Kohl's revenue has fallen, Brendo, 3 straight years in a row. It took them from a $7 billion market cap back in 21 to about $1.5 billion today. And they recently changed their vendor payment terms to conserve cash, which is typically looked at as a move kind of to protect whatever cash you have on hand. Not exactly a bullish outlook, though.
The technical side of things still kind of floating in the middle of nowhere here. That's a daily chart. We're up here now, 16 bucks, guys, through any kind of recent levels for sure.
Yeah, like as you hear from Sharif, it's not really all roses, despite the fact they beat top bottom. But when you look at the price action, we did have that one outlier day where it did a morning squeeze all over social media, and everyone's going nuts about the stock, and it essentially like that 20 or 30 minutes was the entirety of the move, and it just fell for multiple days after that here in Kohl's. But you know what? It actually ended up still bouncing above that prior day high, right? Like the day before the squeeze, it was at 10.5. That's exactly where the stock bounced, and it's bouncing again, and now it's breaking back. The levels that it couldn't hold, which is this 14 to 14.5 area, that's exactly where we're above now. So in terms of a squeeze play, if this can just hang on to VWAP, I think it can go. So at the open, I just want to see it hold VWAP. If it holds VWAP, I'm looking long as a squeeze. But you've got to understand, this is not a report that says everything is fine at all with Kohl's. In fact, a lot of it suggests that there's still a lot of issues here with declining revenues and so forth. So as far as I'm concerned, this is something that I'd be more interested in trading and not necessarily holding at all. And as Sharif said, it wasn't a good look, this whole vendor story last night. But you got to look at the price action, and as long as VWAP can hold this open, I'm looking long, period.
There's some people asking right here, if you do not have Twitter, the sticky note is up here on Instagram. So just go over to my Instagram account right now, and you'll see every day we have it posted there, listed 27th, so you click on that, and then it's just a fun little AMD, Palantir, Tesla, Boeing. Then there's the note right there with some context to the side there. So those of you asking if it's on Instagram, it is. I'll put it up here. Some of you just at Trader TV Sean. There's many fakes, so make sure you go over there and find that. And of course, it's also on Twitter, which I've been posting in the chat there. So yeah, I don't have anything on Kohl's. I think it's going to be a short. There, you're trying to get through the 17 level right there. If you can get anything near here, I would fade that play. It's only a short because it's only a long because of the short squeeze that's happening right now, up 20+%, declining sales year over year, 3 CEOs in the last 3 years. Not a great company. Obviously, they're trying to get through it, but that's a huge move, man. This thing was $5 down here in the lows of April. Now you're at 15. Is it triple? Is the business tripled up in 4 or 5 months? I think it's a little overdone right here. But, who am I to say that this short is not going to stop pressing higher, right? And so, yeah, I look at 17 and change to see if there is going to be a turnaround there. That would be another monster move. I mean, if you had another $1 to this thing, then yeah, I think the shorts and the claws will be out for that. So get ready to trade KSS to the short side, I'd say. But yeah, congratulations. It's a huge long. Anybody that took that story right there at 330, as in like Kohl's is looking for money, that was an opportunity, because that was 1220 right there again. But it's hard to make that play because it went all the way down into 1225, and you think it's going to go lower there, right? And so if you played it off 11, that's great where the 200 period is. But right now, KSS, a huge move higher. I would be selling half if I was in this position, but I'm not and wish I was. So there we go. Kohl's, nice move higher.
And VinFast has delivered over 35,800 EVs in Q2 2025, marking a 172% jump from just last year. That brings their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs, up over 220% year over year. With stronger sales usually in the second half, they're on pace to easily double 2024's 97,000 units. They're also crushing it on two-wheelers with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up 432% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential looks huge. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. And you can find us talking about CoreWeave with an upgrade. That's a stock chart that doesn't look like
No.
it's been going up very much, but could have a nice breakout today, potentially.
Yeah, we're right back to testing yesterday's highs here for CoreWeave. A couple of things to note: new deal for them, $4 billion worth of a new deal. We'll get to that in a sec. But Cantor as well with a nice upgrade, going to overweight, $116 on their price target. Just for the record, 94 right now.
Yeah, it was lower last week. I remember it being in the 80s. Let's talk about this deal. They raised $4 billion, as Brendo mentioned here, through a joint venture with lenders including Blue Owl Capital, Christia Technology Park, and KKR. Big one there, the last one. The financing will support construction, Brendo, of a large-scale AI cloud data center in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania. I probably butchered that, reflecting growing investor appetite for AI infrastructure projects. Unlike, though, the speculative CapEx projects that they've been linked with in the past, they did emphasize this time around the funds will be used to prudently build a long-term infrastructure. The CEO, Michael Entreter, stressed that financial discipline is a core focus, aiming to ensure CoreWeave remains sustainable despite the high CapEx. We know that they were spent, I think, about $50 billion in 2025 for CapEx, and they brought in about $5.25 billion in revenue, not profit, revenue. So, CapEx heavy.
As we have discussed many times on the show, we're all the way back to basically beyond 50% here on, this is a weekly chart, but go to a higher time frame, guys, to move up. Being faded, but $100 still seems like a bit of a magnet for this.
Yeah, I mean, if it can get there, it's going to have to start doing a little bit more than what we've been seeing. It's been an absolute nothing burger, but it's been condensing on this chart, like lower highs and some higher lows into a really tight, for this stock, tight range of $5, $90, $95. Until you're breaking one or the other, it does feel like a flat bottom break at 90, but it's up today and it's got good news. So that breakout at 95 looks prime. The last time, I mean, look, I'm looking at it here, and on Friday, I guess it was a clean breakout on Friday, but I'm remembering the last breakout I liked on CoreWeave not being clean. And so with that, I think play failed breaks on stock like that. When it shows you that, it can be a good long, but if it fails to break at the open, you have to try to catch something else. So I want to look for this above 95, finally getting out of this range for the last couple of days, but I'm not going to fight it too much. There is a name that we haven't talked about that just very quickly is on my list. That's going to be HIMS. HIMS bouncing off the 200 and the $41 level. It's kind of trending back into the upside. It's got a 46 breakout on it here today. And look, as long as it can hold on to the prior day close area, about 45.25 or so, then I'd also look long down there. But the first look, I think, is going to be a potential breakout here on HINS.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Everybody with the quick follows there. There are a lot of fake accounts, but I want to thank everybody for following. And on my account there was Tesla. We didn't talk too much about Tesla here today. I really like this 350 level right there. It was a break yesterday late, and then we took it and we ripped into the close. And right now, without any negative stories coming through for Tesla, if we can bounce into this area one more or come back into this area again, I think we can bounce off of it. So yeah, 350, anything down there. I'm bidding Tesla 350 right now. Hopefully that will be a play that we can have come through. Palantir is another one. Again, these are just all on my note. I like the Palantir trade. We'll see. That's still the Tesla chart right there. We'll see if it does want to hold that low. I'm bidding 161 right now to see if that comes in. I don't know. That's going to be a tricky one. We're waiting for 165. I'm not actually changing anything on Palantir for myself. Still waiting for that 165 break. I think if we get it, then that should be good. And it just goes back into that top I don't know. Why did I like Palantir 165? I'll relook at that. I think we went. Oh yeah, it was a much further break back into here. 165. There it was, right up here. So it was this level right there that goes all the way back to the 19. So just a couple weeks ago, right into there. Those are the levels. I don't really want to play with any of these. We've already been here, 164. So let's really get going through those levels. So that's 165 coming through on Palantir. So thank you for that one on Palantir. Boeing at 35, 235. We like as well. And then I have AMD now at 167.50 to see if we take that high. I do want to give a big shout out to, first of all, our member of 43 months right now. Wow, 5 years of trading under your belt. Trader TV Live has been a part of it. $8 wins trade when started. Today I just made $3K on a trade. You are damn welcome right there. So thank you so much for that membership. 43 months. It's $5 a month. So thank you so much for contributing to that. 7K viewers and just 700 likes. Yeah, let's get that channel up like it's up and it's up and it's up. So get that going right now. We'll see how many likes we can get even here before the open. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dogtown. I mean, Obi's done a great job there. When Sean is on, we're all here for it. Yeah, well, you're here no matter what, so we want to thank you for all of that. Thanks to have Neil back. Nice to have Neil back, and nice to have Obi filling in for us as well. But those are sweet words from you, Dogtown. I hope you have a dog. Dogs are the best pets. Yeah, Adair and I talked about that last night. Adair had a fun story about her dog, actually, last night on the Market Recap Show. And I really appreciate it. Adair told me that she had a great time yesterday. We had great conversations on the Market Recap Show. I want to thank almost all 4,000 of you stayed to the very end, and we didn't even have earnings. So we had Okta, MDB, and that was it. And they came right at 4 o'clock. So we want to thank everybody for staying there. There it is, man. 1,000 likes already before open. Thank you so much for all of that with 8,000 of you watching. Let's now get this party started here. Neil, with only 30 seconds to go, I'm locked and loaded, and we're going to see what winds up happening. The market's
falling here, and well, I mean, the NASDAQ is falling a little bit into the open. There was an imbalance on Nvidia. It paired right off. Don't even see it anymore. Neil's still there for about 500,000 to the sell side, but Nvidia threatening to go red here as it's going to be big earnings tonight. A little disappointing. And you could be downside big time. But the bell brought to you by VinFast, as you see over there. Let's ring it right now. The theoretical bell we got going. Yeah, right off the bat.
What am I long?
We just lost 181 as we're continuing to fall here on Nvidia.
Yeah.
That continues to go a little bit lower. Shout out to you guys in the chat. But Nvidia down, Tesla breaking out. It looks like. So Nvidia down, Tesla certainly going to the upside here right off the bat. A little bit of a sell on the NVDA. Yikes.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are getting ready for that report there tonight. So, all right, so we're long Palantir. We said we're bidding 161.25. It came in. I was like, what? I'm long? So here we go, man. Here's a nice little play back lower for Palantir. We're going to watch out for that 160 level. We never want to be, stuck with a falling knife action right now, and that's what Palantir and the whole market sort of feels like. We didn't get too much of a bid, so let's wait to see if we can catch one at some point now. We're long pretty small on PLTR right now, and we're gonna wait to see what winds up happening. So here we go. Again, make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe. Okay? Here we go. Palantir is gonna go. I like this trade. Let's just wait for it. There's PayPal, man. We nailed that one right away. We were like, I think that seems to be a little overdone. It's not like it's up that much, but here we go. We'll see if we can get a little bit of a bottom pick there for Palantir and for PayPal. Other than that, man, AMD. We're still waiting for that 166.50 break, but wow, all the way down to 165 goes AMD. That was a nice move lower here. The whole markets keep going lower.
Except for
I'd watch out for this.
Yeah, well, Nvidia is, but except for Kohl's is up. It hit 1680, and Tesla hit 354 here. Kohl's, ooh, there's a topping tail candle. It's holding VWAP, obviously. If it broke out the high, that goes without saying. We'll see if we can get this one off of the volume weighted average price, but it's Nvidia, which is dropping, continuing to fade. Oh yeah, there's a nice bounce. Nice bounce on NVDA off of the 181 level, but if that's going down, AMD is too. You can stick a fork in $169. I don't think that's going to happen anymore. Going to have to look for the pre-market, either VWAP here, which is all the way up at 167, or I guess this pre-market resistance at 166.5. As Nvidia goes, so does AMD oftentimes. And HIMS, going to have to be patient with this. No breakout yet on HIMS. It is holding a little bit. I might try to nibble if it just breaks out the pre-market high, not wait for that 46. I like the liquidity grab that we just saw.
All right, this is why we talk about, the positions that we're going to be in just before open, right? I mean, that's something that I've sort of added where I tell everybody, the pending bids and offers and things like that. And, sometimes they work out in here for Palantir. So far, so good, man. We just took some out at O's right there. We got 161.96s there. So good trade early on Palantir, but still very, very early, man. It's only 9.32. It was a great move there in Tesla, as you had mentioned. Here comes Palantir right back in, right? So this is what we're talking about. You got to be a little more careful with these trades, and right up to 17 is the sort of the play that we looked at for Kohls, and we talked about that could be the fading area there. So now we'll have to wait to see if that is true or not. It looks like it may be $17 there for KSS on a great report. I mean, I guess the report wasn't great, but it's the short covering here that is getting that to. Yeah, no, it wasn't bad. That's for sure. We like Tesla down there. Again, I think we could still wind up getting it, but down to 350. Let's just see where that plays. I mean, the market to go up here, we already have Palantir. So if the market goes, I'm pretty comfortable with that. We can see what happens with IBIT right now as Bitcoin's been, as I said, down 3% so far this week. Not doing too much, looking actually to break through some of these levels. That'll be about 111,500. So the high right there for IBIT hovering where we closed yesterday right now for crypto. So if you sort of think that that's going to be a long, then you can go over there and look at that. AMD, Palantir still going higher. I think, why don't we just get another piece out here in the 90s? Let's go to 88 right there. Get some little Eric Lindros love if we're able to do that. But I do want to hold on to Palantir in case this market does continue to blast higher. On the day of Nvidia earnings, we are now down to 180 again as Nvidia looking lower here.
They're really sucking.
Yeah, they're really sucking it big time right here. Yep. Big time move to the downside right now for Nvidia. So I don't want to say big time, but it looks pretty good from 182 down to 180.
Red, I mean.
Yeah, maybe we found a bouncing spot there at 180. I don't know. I'm just resting with this PLTR trade right now because AMD's not at the levels, obviously, as we continue to move lower in this name, although it's trying to bounce. I wrote down 162 as support, so we didn't get anywhere near there in case this market does fall on its face. Yesterday's big trade, though, we were looking at early was SoFi, and now look what SoFi is doing. Man, we had Mitch Hoke from Trade the Pool come on and say this was the next Palantir. That was the death kiss of it. And then now, since then, when he was on yesterday, it was about 27 bucks. You're down to 25 right now. And here goes Palantir, and here goes the market trying to break lower here underneath the 50-period moving average. I wonder if it's just a short today as we wait for Nvidia. I mean, maybe today we're down 1%. We get a good report from Nvidia, and we make that all back plus a little bit more. I don't know, but here we go.
Tell that to Tesla.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
Tesla's not listening to any of this short nonsense. But I actually don't think the market is either here because the market just bounced relatively heavily off the open. I can tell you, HIMS didn't. We took the break. It's weird. It didn't actually break out the high when I got filled, but it did after. So I end up with a price underneath 45.8, but it doesn't close above. So we're not really breaking out yet. Put the stop underneath the pre-market low. We'll have to wait for this one to settle itself down. But I do want to be in Tesla long. I have to get over to PayPal, because that got close. I mean, it got pretty close to that 70 level. That's where all the resistance has been at about 70 bucks. But it's already starting to curl here. Might just have to nibble at this before it gets to that 70. Looks like it's making a bit of a, I like support turning into resistance. And at the first pace it dips is at the prior day low, then I'm gonna go for it here at that 46.90 here on PayPal, and then wait for the 70 to be a separate trade. We can always take multiple shots at it here on PYPL. Right now, the decision is if there's no dip buy on Tesla, am I taking a 355 breakout?
Yeah, and maybe look at Nvidia.
I mean, the answer for me is going to be a no. I'm going to let it try to pull back in on. Everything else is selling and weak. I just don't want to buy any highs here. You're still looking pretty strong here on Tesla, but there's a fail break big time. See, like you just failed the 355 break. Let's see if it can now hold on to the volume-weighted average price after doing that instead of getting trapped. With the market looking a little bit weak, I don't think that you want to be buying any highs early on.
All right, here we go, man. It's kind of the same thing as always. It doesn't really matter who's to the right of me. To the left of me is Sharif always, but to the right today, Neil. We'll welcome Neil back. We had a great couple days. Obi filled in for me for a couple days, now for Neil, as we were back into the normal plan of action today. Every single member of Trader TV Live is here. So here we go. 160.50 there. We just took another long there. Was able to get some more outs on Palantir. So it's a positive stock for us, and we don't have that much, that many outs yet. We still have 80% of the trade. So hopefully we can spike upside a little bit here. Now it's 50 cents in the money. Let me get some out. There it is at 50. So yes, man, the bangs are coming for you. Again, hopefully we can get some more outs, but there was a good one. You see, it's not, if the futures blast, I know we have one here, so let's just keep on watching to see what's going on there. Eli Lilly was a great trade yesterday. Wow, now we are a $100 club right now. Whatever, it's a $700 name, but we recently bought this one right here at $6.39. So there it goes, man. Nice move up there for Eli Lilly today, up now 0.5%. Boeing, we said it was going to keep going, and it went down to the downside. So it went oppo right there. Nice downside move there for Boeing as it hits again. We talked about the key levels there and potential for a breakout. Does not break through 237 today. So that's a breakout level. We can see if that holds or not. We said 235 for a dip buy. That's the 200 period moving average. That did not hold. So here goes Boeing downside right now in that name. So I'm just sitting in one trade here. I did want to look at JP Morgan. I feel like I got to go double check my account here again because I was looking to get some out at 303 on a 300 break, but we just keep on bouncing literally exactly off of 302, 301, 302. So we're going to have to wait to see if that gets going. And then Microsoft yesterday had a great move through 500, and now it's back to 501. As K-pop Demon Hunter is the most watched.
I love what they're doing at Netflix.
Yeah, it's the most watched. Well, they probably won't be able to do it again for too many things.
I think they will.
I don't know. This is the most watched movie in Netflix history. And I think it's going to be great. I think there's a lot of opportunities there. But such a unique thing there.
Yesterday.
With K-pop. You had ramen?
Yeah.
What is that from the movie?
Yeah, it's a thing in the movie.
Oh, okay. Gia's walk-up song was Soda Pop for her last game there.
One.
So that was a good one.
I'm about Golden.
Yeah, me too. I'm about Golden too. Yeah. And again, listen to it on Apple Radio.
I know.
All right. What's going on, Adara?
Keep an eye here in SATS. Nice move for EchoStar off the open. We know that they had a bit of a deal yesterday with AT&T. Then there were reports last night suggesting that Starlink and T-Mobile might be interested in acquiring some or all of the companies. So SATS, nice push. UNH also really strong this morning. United Health, in case you guys missed it, did have a pretty sharp drop into the close yesterday on some reports that there was going to be a broader than expected probe into the company by the DOJ. Right now, though, recovering pretty nicely from that drop is United Health. Back to you.
Oh, no, up United Health. Okay.
Yeah, it was down yesterday.
Yeah, it was down yesterday, but today it's looking like a
some investigation.
Well, maybe Berkshire will buy some more shares on the downside there because that 300 level looks like a big one. Lost VWAP on Tesla, it looks like, and there comes the Palantir hit 160.
Yep, it's right there right now.
Tesla's trying to hold on to the prior high. It did not hold on to the volume-weighted average price, but Palantir also just came in. I don't have my stop on Palantir. Oh, I do have my stop on Palantir. Never mind. It's locked and loaded and ready to go.
Nice.
All right, so Tesla is trying to hold on to the prior high, and then Palantir here is at 160 and trying to make a bounce off this 60 level. Market's trending down with the exception, not of much. Let's be real. I know Amazon's having a pretty strong, at least it was a second ago, having a pretty strong morning, but that doesn't look like it's even holding out those tops. So it's green, but at least kind of green. Tesla, failure. Like Tesla, a couple of days ago, well, this in the afternoon yesterday, it looked like it was pretty good. I didn't see it, but a couple of days ago, this was it was a banger long off the open. But you had to wait for it to get that move where liquidity grabbed the bottom and then came through. So I want to give it a chance to do that. As long as it's above 350, I'm only looking in one direction on Tesla. PayPal, by now you probably heard the story, whether this German bank thing is a thing or not. Selling in front of 70 has been a thing on this stock for a couple of weeks. So that's where I want to be. It just made a top at 69.6. That support turning to resistance, and as long as that holds, we'll play it back into the volume-weighted average price. So Palantir holding at that 160 level, only barely.
Yeah, it's trying. I got some. Okay, I was gonna say I got some out when we broke, and now we're back in it. We're just gonna wait to see where Palantir wants to go from here. It doesn't look like it wants to go higher. That's for sure. Breaking. There we go. Breaking a little lower now is Palantir. So watch out now. Breaking through 159.75. That's the low. If it goes lower here, the market's not turning around. So we are gonna get stopped out right now. Right Oh, nope, almost stopped out there on Palantir. So that's the play right there, 159.75 break. We came pretty close to it. It looks like it's going to test it again. There you go. Whenever you get that sort of relief bounce there off that level, you should have probably got out there in the 90s and saved ourselves 20 cents. Eyelashes right there. Okay, so yeah, market going lower here right now. You know what stock's not going lower though? Google continues to rip. Right now, like as if the market's going down. Look at Google, whoops, all the way to the upside right now and looking to get going even higher. Now goes Google. So congratulations to Google shareholders right here, and happen to be one of them, so we're happy with that. Apple right now with their Apple event being listed for September something, 9th, so thank you, Sharif.
But they've got the radio. So
they do. I mean, they've had the radio for a minute, but I'm glad that more people are now finding out about it. But there we go to the upside right there for Apple. So Apple now, yeah, I don't know, looks like it's pretty good. We'll see if it wants to hold some of those levels. But yeah, there it goes, man. You're welcome to Fav V. He's got Google. So yeah, everyone that's trading today, hopefully you have a plan of action ready to go.
I'm not happy with one thing about Google, though.
Yeah.
And I should have looked into this before. I said I was going to pay for YouTube Premium,
right.
which I did because
I
just felt like it was a good value. We're going to get rid of Spotify, although I haven't technically done that just yet.
Probably
but the
good.
family plan's like almost twice as much. It's
what?
like, no, if you want to have multiple accounts.
Oh, on Google? Premium. Oh, on YouTube Premium?
Yeah, it's like $12.99, but then it's like $23 if you want to do a family plan. I'm like, come on, man.
Gotta make that money.
No, I thought it would be like an extra
yeah, $5.
You know, $5 or something.
Well, $10. I mean, premium, the family plan, you probably get what, like 10, like 3
it's
or 4?
5 accounts,
which is
3 or 4 accounts. Whatever. Okay. That's more than we need, and I'll be perfectly happy with that.
Exactly.
I thought it would be cheaper than that. Wow, PayPal just get the student discount. Well, how
I
am I
knew
getting
PayPal
the
was
student
going to be.
discount?
I knew PayPal.
How am I supposed to get the student discount? I'm not a student.
I thought your daughter was.
No, but it's.
You could probably get it.
We'll see. I mean, she's 8. I have no idea. But usually, student discounts qualify for people that are in like high school, university.
Yeah, you would think so.
You guys let me know, but I couldn't find anything cheaper than that. But Palantir does not want to hold 160 yet.
Nope.
First shot in PayPal. It went down to VWAP, but that was on the way down. I got it on the way back into the upside here, as it looks like it's trying to go. But 70 is the big level. So if it keeps on trending, I have to wait for that 70 level to come in. This is where it's been selling most of the time. Like, just look at the last couple of weeks. 70 is the resistance, 70 into 70.5. And Explorer seems to agree with me that you have the premium single, but you didn't want to do the entire family plan. I'll probably cop it. If I'm being honest, I was just disappointed at the cost. I thought you'd get maybe a little bit better value. All right, Palantir to me is still valid as long as it can hold 59. 160 is a round number, but the afternoon support was here. Sometimes this is what Palantir does at the open, and you want to make sure that if it's going to do that big V-shaped recovery, you look for the trend break back in. And if we're breaking down early, then it's the trend break is the only play. So we've got to look for that trend break to start to come back in here at some point on Palantir. I'm going to throw up a 1-minute chart and then work off of Palantir to try to catch this bounce.
All right, so we're into Tesla now. Nice move, so we'll get some out now. We're long at the quarters. We talked about where we were bidding. We like the 350 level. Let's see if Tesla, there it goes again. Nice move there. We'll take 50 cents now on TSLA. We said we were bidding. I mean, again, if you're here, go over to Instagram and find it right now. There's 4 stocks to trade today. And if we look over here, you're going to see Palantir, AMD. There's Tesla, 350 long. So that's what we have. And we're going to see if it wants to work there. I'll put that in the chat for everybody to go check it out. We're also on Twitter as well. You can go find all of that and see what happens here with, I'll get another piece here in the 80s again. I'm just offered 86s there, so there's the fill there. As we get going back upside, I mean, this is still 352 is where we just stopped. So if we can get another 351, 40s, let's see if we get something out there. I mean, if this does break lower, where are we getting out? I mean, what about right here? We don't want to hold it for too long, man. A 349 break there for us on Tesla probably does something over there as well. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on with Tesla down here, 349.50 or so. Would be my last kind of an area to take some stock. And then if we break through, then we're going to stop out. So 349 break lower, we'll get out of TSLA, but not too bad. So we'll wait for that one as it continues to move around. The one thing that we did not do today is this. Let's get going here and figure out who wants to trade what and why and where. So let's refresh this. All you got to do is get into the best chat, and you'll hit whatever symbols you like here. So get into the chat and start typing in your symbols there. So right now, $OB, oh boy, right there, TQQ. That won't work. You got to put a $sign in front. And when you do, this will start to populate and give Neil and myself an idea of the names that you guys are looking at. So let us know immediately what you want us to trade, and we'll look over, or at least look at, and we will do that for you momentarily on the stream. So thanks for all of that. And there goes Tesla right now. Tesla right now, not just $1, $2 now in the money on Tesla. As there it goes, man, 352. So there's the cake right there. It's $2. It's off the sticky note. It's real and wonderful as we continue to go a little bit higher right there now. So we're pretty pleased with that one. Swing and miss on Palantir, but we ain't missing over there with this trade on Tesla. So far, so good. We make a little bit back out of that one. So far good. All right, let's go over and see what Neil's all about.
Well, we've got a bottoming tail candle on the futures, and if you want to express moves on the futures, then Canadian sophisticated traders, listen up. Beta Pro by Globex Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3x bull, 3x bear exposure to the TSX 60, S&P, and semiconductors, as well as U.S. treasuries. And even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until end of the year this year, December 31st. Those ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equities. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more. Scan that QR code. Well, we got a bit of a turn here on Palantir. I threw up the 1-minute chart so I could maybe see where this was actually catching a bid. It got 158.5 to 159 and is already turning right back around. The market has yet to put in a green, well, the NASDAQ has yet to put in a bit of a green candle. The Palantir with a bounce off 158, at least a little bit early here as we go to the desk to Adara.
Keep an eye here on ACHR. The team got a nice pop here off the open, apparently being mentioned, though, as a short by Grizzly Research. So Grizzly Research apparently mentioning ACHR as a short. Keep an eye on this ticker, guys. Back to you.
Okay.
Grizzly Research. That's one I've never heard of before. They're all coming out of the woodworks.
Yeah, they always do, man.
Well, at the market highs, when the market gets a little bit frothy, I feel like that's the prime time for you to hear from more short sell reports. That being said, who knows? Maybe this one is like has some fundamentals to it. Like there's a big difference between, hey, this company X, I'm not saying these guys do, company X has accounting fraud, or they're doing this with their inventory, which is sketchy, or they're just like, well, man, Palantir's PE is a little high, and we don't think that makes a lot of sense. I think there's a big difference, because if you uncover something, you unlock and uncover something at a company which is not manipulative, but maybe suggests that they're not worth what they are based on actual fundamentals, I think that's good stuff. And to me, that's what you're there for, is to try to find that. So Palantir, again, off 158.5, is trying to go. It got to 59 again, and fading at 159.5 here on PLTR for sure. Like this one looking pretty good. Kohl's now starting to hold VWAP. All right. It's a squeeze play, right? So it's not about fundamentals with Kohl's, but it's back above the volume-weighted average price. I said if VWAP holds, that's when we'd go for it. And VWAP has now held. So looking to go for it on Kohl's. It's showing you a bottom here at 15.5. 22% up doesn't really matter. It's the 40+% short float that piques my interest, and pretty much that alone. Declining revenues. It's not like the report was all that great, but they did beat top and bottom, and maybe that's enough for a little bit of a squeeze.
All right, I'm going to give it a go here on Nvidia. I wonder if it's just down a little bit too much here. I see Palantir's come right back in, and so is Tesla. So they're all kind of going right now. Neil's on Palantir, so I don't want to necessarily talk too much about it because he just did. But yeah, we're looking to hold some of those bottoms, so we'll see what that's doing right now. Then here's my trade. I'm going to get one more piece out here. There he goes at O's at 351s. Now on Tesla, just to make sure. It goes right up to the 200 period. And we did really good getting out, man. We got some 352s, and we have less than half left, actually, right now on that. So a good play. If we can ever get half out when you retrace all the way way back up. That's what we're going to try to do, and that's what we did. Okay, so Nvidia is going to be my next sort of play here, as I just mentioned. So let's see if we can hold 179. So that's basically it. We do have these wick bottoms. It's getting crushed today, down 1.3%. So yeah, let's see if we do. Okay, here it comes back up. Let's see if we get a little bit of a ways back now. We'll get something out in the 50s if we're able to, and then we'll wait for a little bit higher, right? Just I'm always trying to scalp something out. So if that can go up, there it is. We get some 56s there on the way out for Nvidia. Let's buy the dip here and see if we can make it way back. That top right there is 180. That would be pretty sweet to get something around there. So we'll offer around the 180 marker, and then we'll see about this next jaunt higher through 180.50. But here we go, man. It's Nvidia. It's leading the way for me. Let me get some piece out here at 75. So there it is. We still wait for our 80s right now, but here we go on PLTR. Nice little trade, or sorry, on Nvidia. Nice trade there. I assume Palantir is going up, but it's Nvidia right now. We take some more out in the 70s and 80s. Let's see if that was potentially the low there. We got two longs on, and they're two rocket ships, right? They're Tesla and Nvidia. So let's see if they want to get higher here. The market's going to lead the way, of course. So watch out. Good point there in the chat, Avina. The
market's not really doing much.
It is kind of a falling sword, both of these names right now, falling knife.
Just about everything's a falling knife.
Yeah, so that's the thing.
Like Robinhood's down. I see that one actually popping up a lot in the chat here. Not looking very good. For what it's worth, I mean, Palantir, it is trying to go again. I was holding some higher lows, so I was unable to get 158.60 again. Yeah, they're going through a wall in front of us, which has to happen. Studio 8 is in full effect, everybody. They're going through a wall. It should be excited. The wall is down, apparently, in front of us.
Let's go.
That'll be good. Now, obviously, I was just mentioning it was SoFi.
wall.
In the middle of a few thoughts here. SoFi has caught a bit of a bid. I saw Robinhood all the way down at the bottom, but SoFi double bottom, higher low. So if we are catching lows in here, this is one that for 2 days in a row now, trend down, if it can possibly break this trend. I do prefer it as a trade to Robinhood,
sir,
because it's still looking a little bit better. And then Kohl's, we finally got into KSS here. Hopefully it's not the kiss of death, but it's above the VWAP. It just held 16 with a nice little consolidation here. So I'm long 16s into the volume weighted average price on Kohl's, well above 16, 1607 to be precise, everybody, so don't at me. But Kohl's finally able to get part of this party. Palantir, I want VWAP on it. It's that simple. Like the market's been trending down. I'm looking for a trend break at that bottom into the volume weighted average price, which is 160.5 here on Palantir. Hopefully we trend in, trend out on PLTR and have the bottom.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough day early, I can see, but we've got it right back right now with Nvidia and Tesla. So good take there, up to 352 again. Nvidia tried to go. We'll see if it is going here. It's $1 in the money on this one, but we just topped out there at 15. So I was thinking a little bit higher. So I do have now an offer at 180.15, and then I did put something at 185.0. So to see if we can get some of these fills. But let's see if we can continue to get a little bit going. The futures do turn around almost perfectly at the 50 period moving average. Look at this thing, just follow it right down. So yeah, not great there. We noticed that probably a little bit too late. I'm going to get another piece right here at 05s. There it is. So we'll get the Nvidia out there at 05, which is working out for us there. And it's Tesla that just turned around again. We'll buy a little bit more down there at 350 and then give it a shot now. So now we'll see where we going now on Tesla as we buy some more 350s. Remember, a breakthrough 349 and we're out. So we have a little bit of ways to go on this one. We've been taking profit where profits lie on this name. So I think we've done pretty decently there for Tesla. But here it goes. There it is, another move upside. So there we go. We just got 350. What price did we get there? 350 14s, and we just got out right now at 50 again. So let's offer 91s, and there we go. We'll just keep spinning it around and around and around. here today on the money side of things because it's a good one, man. There goes Tesla. That's back-to-back there, off the sticky note, off 350, and it's worked. Tesla, good name here today, obviously, and Nvidia's trying to go as well. So, yeah, we've got some two nice little bottom picks there. I think they're going to work out for us. I know you've been in HIMS and Tesla and now KSS and Palantir. So guys, hit the like button, hit the subscribe. We're trading a little bit of everything here for you. That's what we do at Trader TV Live. We're trying to give you guys winning trades and winning ideas, and I think we've been doing a decent job so far. We'll go 2 for 3 with our loan loss there in PLTR. So Nvidia well up and Tesla for now well up as well, but more work to be done. I mean, it's only 9:57, so let's let this market.
Palantir worked, but it broke trend. It's not going to get the VWAP here. It just came right back in. We took a couple of shots at it at the bottom with only one at that 160, but you can see off the lows, broke the trend. It's still holding. You're getting. If I go back, I used a 1-minute chart for this, but if I go back and put it to what I usually like on a 3-minute chart, let's just do that for you there. It's looking a little bit better, but it's not a compelling trend break on a 3-minute chart. Like on the 3, it's not looking as good as it was on that 1 minute, which is my go-to, the 3-minute chart. Kohl's, it's still consolidating over $16 and wanting to head higher, but the velocity on the tape is much, much lower than it was at the open. So it was able to get it got to like 1630 or so, and you're already starting to see it slow down. The volume's starting to come out of this. So this could get a little bit range bound. And if it does, I want to go with a much tighter stop and then wait for actual support at 1550 here. You don't want to give up 3%. If it's not moving, you don't want to give up 3% if it's not really moving a heck of a lot on Kohl's. Still holding VWAP, still holding that 16 level. So we'll stay in it to try to grab the highs. I mean, if it can get to 1680, great. I'm going to throw an order at 42 in front of 50s, and then I'll throw one in the 70 level. Just if we can get back into that high on Kohl's. Remember, it was a good report, top and bottom, but overall, under the hood, it wasn't all that great. Like it had declining revenues. There's been concerns, like 3 CEOs in the last year. So it wasn't all gravy here with Kohl's and changing vendors. So I think it's a squeeze play, but I don't want to get too exuberant with this name for sure. And I do think HIM still wants to go, but the breakout trade, like it hasn't given the breakout. When I got into this thing, it didn't even break the high.
Right.
At the end of the day. So like, why am I going to be into it until it actually breaks out the 46 level? So it didn't even break the pre-market high when I got triggered, which usually means, sometimes it's a dark pool wick. I think in that particular case, I just probably put the wrong stop in. But 46 is still the look for me on HIMS. If it breaks, then I'm in, and we're going to be long. But right now, we're going to Adara.
Let's go.
Take a look here at this market so far today. NASDAQ pushing a little bit lower, though, a nice bounce here off of these lows. S&P 500 looking a little bit similar, but I think definitely forming a bit of a stronger base here for the SPY than the NASDAQ. We did have some comments from Fed's Williams earlier today. Like a lot of Feds here saying that the labor market weakness is a concern, but they still need to get inflation back down. We also have more comments coming from Fed's Barkin at 12:45, and we've got the the 5-year note auction at 1. Other than that, there's not a lot of economic data, though. Tomorrow we'll get GDP, and on Friday we'll be getting PCE. But, of course, the event everyone's waiting for and everyone's excited about here, Nvidia reporting earnings after the bell. You can check that out with Neil and myself, and I believe Sharif, we're going to have an earnings party, I think, here. So check this out, this report. Let's see if Nvidia once again impresses the market, because generally they tend to do pretty well, but the stakes are also much higher for this company, given how closely watched they are. MDB just put out a stellar report here, beating and having better than expected guidance here across the board, up more than 30%. Then we've got CoreWeave, CRWV on watch here, getting a $116 price target and overweight rating from Cantor Fitzgerald. Lots of names to look at here. Make sure you stay with us all day. Hit the like, hit the subscribe as we send you back to Neil and Sean.
All right, thanks, Adara. I'm just pointing out right now that we had to wait for a bottom on Nvidia. And my question is, did we find it? I mean, we just tweeted that out right here. Go find it. I don't have it written down. We have the Tesla trade at 350, obviously, written down there a couple times, but that's the sticky note context. We don't necessarily want that. It's right here. Had to wait for a bottom on Nvidia. Did we find it right there? I mean, there it goes, right cooking now to the upside. I don't know if we did. The market's not the greatest right now as we try to hover around the 50 period MA. We've been getting out of Tesla, and I want to hold the Resla now on Tesla. So we'll see if it wants to get going here. I have 351.80 as my next target out, and we have a couple outs there as well already. So we'll see if we can get that and go back up to the upside. But the fact is, it's not running. So Tesla had a huge move higher early out of nowhere, kind of, and we were like, oh my gosh, there goes Tesla. But yeah, oh my gosh, turns into what are we doing with this stock? Because now it does not want to go. So we're going to be careful with all of that. Our whole day really was made on this, well, it was made on Tesla, but we're trying to make it on Nvidia as well. We'll take another piece out right now at 180.15s as it's coming back in just a little bit here. So that's going to be a play for me, trying to hold out for these longs now, moving forward. JP Morgan, I do want to look at SoFi as well. That broke through 299 and now made, you know, kind of a nice recovery right back up to that level. So maybe a possible breakout here. If we can near 3 bills, 300 there on JP Morgan, that could be a trade. And then later on tonight, we talked about Snowflake coming through, and I'm out of this name. Higher than this, actually right around here, $200. I'm a little nervous about this report, but they're still up 2.5%, so that's good. And then what I talked about with PayPal, I took the other way on this trade. I said that I thought that was kind of a good story for PayPal, knowing that they had that much influence. But yeah, only now up all day. We'll see if it can hold this level. I don't think it's a long from here, but I didn't think it was as dramatic as many sort of put it there. But yeah, nice move up there for PayPal. Still underneath yesterday's level, still down 0.6%. But here we go, man. It's Nvidia. So hopefully we can get a little bit higher. We're at 180.40 right now for NVDA to get a piece out there. That'd be, you know, it's $1 right now, but we're looking for a little bit more than that on Nvidia. So yeah, that's sort of my play here. And we're just going to sort of sit with it and see where we go. So it's Nvidia right now blasting higher. And we're glad that we were able to pick that up. I know a lot of you traders are probably looking at that name. So there it is, $1 and change right now for Nvidia. Palantir and PayPal over here. So yeah, a lot of different trades happening. Make sure you guys do hit the like and the subscribe. I'm trying to find where our feed went, but I think I lost it. So I'm gonna have to get that back up. But hit the like, the subscribe, and let's keep this show on the road.
Absolutely. I still see, Palantir still leads the way in terms of
does it?
names that you guys are interested in with AMD and Nvidia. Eli Lilly we haven't looked at. We'll get there in a second. But Palantir on the 3-minute finally broke trend on the 3-minute chart. So there's the trend line from the open. There's it breaking. Then you get into the binary trade. I'm in here. Prior bar is going to be the out. And then we waited patiently enough here on PayPal. These are both beginning with P, so I'll have to check myself here. PayPal also finally put in a trend in the 3-minute chart. And once it did, still underneath $70 resistance. So short, give it to the high, which is also the prior bar. And then got a shout out to everyone that's been mentioning Eli Lilly. Not really sure if there was anything new on Lilly, but there is a liquidity grab on Eli Lilly into the prior close and continuing its gains. Just watch out, the 50 period on the daily is right here on Eli Lilly at $751. So maybe there's theoretical resistance on this name at that particular price, but either way, it's been churning to the upside here on Eli Lilly. And the other name that was on the top, near the top of that list was Opendoor. I said I wasn't interested unless it was trading off of the 5 1/4. It got nowhere near 5 1/4 for a breakout or even a fade trade. It's getting right back into these lows. I still like 420, probably a little better than that 440 level for open. I don't know if this is going to be a big squeeze today. By this time, Opendoor has been typically over 100 million shares already. It's only sitting at 70. So this is the lowest volume open that this stock has had. I don't want to say in a while, but at least in a short while. So for me, it's going to be round 3 on Palantir. The 158 bottom has already held once. Let's see if it can start to hold a bit of a higher low, as I'd like this to get back into the volume-weighted average price here. It's always the target to be able to get into VWAP on a stock like this. And I just heard them say Boeing in my chat, in my ear here, but I didn't actually catch the story. Oh, what is Amazon doing? What is Amazon doing? Amazon is not blasting, but this is counter trend. This is probably the strongest Mag 7 name that I'm seeing so far. I haven't looked at Apple, but I like it. Look, we liked Amazon after.
No, Google's the strongest.
Oh, Google. Okay, I haven't looked at Google either. I haven't looked at Google. I haven't looked at Apple. But Amazon's gone green. This has been a good one off the earnings. That's the thing. If you think earnings are good when the market says they're bad, that's just the best time to strike. Every single time. Like, give it a couple of days, and everyone said Amazon's cloud growth wasn't good enough. I don't disagree, but if they had reported their cloud earnings before Microsoft and anybody can make any comparisons, then they would have been absolutely fine, in my opinion. They just happened to report after, and then you get dinged for that because everyone looks at the comparison and says, well, you're not growing as much as them. You're not growing as much as Google. But they're still growing double digits, and double digits work.
We like Google. Growing double digits here is the trades that we're in right now. This is now, we're over $2 in the money now on these two trades. So here we go again as, we'll have a decent day after all. So here goes Nvidia right back up to VWAP. So we like that. That's 180.70 right now. So let's take out 10% if we can get into the 60s right now with Nvidia. And man, oh man, did we nail that bottom right there, man. 179.25. Like that's where we're long right now. It's at 180.60. And we just take another piece out there at VWAP. So let's just keep on letting this thing climb higher. I don't have any more outs scheduled for this until we get through 181. So here you know what? Let's not be too. Look, man, $1.70 in the money, we'll take it. So let's put an offer here around 90 for another 10% and get another piece out there. Tesla's the one that's having a little bit of a problem, but if we can get back, like I said, 351.50, which we're coming into right now, let's offer that, and then we'll get a piece out. 351.30 is where we're sitting right now for Tesla. So both of these names are nicely cooking here. There it is. So nice move there to the upside as we continue to go higher here. Nvidia's blasting, man. This is going to be a good day overall, man. There you go. Congratulations to everybody right now. Let's just do a quick little, that's the countdown. Let's do a quick little roll call right now to see who's around, man. You're riding with the Nvidia long. Congratulations, FAVSP. BTAI is looked at right here. What's up to Notorious Dinkelberg? We remember you. Gworev is here as well. Shout out to everybody that's had a decent little round here of trading. Miggity Mike here. Juan Padilla's here as well. There's all the waves. Yo, everybody, how's it going? Glad to have you as part of our team again. My man, says Mike P. DeRider. Yo, Katina Man is here. Yo, what's up? Been great AM so far. Yes, Mike DeRider. It sure has been right now. As we'll go 2 for 3 right now. Enter Greensville finally, so that's really nice. But yeah, it's Palantir's the only losing trade that we had on, and it gave up 160. So bah humbug, I say to you, Palantir. But $1.50 in the money on Tesla, $1.50 in the money on Nvidia. Good so far, and I think we've done a really good job of looking at different names there. So, hit the like, subscribe. We have 1.4K right now. That's great. So thank you so much for all of that. Let's keep the good times rolling there. And Tesla to the moon, man. Let's go. I don't want to get anything out of this name until we get a little bit higher, man. What about VWAP? What about up here? Let's put an offer around 352. Where's VWAP? 352.20. Let's just go there and see if it happens. You got to sort of manifest this trade to happen.
Manifest destiny.
Yeah, we'll see, and then we'll get another piece out on another piece out of Nvidia as well. The market's had a nice roll back right now.
It seems like it wants to be up from here, so you got to take some profit. I'm interested in why everyone likes BTAI. It's not usually the type of stock you guys are talking about. That stock looks nasty. Just looking, deciding if I want to reload Palantir. As long as it holds, here's the plan. As long as it holds trend here, then yes. If not, then no. Just try to keep it really simple.
OSCR?
With PLTR. No, but what's wild is this
oh boy.
BTAI is like getting smoked. I want to make sure my stop was in before I went over. These guys must have reported last night.
There was some news about it yesterday. Some sort of a
because this
trial.
ran at 4 and then basically trapped everyone long and is now like an unbelievable.
Yeah, they had
short,
trial news.
It looks like. So we'll get the story from Adara here, but that's the opposite. Like you trap longs and then you trend down. So good catch. This looks like it was one of those Dumpsville stories here, BTAI. And it's a flat bottom break at $4 too. So if we get down to $4, I think this one could even see even worse. I believe we're going to be going to Adair in a quick little second though.
So what happened there with BTAI was basically they announced they're going to be releasing some trial data tomorrow morning. So it ran not on the trial data announcement, but on the fact that they would be releasing some trial data. So always a little bit of a weird small cap catalyst there. I guess the stock gave up that move. That would be my interpretation, but I have to look into it a little bit more. I want to mention as well here Cracker Barrel. That's why I wanted to talk to you guys here initially. CBRL making a nice push to the upside. Donald Trump yesterday posted on Truth Social that the company should change their logo back. They ended up changing their logo back a couple hours later, and then Trump congratulated them on changing their logo back to their old logo. So the Cracker Barrel logo saga of roughly 1 week has now come to an end. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, thanks for all that.
Never made any sense to me, but
the changing of the logo. I didn't even look to see what that logo was there for Crackle Barrel.
it was just
didn't look
boring.
very good. Okay, yeah, boring. Okay, well, yeah.
But I don't understand why it even got to like people called it like a woke political thing. Like, couldn't it just be a crappy logo thing? Like, I don't know. That's what I thought.
I believe they were mad because they got rid of the man and they made it more modern, like the stores choose. People were like, oh, they're going away from the great old country store vibe. That was my interpretation from what I read.
Yeah, it reminds me of when the Toronto Blue Jays, it was like years ago, they decided they were going to go away from the blue Jay, and they just were like the Jays. And
right,
like the
Jays.
black
Yeah,
caps,
yeah.
It was just the J. I'm like, get the heck out of here with this. It's the Blue Jays, and almost every Toronto team was the color blue. The Leafs were blue, the Argos were blue. It's like, what are you even thinking about here?
Yeah.
Like, so I don't know, political or not, man. It's just a crappy logo thing, maybe. And hey, you try something, I have full respect. You try something, it doesn't work, you made a mistake, you revert it, and you move on. There's nothing wrong with trying new things. As long as you're willing to say, hey, people don't like it, and that's absolutely fine. I've only ever, I can't say I'm like that big of a Crackle Barrel fan one way or the other, for sure. I'm sure people have strong opinions about it, but I thought it was pretty bland. I just looked at it, I'm like, that kind of boring logo. Anyways, Palantir, just go back here for a quick little second of the market. Palantir does hold on to the higher low at 150. It's actually 158.75. We're in at 59, but it just keeps on getting to the $0.50 and fading. Every time it gets to the $0.50, it fades. So maybe get more out in front of the $0.50 the next time in here for sure. It would cost, well, look, yeah, I'm sure it costs some money, but it's better than not doing anything. Like, you could have something bad and then just decide that you're not gonna, you're just gonna live with the fact that it's bad. I get it. You take the hit, you move on. It's the same thing in trading, and sometimes executives don't do that, so good for them. Yeah. Wish them all the best of luck, for sure. I want to get back over to that I almost said BBAI. No, that BTAI, because this does look like it's a little bit of something here to the south side. And we don't actually have locates, so if it does catch, like the last bit it caught, you can see at $5, it just went right back under. And when you look at this thing on the higher time frame, you got 480 that was prior support. So if it was to bounce or at least consolidate here, a pop back into 480 could be a nice little continuation short. But we don't have free locates on it, so I'll have to at some point try to pay for some in just a minute. But I want one more fill if I can on Palantir in front of this 159.50 level, which seems to be holding like an absolute brick wall on PLTR. Government stake or not, regardless of what you think about it, the morning buy the dip on Palantir is still going to be a thing. I'm not a believer that's necessarily that Palantir, I don't think the U.S. government would take a stake in them. I can see the Lockheed thing. I can get that. Boeing, whether I like it or not, I can actually at least understand why the U.S. government might consider taking a stake in Boeing or Lockheed, names that have been beaten up. I get it, vital defense and all that, but I don't know, Palantir I'm not sure is at that point yet. Usually tends to be more mature companies that you see that happen on. Not that they hadn't been around a while, but a big growth name.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Like a big growth stock. I can't remember the last time I saw something like that.
Yeah, here we go. Right now.
Money.
Sometimes we just have to sit back and relax. because there it goes, man. We've got these two trades on. We're now $4, Neil, in the money, $4 right now. A little loud around here, which is all good, man. But just glad to be back and sitting here with you guys. I mean, there's the bottom of Nvidia picked, right? There's the bottom for Tesla. I don't know if it's picked or not, but hopefully these bottoms are now in and we can enjoy the rest of our day on the long side of this trade. So yeah, we're just gonna keep on. Wow, now Tesla's really starting to go. Now $2 and change, trying to break through. What is that wick high? 70s. All right. So let me just put something at 50 there. We'll put something in the 40s, see if we get out of that. Is an Nvidia having some problems right now with 181? Probably not, but I'll put another offer out right there. Get a 95. There it is. We get that one out as well. So here we go, man. We're going to go 2 for 3. Yeah, so far so good. And you saw yesterday, Obi traded a couple names. Neil will trade more names than me. And we're just looking for the best opportunities. So keep it into the chat and let's see what you guys want us to vote with right now. And this is what it's been, man. We started this up earlier. Let's go have a quick little look right now. Palantir, the #1 stock, the only red stock for me today, PLTR. So we'll have to wait. Eli Lilly there as well, 0.73 up. That's nice. Up to 741 again off of great trial results. By the way, we just got that Tesla right there as well. So we props up to anybody that's riding with me today on that one. BTAI, Neil covered that a little bit. AMD, we're not in it. We're in Nvidia. Intel right now down to $24, down 0.5%. So look out now. Tesla's hopefully going to rip up a little bit more. Google continues to be the belle of the ball, man. We really love that name. Glad to be an owner there, although we did sell some. You guys know that. Rich Tech Robotics off of yesterday's little bump up there. They're up 13%, so we'll see what's going on there. Serve is there. CoreWeave up 2% on an upgrade. I didn't have that on the watch list, but it was on our watch list, not on mine. And then there's Nvidia. And MongoDB, that one is the oh my God, trade of the day as MongoDB still up that 30-something% here as we continue to go. And thanks everybody for all of that look today. But I don't really, now we just talked about being $4. Now we're a little bit higher than that as Nvidia is starting to climb now. And so is Tesla. So I feel like we did pretty good to get some of these bottoms. Tech names is what I've been trading here today. And we've only traded 3 names, 2 for 3. Backs into Greensville finally, which is nice to see. We did take a hit on Palantir, but that's all been made back now. So Palantir right back up to view up. I like this level. This is where I got out of some of our my long in the long-term portfolio right here at 160. Looking to get the rest out up near that 185, and then we'll play it off from there like another 10% or so if Palantir can climb that high. But again, man, thanks for all the likes and the subscribes. Keep it going. Find me at Twitter. Find all of us all over the place. It's going to be a good one. So
I saw Spark in the chat just mentioned another earnings name, Marvell. We're not done
they're
yet.
Tonight? No,
they're tomorrow.
Yes.
I'm 90. I'm like very certain.
Good. I'd love to cover that. $75.
But that's a big one. And after they're always after Nvidia, like late in the cycle is Marvell.
Run in.
Palantir's at VWAP. That's usually where we look for the exit or the curl, but it just bounced off this 160 pretty nicely. It dipped off VWAP, bounced off the 160 pretty nicely. I'm just going to throw a trailing stop under there and see if it can't go to 161, which is where it closed yesterday, just underneath the 161 level. So it's trailing stop time on PLTR, as I did pay for locates on BTAI, which would be a name that I look for the short on. But the first long worked off of VWAP on Kohl's, KISS, but now it's breaking down. So I don't like this. I said if it's above the volume weighted average price, then I look long. It's that simple. Momentum on a squeeze name needs to be either breaking highs or holding VWAP. It broke the high early, it then held VWAP, but no more. Get away from this one until it can get back out there above. BTA is not really doing much, but I did want to jump back over to that Boeing story. Like, it's weird to me. Boeing is such a good-looking story in terms of finally making a bottom. U.S. government or not, whatever it matters. But just 230, 235, 236, that's once, twice. It's now 3 times that we failed under the 235 level on Boeing. So I don't wonder if this pullback gets to the 50-period moving average. It just feels like that's going to be a good place to look for a swing long into the top. If we just put in another higher low, it's primed for a breakout. And if the breakout doesn't happen today, it doesn't have to happen today. But I think disappointing. I'm disappointed with Boeing that it couldn't hold on to that 235. But I'm now, as I said, if Palantir lost to 160, we jump out. The reversion goes to the volume weighted average price. The first time in was at 160, and that was a level that we had liked. 160 fails. It then goes into the prior low. Still kind of putting in some higher lows here. We can try to look to stay on trend. If it either dips to the bottom, we can get 58s or 59s, or we can hold above the volume weighted average price and take some 160s in there. As far as one of the other names that I liked, HIMS, still have a breakout set on it. It still hasn't broken out. The one trade I took on it didn't even break the highs, and I was triggered in. Still hasn't broken out that top inside move, but nothing about it has really changed. Still holds that same bottom, still putting in higher lows. It's just a bit flat today, looking for it to break out that top, and then there's lots of room to go. But if it doesn't actually break out, we're not going to end up getting into this name.
Dara. Yeah, no, I was going to say we have another big winner off earnings. You just talked about Marvell. We made that call at $63. We have Oscar here at $13.50. It's $17.50. Nice move up there for Oscar. I actually think there's a lot more room to run, and we're going to talk about some small caps right now with Adara.
IWM, great push here off the open right now, consolidating a little bit more. But the Russell 2000, as you can see, since that Friday push, of course, with the market on Jackson Hole, it's actually held up pretty well. This is the first time that we've actually made, at least temporarily, a high above that Friday high. Let's see if the IWM can continue that upward momentum. Now it's time to take a look here at Canada Goose, GOOS. This is not a super small cap name by any means. It's about $1.4 billion market cap. But CNBC reported this morning that the company is apparently getting some take private interest, valued at roughly $1.35 billion. As I said, that's roughly the market cap it is at now after the rally. So interesting stuff there for GOOS, roughly a 14% short float. Now for SERV, Serve Robotics, you've got a 26, almost 27% short float, $600 million market cap. This name is a constituent in the Russell 2000, and they got a price target of $15 and a outperform rating from Wedbush this morning. So good look here for SERV. Last but not least, PSNY, just taking a bit of a pulled back here, but Polestar, I couldn't find any news on this one. Nice push here, though, off the open, going from 110s to a high of $1.38. Back to you.
All right.
PSNY.
Yeah, Polestar, another one of those names. I mean, Lucid's going to go 1 for 10. We talked about that. That's going to be a bad reverse split. That's not going to be good for that stock. What's good for this EV name is getting some out right here at 353. So we do take another out right there. And we do take another out for Nvidia near the top side as well. I mean, the market just turned green. So, you know, there's a lot more room to go up higher right now than where we are. But let's just wait to see how high we can fly. Another green day is always a good one. And if you're red, hopefully you're not red too much, because you never want to go without those stop orders and make sure that you hit some of your levels. You've seen Trade the Pool here with us now for a while, and now Trade the Pool has created something special just for you, a free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trade strategies. You'll see exactly how they approach the markets and how they manage risk right there at Trade the Pool. Download it now by scanning that QR code on your screen, or please hit the link in our description. Okay, that's Trade the Pool. All right, so MongoDB, I mean, again, another great name here today off earnings. MongoDB beats Q2 earnings and revenue estimates. Stock continues to go higher here, up 31%. You know, obviously there's going to be valuation concerns with an MDB right now as far as we are up. This is part of the reason why I liked Palantir today, because I was like, okay, these names are back in favor, but not really for PLTR. But again, I still like that stock. There's MongoDB right here. Their valuation right now, 75, and it's going to be higher than that because that's probably not included what's today. So you're probably around 100 there on your price to earnings ratio there for MongoDB. But that's another name that had a great earnings story that continues to make, you know, print hopefully millionaires. I don't know about anybody had that much money in it, but somebody probably did. KSS, again, I don't know what else to say about this, but we nailed this level, and unfortunately we were just tied up with doing what we're doing now. We're $6 in the money on all of our trades, but this one we talked about 17 as possibly being the high there for KSS. So wondering if someone took that. Let me know in the chat if you did, because that's the high tick right there, $17 today for KSS. As again, they significant beat there. Estimates raising guidance, but they do have that leadership instability. 3 CEOs in just 3 years. Apple, of course, today coming through with their announcement yesterday that they're going to have iPhone 17, I think. That release will be happening. I'm thinking new form factor, but I don't know. And then I just got Marissa the iPhone 16 Pro right there at a really good price, so we're really happy with that. She says it's absolutely fantastic, loves the camera, and she does a lot of work there. So I'm excited to see that. Wow, the market is absolutely, like Tesla right now is 353. I'm so glad that we had written down that 350 because that continues to blast higher there. And then Goose, what's up, Canada Goose? Right now you can look at it. Let's look at it in Canada. The Canadian stock here, Goose.to, right now gapping higher on some interest there from Bain Capital. It also is Goose in NY as well. So you can look at this stock really starting to blast higher right now.
Talk to me, Goose.
Is Goose. Yeah, what's going on with that? Okta yesterday as well on, OKTA, Okta there. Again, this is identity security, so, you know, lining up those checkerboards and selecting how many pictures have bikes in them and whatnot. Okta right there surged on earnings, strong earnings results, upgraded guidance, and a solid retention of business. Their AI growth continues to help this name Okta as their softwares get smarter, and so does the world of privacy and, you know, just making sure that you are, you know, your identity is safe and there's not some scams going through. And especially being in the ticket business recently, there's a lot of that. So there it goes, man. Okta with a nice play as well. Other than that, I mean, I think we covered a lot. I didn't know what UNH was doing. We had a story earlier. Oh, a nice battle back, I guess, for UNH. Yesterday got down as low as 294 as we worried about the governmental probe happening in there for criminal, a little bit more serious.
More, yeah.
Yeah, deeper dive into that, that's for sure. CoreWeave secures $4 billion and an upgrade there today as they get $4 billion in financing for a new Pennsylvania data center. So that's going okay. Not a huge move, but, you know, gapping higher today. So we definitely like some CoreWeave.
The fact that, like, CoreWeave, they get positive news, but the structure of that business relies on Nvidia.
Let's go.
I mean, forget about an upgrade or downgrade. Tonight, you're going to get the real juice on where future demand is going to go. Any weakness in Nvidia, I think, could be bad for CoreWeave. Margins might not matter so much. You want to hear the growth story for Nvidia and CoreWeave there. And look, this is not a stock that is always followed along with Nvidia, but in terms of like an exuberance play, it's just the AI group gets led ultimately by Nvidia. The same way we talk about cybersecurity, right? Like if one of the big names goes and you start to follow along with it.
Yeah.
You were mentioning.
How has Palo Alto done?
No, I was about to say, like, when you look at Pandub.
Yep.
PanW, Palo Alto.
Palo Alto, yeah.
I mean, whatever.
Yes.
We call it Pandub, but Palo Alto.
Well, 187.
The recent dip buys.
Let's
go. You had the dip in Fortinet was down 22% on their earnings.
What's that?
You wait like 1 or 2 days, and that was a dip buy. You had Palo Alto down there as well, and the rising tide ended up lifting all those ships. I don't know what CrowdStrike is doing though. That's sort of I think that's the next shoe to drop in the space because CrowdStrike hasn't really bottomed out yet. But if you look at it, the others have gone. It bounced a 200-period moving average. It's at of course, it's at 420. Like, why wouldn't 420 be support on even something like CrowdStrike? You can't even make this stuff up. But if you look at one by one, this entire space has been bouncing in the cybersecurity space. And I do like this look here on CrowdStrike. The more I look at it at that 420 level, it's already 10:30. It's already 10:30. Palantir. Been taking higher lows on it, but this is VWAP's a different higher low than before. It found that bottom at 58. It found a higher low at 59. Now playing it off VWAP in 160. But if we can't hold 160, you should just jump out and wait for the top. This is still ultimately trending back down. You know, like it's under the prior highs, under the prior close. I don't want to be sitting there fighting it. So we'll give a little bit back, trying to get it above VWAP. But this is the one stock. When it makes a morning bottom, You typically don't want to give it up if it holds on to VWAP, but this is looking a little bit weak there on Palantir. So, unfortunately, the market got to VWAP. It got there. It gave you 158 to 160, but the continuation still has yet to happen. U.S. government taking a stake or not, I don't know how much of a deal that's going to matter at all. And just one thing on this Canada Goose stuff, there's been a swath of companies where there's been speculation about a deal. And then where it gets priced at when there's no official deal or anything, and then where it gets priced after the speculation, you don't get much better than that. So just be a little bit careful. What was the one recently? I think it was VNT something. It's VRNT. Like this was one where I think they rugged everybody. I didn't want to say they, but it rugged everybody. That's the best way to put it. Like, is all the speculation was that, the deal's going to be in the mid to high 20s,
right.
And the stock ran to $25 and settled at $23. I did trade it today to the short side once. And then the deal was at $20.50. So everybody that bought the hype of it, if you don't know the details, it's just all speculation. And if you have a good reason to guess on Canada Goose, like it's already up 15 points. I don't know what a reasonable premium would be. Who knows?
Who knows?
But it's entirely possible that we get a
higher
announcement tomorrow, and it's like 10% lower from here.
Yeah.
Because that VRNT, like that rugged people by like 15 to 20%.
I took RJ Harvey at 5.
At 5?
Yeah, so it went Genty, Hampton, McMillan, Henderson, Harvey. And I'm going to wait for Caleb.
I think that's the right move.
I'm going to wait for
Harvey's
Caleb to fall.
Than Caleb.
I don't know, maybe.
I think he is.
Yeah, I mean, he's in higher ADP. That's
Caleb
for sure.
doesn't catch the ball.
I know, but
I
think he could be a stud as well. But whatever, I have Jalen Warren, as we talked about that. I still want to get Tyler Warren, but I have Brock Bowers in that pool as well. So I don't think there's any point in drafting another.
You're not drafting a tight. You have Brock Bowers.
But I think Warren could be
Brock Bowers
something else as well. Brock Bowers, new coach today, new coach this year. Chip Kelly, I think it is in Oakland. Yeah. In Las Vegas. I wish it was kind of still.
Whatever.
So the same thing. Okay, we did get some more out of Tesla up here at 353, so that was a good win right there for us. As we have about 25% left of Tesla, and we have about 15% or so left of Nvidia. So we're kind of watching this market to see where it goes from here. And of course, that Oscar was a good one. We have Marvell coming up very, very soon. Are we waiting to go to Adara, I believe? Then let's go over there. It's 10:30, a little bit late on this update, but Adara is ready at the big desk.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's no update right now because we do the crypto now. You can check it out at 11:30 on the midday show. So we moved the crypto about an hour. Still super exciting stuff. A little bit more time for in-depth conversations. Join us there. Keep an eye here in NB. That's what I wanted to talk about. This company's called Neocorp on the Russell 2000, around a $350 million market cap. Apparently, Export-Import Bank just released this infographic to complement their critical minerals and rare earth elements essays. And they do talk about their letter of intent to Neocorp. Apparently, it's an $800 million letter of intent. And this infographic they just released is related to that investment. So NB, or I guess letter of intent anyway. So NB pushing to the upside after this fact sheet was released. Back to you.
Okay.
It's like CoreWeave did break out after all. And
wow, there it goes.
And it's going. It did break that 95, head to 96, and then some. This is maybe the temporary bottom could be in for this stock. What more do you have to do? It literally gave up 50% in, how long was that? A couple of months there. So it's not like it was too rapid, but that's how long it took to get there. So it took to triple up in a couple of months, and then it gets cut in half in a couple of months. There's still plenty of room for this to rally. That 95 breakout gets you to 99, 100 as resistance. So yeah, dip buy to be played. Should have had this as a break today, but HIMS actually still hasn't broken, and CoreWeave is. So it's above 95. The actual pre-market high or the open range high was just under that. 95 is just a round number. 94.75. You could pull all the way back into there and look pretty good on the trend. Yeah, it looks like this one wants to keep on going up, up, up. Something.
Yeah, it's some Cardi B song. I don't know. Then it's up,
and
it's up,
BTAI is just slowly. Like there's no wild pops to get into this trend, but it's just really, really slowly heading towards $4. It seems 15% down for BTAI. I keep saying BBAI. BTAI. continuing to go lower in here.
Yeah, we don't talk.
Well, we don't
talk about BBAI. We talk about that at $10, not at $5. We'll wait to see where it's going right now. But what stock that we can talk about again, right there? Again, it's another one. It's the same kind of trade, but we'll hit the sirens up there because now Tesla, she be going and she's going a little long right now. TSLA. I did want to look at Intel, of course, getting that money from the government over the last little while. We'll see what Intel's trying to do with that. I still think that this has been a high that we may. I don't want to say we're going to regret doing anything with it. Who knows what's going to wind up happening here with Intel, but you know, that $26, maybe the next time we see that would be an area for us to potentially get out of that stock. I do not like Intel at all, but for some reason I still remain in it. All right, so some China risks today for Nvidia. We'll see if that comes through here later on tonight. So that's going to be a big report. Join Adara, Neil, and the big guy, Sharif. He'll be in tonight to cover all of that. You only need Neil and Adara, but Sharif going to give you some excitement on that one, as well as get more eyes to cover it, more opinions. So we'll see how that goes through tonight. So make sure you join us there for that one. Yeah, look, I had talked about Oscar Health a long time, like when we were up here. We were waiting for it to fall down. It did that, and then this is an earnings play that we had made. It fell into a level. So unlike Nvidia or anything like that, obviously right now, wow, the day is getting better and better here. But right there, these levels, when we fell into here just before earnings, I thought it was worth the risk. We talked about, look, if you miss, we don't have a huge position here or anything like that, but if you miss, then you're falling back in here into this 12.11 area and just hoping that we didn't break 11.25 because that would have been that, right? But right here, for about $1.50 worth of risk, we're now long at $13.60 on Oscar Health. It's now up $3. So that's a nice move there on that play. So up about 30% there goes Oscar. And then I didn't even realize, I'm going to have to check to see when Marvell reports. I think, Neil, I'm glad that you brought that to my attention.
Pretty sure it's tomorrow night.
Yeah, okay, so normally it says it on here. What's up, Adair?
Confirm it's tomorrow after the bell.
Okay, good. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't. Normally it'll say it on here, Marvell, right away. But there it is right there, conference call. Yeah, there it is. Thursday, August 28th. So yes, sir, we like that one coming through. I really like Marvell, man. All the silicon and everything that has to be put into the servers and all these chips. Marvell, a big part of that, the deal with Microsoft as well. And this was a play that we had made pre-last earnings. Got some out in the 83 to 85 area. Now we'll wait to see. And we did that all live on the air. So hopefully that will come back in right now for us and give us a chance to get longer, but I'd rather just hold out. Obviously, with Nvidia tonight, the whole space is a little at risk, and I don't think Marvell is necessarily at too much of a risk. But right there, we have iBit screaming right now. Congratulations to all the crypto heads out there today that get to celebrate a little bit, because there goes Bitcoin up to 112.5 again. I said yesterday, man, we were sitting there trying to buy some 108s and 109s, and I actually forgot to do it and didn't. So there you go. This is why part of me thinks I need my money managed because I just have so much going on. But I don't know any money managers anyways that are chomping at the bit to buy Bitcoin. But there we go. The guy I talked to was like, he's a wealth advisor, didn't even really think too much about Bitcoin yet for them. But it is Solana. We thought we were in trouble. There it is. Hey, enjoy some fruit salad.
It is quite good.
Yeah, I have the plum here.
Cantaloupe.
I love the cantaloupe. Cantaloupe is favorite in our house.
Honeydew melon.
The honeydew is now a recent favorite of my daughter's. So honeydew is what it's all about.
The watermelon is really good.
Watermelon is one of my favorite fruits. I like green grapes. Okay, so obviously today a positive trading day. There we'll go 2 for 3, man. Okay, Nvidia's right back up here. So I'm actually going to take another piece at 48s. Yes, sir. Spin it one more time there for NVDA. And we can also spin it for Tesla. We're now 550 or so in the money overall. Tesla's still trying to go. It doesn't quite get there. I still love this Palantir trade, but it's not doing anything. So hovering around 160, man. We got out of that almost immediately. And the stock that I should have just trusted my own instinct a little bit there and hit that PayPal long right there, breaking through $69. But, you know, at the end of the day, PayPal is what it is. I like the stock. STSS right now, I heard, halted. Sharps Technology. So I don't know what's going on here. Sharps Technology. Oh, here it is right here. STSS. Sharps Technology. Right here. Shares are trading higher after the company disclosed that multiple insiders purchased a combination of 840,000 shares. Doesn't seem that much.
The float's only 1 million. That can't be.
What? Okay, well, that is what it is then. 840,000 shares of a stock. Average price between $6 and $8.
But the float's only 1 mil.
See, we need to get a consortium out there that will just find.
Dude, that's.
We could probably just do it with all Sharif's money, but we'll just find a stock that has like 1 million share float, and we'll buy. Sharif will be responsible for 80% of it. We'll buy 85% of the stock.
Soak up the whole float.
Yes.
And then anybody that tries to go, like there's only what, like 100 and something left. So then all of a sudden, like that's.
Look, Sharif has no kids, no wife. He must be loaded over there.
Only go
on that side. But no, we're just playing around. There we go. But yeah, that's right. And I can't wait. I want to go to Sharif's house party when that happens. He's looking to buy. Willing to buy, looking to buy. It's still in Midtown there, Sharif? All right.
When Drake goes broke buying open stock,
is Drake buying open stock?
No, but that's the gag was that. You don't know what this. Yeah, Eric Johnson was trying. He held in front of Drake's house, holding up a sign saying Drake buy open stock. But Drake was on tour in. Literally in like Europe.
He probably bought it still.
Anyways, I'm just saying, not that he would go broke buying open stock.
Going broke? No, he's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Drake is a degenerate gambler though, so you don't know.
Maybe he would want to.
That's what I'm saying. This dude, Eric Johnson, might be onto something right there, but Neil's on something right now.
We're on to Woman Boss. Why? Because empowered women can change the world. And you can make it happen. The Woman Boss trains and mentors women and girls across Africa to lead, innovate, and thrive. And since 2018, we've reached over 10,000 women and girls. And your donation today can launch the next great entrepreneur. Scan the QR code on the screen now and join us building a brighter future.
Man, that plum was
and
too
we will
juicy.
go to the desk for Sector Watch with Adara.
Juicy plum.
Let's take a look at this sector board here. Market slightly green, and as you can tell, there are quite a few sectors that are a little bit stronger, at least trying to be. Technology services, what we do have weakness in Meta and Palantir, is actually generally strong. Google, Oracle, CRM, ServiceNow, and CrowdStrike all to the upside here. CrowdStrike, of course, on watch ahead of its earnings report tonight. Retail trade has some bright spots too, like Costco and Home Depot. Energy, minerals, green across the board here. And consumer services here, Starbucks and Airbnb to the upside, as is RCL. Now, in terms of weakness, there really isn't much. Like, when you look here, there aren't any sectors that stand out as extraordinarily weak, but there are some that have some red names. Consumer non-durables has a little bit of weakness here with Philip Morris and Nike. Health technology with a couple red names here as well. But generally, a lot of these stocks or these sectors, much like the market, pretty flat right now, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about.
There it is. That's the thing. God's Plan Day 2.
Oh, there it is right there.
Well, he's got to use, first of all, you can barely even see.
I don't know about this guy.
You just got to make it a little bit thicker so everyone can know what it is. But yeah.
So this is the problem. This is the problem with that trade. It's like you got guys like that. I mean, trying to do it. It sounds like it's almost like Tom Lee buy Ethereum over there. He should be standing in front of maybe Michael Saylor's pad there and figure out we could get some more into that.
The why Drake thing. That's the thing that got me. Is like why specifically?
It's funny, man. Drake is the most followed. He's one of the top followed social media person. He's a huge influencer.
I was thinking
to me it makes sense.
He should have gone to the show.
What show? Our show?
No, go the guy's on tour. You can just show up to the show.
Drake?
And then get Drake that way. That's what I would do.
I agree with that. I actually agree. No, I agree with that. He said he's not as recognizable as Hulk Hogan. I would say that's true. Hulk Hogan more recognizable than Drake. I would think so.
By whom though? It's all demographics, man. That's all demographics.
It is all that. We were at a bar, and I showed this 24-year-old, and she's like, "That's Ronaldo." And then she's like, "I have no idea who that other guy is." And that was, and now Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we had another guy who, our waiter, by the way, at that place was like, I know he's from Winnipeg, so it does.
from Winnipeg, we bonded. It was beautiful.
we gotta hate.
Shout out to the
I'll go.
man that waited us at the Earls. I will not stand for slander of this man.
Okay, he was one of the worst waiters we've ever had. By far. No. Okay, hey, if Nimitz.
That's not by far. I've had worse than that. It was
No. Maybe not by far, but if Nimitz in the chat, this guy, they asked for vegetarian tacos. The guy had no idea what was going on. He didn't come back and ask for any second round of drinks. He didn't do anything. He was absolutely horrible. But shout out to Winnipeg. We love Winnipeg. Yeah, he was.
I've had worse.
Oh, we've all had worse experiences. I mean, at least the guy came every 15 minutes. But I mean, still, at the end of the day, we were ready to drop dollars, and the guy came. He didn't even ask for a refill of anybody's drink.
We also didn't get our orders at the same time. Like I think.
Okay, so I rest.
I was sitting there with
case.
myself and Andre were waiting while everyone else had ordered, and we were kind of like.
Okay, so there you go. All right, so shout out to Andre.
That being said,
Andre 3000. Right there.
I'm pretty sure Drake is, for most people, more recognizable. It's all about the demographic. 100% about the demographic. It's like have you seen this video where it's like you walking up to people in office and saying, hey, what did DMX want you to do after you sopped and dropped?
Right.
And like nobody, because everyone in this office that they did it was like,
there's 0% chance Obi would know that. 0% chance. I said something obvious to Obi yesterday.
Obi could get that.
No, he didn't know who Bone Thugs and Harmony was. He did not. He did not know who Bone Thugs were.
No, Obi can do this. DMX we're talking about. Obi, no, trust.
I will bet you anything you want that there's no way that if you say that line to Obi, there's no way he can finish it. Bring him on. Obi, where's Obi? Someone go get Obi. We have some content to create around here. I don't know. He always takes a paycheck and takes a day off. So, okay. All right. So right now it's good to go. 260, 270. I kill it every day. This is what we do. Right there. No, I think it's good to take breaks is what I'm saying. Like, we're taking all these vacations. I expect Obi to do the same. And I actually hear, you know what? Let me check.
Gotta have a break.
Right now, he is in trading today, and I can tell you what Obi's been trading.
Physically in the office is the difference.
Yeah, he might not be physically in the office. MongoDB today, and Google for Obi. And good job. I won't say much more about that, but good job there for Obi today coming in. So, all right. So yeah, I
think you get it.
182. Yeah, he would not, guy. He would not get it. All right, so 181 and change right there. We're going to get out now on the 200 period right there for Nvidia. I mean, Tesla's turning around a little bit. We were able to get something out there of Tesla. So nice move, 353 and change. We'll figure out where it's going. But yeah, so far so good, man. We'll go 2 for 3 today. Palantir is the one that's got us, and I'm pretty happy being out of it. It's not doing too much. Adair gave the story that the market's pretty flat, and it is. I mean, we've been flattened out here now for almost 45 minutes right now. Just nothing happening in the NASDAQ as we wait for the big report tonight, obviously coming with
nothing bigger than
Nvidia. Do we have 2,000 likes yet? I mean, we're just killing all of these segments right now. 1.5 likes. Hit the like, hit the subscribe right there. Do it for all of us. Do it for Winnipeg right there. 1.5K. Go Bombers.
Matt Dunnigan styles? I don't know.
Matt Dunnigan? Yeah, I think he was a bomber. No?
That was a long, long time ago that Matt Dunnigan was a bomber, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. Well, Palantir just failed VWAP. The market's trying to go, but like there's distinctly different here with PLTR. Looks like we're going to get another crack at that low of the day at the 158 level. As we are going up to the desk, it's time to see how the U.S. dollar is doing with Adara and Money Talks.
Here is the U.S. dollar. This daily chart is still super consolidative here. Let's take a look at what we're doing. A little bit shorter term. Here's the 15-minute. Nice, actually, bounce here if you look back from Friday's lows. But let's see what we do here at this level of resistance that we made on Thursday around 98.8. Now, we're going to talk a little bit more about what's coming up later this week with regards to economic data because we really don't have much as of today. We have comments from Fed's Barkin coming up at 12:45. Then at 1 p.m. we'll get the 5-year note auction. But other than that, this economic data calendar is pretty light. But if you move to tomorrow and Friday, things get a little interesting. At 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, we're expecting the GDP quarter-over-quarter second estimate there. It'll be 3.1% as the forecast. Previous was 3%. So we're expecting a slight increase here. Then if you go ahead to Friday, we're going to be getting the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, as it's always said, PCE. PCE year over year, we're expecting to be basically in line with the previous print of 2.6%. We're expecting slightly hotter than previous core PCE year over year. Month over month, PCE is expected to be flat. And then PCE non-core month over month, 0.2%. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. These estimates for the PCE are a little bit mixed, but GDP looks like we're expecting a bit higher. Let's see what ends up printing tomorrow. Back to you.
All right, yeah, that's the thing. These numbers.
Fed's measure, man. That's what they look for. So.
What is the Fed? Okay, so the Fed earlier on was 90. Yeah, so let's see what it is. I'm just going to refresh it. So it was, 90 in the third right there. Ooh, downside right now, 88. So from 90 to Eric Lindros. I actually, I'm trying to think. Let me ask my guy over here, Joe, or maybe you too. 90 in hockey.
90? Well, no, I have no idea. No, 90?
No, come on, Randy. Not Eric Lindros. That's 88. That's 88, of course, my guy. 90.
You got to come with an easy one. That's not an easy one, I don't think. You know what 90?
I don't know, Joe Juno or something. Joe Juno. There was.
I know. Okay.
Anyway, someone in the chat will probably ask Perplexity or something about that. But yeah, I was trying to think about a 90. I feel like one of the guys on the Blackhawks was 90. But anyways, okay, there we go. So we're just going to wait to see what winds up happening right there on the Fed. But yeah, good couple numbers coming through there as well. Brett Hull, that's 16. Brett Hull. Brett Hull was 16. Unless he changed numbers playing with another team there.
Brett Hull would never change.
No, I didn't think. Yeah, some of these things are not going to get me on, but yeah, Wayne Gretzky, that's a good one. Yeah, who is Wayne Gretzky, anyways?
I have no idea.
Okay, so
who?
Jason Spencer.
Madonna. We should have got Mike Madonna. Should have got Madonna.
Mike Modano was not 90. You're looking it up?
Oh, you?
No, I don't. Mike Modano? Mike Modano.
I would never have gotten
Tavares?
No, he's 91.
Yeah, 91. Isn't that what you said, Tavares? Yeah, that's not 90. Yeah. Okay. All right, Mike Modano, but I don't remember him being 90. Mike Modano's not number 90, my guy. He's number 9. You see, this is the thing. You ask these ChatGPT stuff like that, it's no good.
The Blue Jays trivia thing that like my wife in some Blue Jays trivia, she's like, "Oh, can you check the answer?" And
I just can't believe I'm smarter than ChatGPT.
ChatGPT got it
amazing.
wrong. Grok got it wrong. Perplexity got it wrong. Gemini got it wrong. Like all of them, and it was a simple thing. You could go to Baseball Reference and
try tell me Mike Modano over there. These guys are killing me.
Just saying. They're not perfect.
Look, here he is. Look at this. 9. Right there. So there it goes.
He's saying he wore it at some point.
Oh, well, maybe, but I mean, I'm looking for like people. That's what I was saying. Like, did Brett Hull eventually switch to something?
The way I look at it is like if I'm picturing a dude on the ice.
Right. I'm trying to think like
picture him in that
who famous at that level
at all.
But, anyways, there it goes. That's hockey. Shout out. I mean, I wonder.
Team, maybe.
Yeah, I wonder what country these guys are from. Okay, so there we go. Shout out to the lovely Canada, country of Canada, getting cooled around here. Now, chilly though. Fall is my favorite season. I don't know about everybody else. I mean,
it's because of what's happening in the fall, not because I enjoy.
No, I enjoy the weather.
I'm not. It's not because of the weather for me.
For me, yeah. I mean, I think
definitely not because of the weather.
Ideally, here we'd like to have a little. I mean, we have very similar weather, obviously, to the East Coast. There, when you're talking about anybody in Philly or New York or anything, Boston, that kind of side, would like a longer summer. Like if it started in like late April, early May, and then ended now, that'd be fine. But we were getting a huge heat wave this week, and even when Oasis was here, he's like, "It's the same as Manchester." It was like cold and it was rainy, and Manchester, a great place. And Oasis, such a wicked ass concert, man. So happy to have gone there. What a great time that concert was. Maybe I'll wear the t-shirt tomorrow, but I wanted to get the hoodie, but they were all sold out of extra large. The guy's like, "Oh, we have 3XL." I'm like,
well,
all right,
that's not the same
thing. It's not, it's a little. There goes, so Nvidia right now, forget about concerts when you're $1, $2, $3. We're singing a great tune here today on that bottom pick for Nvidia. I mean, I don't You know, the fact that we still have shares on this one, making it pretty good trade right there. So, you know, we'll make more on Nvidia than we lost on Palantir. We will not wind up making more on Tesla because we didn't have a very huge position there. Was pretty nerve-wracking bouncing around there. I just didn't feel comfortable loading into Tesla there. Nvidia, completely different beast. Nvidia has been one of the top stocks for me since the show's inception, since Nvidia turned down to $100 stock. Like, it's just been absolutely great. Tougher to trade at 2,000, but much easier to trade down here with a 3 digits there. So yeah, no, Oasis. What's up, Adam? Adam, obviously from the great country of UK. But we did have, yeah, what's up, Adam there? But we did have a great time, and it was fantastic. I was trying to find it. It's up on my Instagram and on my Twitter. But anyways, that's Nvidia. Only 4 minutes left. I think we'll do the elliptical today at the gym. A nice little swim.
What did you guys have yesterday?
Oh, yeah, what the hell's for lunch? Great call, Neil.
What'd you eat yesterday?
Thai basil beef. It was actually really good. Randy was here eating it on the afternoon show. That's how much he enjoyed it. But today, good call there, Neil. I'm glad you remembered that one. Yes. So today is basically much like the trading here today. We've got a chicken dinner winner. It's gochujang glazed chicken. So I believe it's a little hot there. I think it's Korean gochu. Gochu jang. Gochujang,
I remember that being
glazed chicken with noodles, Asian vegetables, and chef's choice salad. So yeah, if you're a fan of the Asian style food, you get back-to-back days. Thai food yesterday, and maybe a little Chinese, a Korean, something like that today. That's maybe not cooked in the barbecue, maybe cooked in a wok.
I'm down with that.
Yeah, I'm down with that. But again, on our plate will be salad. And yesterday we had a good little, like a couscous, like it was an orzo type dish there. It was really nice, a nice little topper to the lunch yesterday. So yeah, that's what's for lunch.
It was more exciting than lunch. I made myself a sandwich and had ramen for lunch yesterday while doing a few chores around the house.
Korean pepper, yeah, okay.
No, it was my wife got ramen for when the kids, my daughter and our neighbors went to see the Korean K-pop Demon Hunter.
K-pop.
And one of the ones she got, she didn't realize she got like a super spicy. She's like, well, no one's gonna eat that, so you have it. It was absolutely delicious. It was so good. It's so good. And I haven't had ramen in years.
Yes. We have ramen all the time.
Oh, you do? I haven't had it in forever, but it was delicious. We'll look forward
to Kinton Ramen on Bloor Street
today. Nice.
If anyone visits here, they can take me out to Ragin Ramen, which is right behind us there.
Nice.
Although Trader TV Live picked up the bill when we had Nimit here, so
it is true.
There we go, man. Shout out to Nimit. Thanks for visiting as well on that one.
And his young man's going to school. His son's going to school in England as well. We were just talking about it.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly. So shout out to everybody
in the UK
going to school.
He's probably going back to school.
You don't need to go to school to be a trader, but it does help, of course. And I think everybody should go to school. My son is finishing up his final year in Waterloo this year. And then he'll be back. He's doing something. Hopefully, I think he said the winter he'll be done. Yeah. So as he was building businesses and doing all this stuff, he was also doing classes on the side. So, and that was, so I'm really, really proud of that guy. Still costing me a shit ton of money, but shout out to all of my kids.
Apparently he's doing well for himself in other ways too.
He's doing very well for himself. He gets, that kid gets around, boy. I don't know what the hell's, I don't know who the hell raised this kid is what I was
Tupac
wondering.
Hanging around.
Right there. He doing things. He doing things like Big Joe style. Big Joe style.
Baxter, do you? That's all I got to say.
Yeah.
No shame whatsoever.
He's got confidence.
It's all good. With about 30 seconds to go, I'm staring down.
Adair made that up.
One thing, it's going to be Palantir. Palantir is trying.
It's the only way to have it, man.
It wants to go. It put in some higher lows. We're able to grab the bottom, but now you've got 1, 2, 3 times from VWAP where it's held trend. So if Palantir holds this trend all afternoon, whenever it breaks it, if it breaks it to the upside on a 3-minute, I'm going long into Palantir. We'll see what up with that. Oh, someone just said Intel's trying to go. I find that very hard to believe, but maybe it is.
Oh boy,
it is trying to go.
We're at the highest spot right now. The market is, because right now we're at the highest spot we've been at all day for myself here. As Nvidia's at the highs, and so goes Tesla. So again, great trading over there. We've already got it. Tesla 353 right now and ripping. higher. So we definitely like those trades. All right, thanks, man. It's glad to have Neil back. All right, good job today.
All right, let's get it.
Yeah, let's get it there. Let's get it there. I was just going to look. Before everyone left, I wanted to see where the draft was at, just to give people a chance. So after me, it looks like it went Travis Hunter. And then I wanted this guy. My brother just took him. Yeah, Ibuka.
Is this a super flex?
Yeah, you could do 2 QBs. I know Ward's not taking
Ward
yet.
isn't even taking.
But I have Darno as my 3. I have Allen,
You
Lawrence.
11 if he goes to 11. You can't.
I also have 9, but I'm going to see if I get Caleb there.
Yeah.
And then because now I have Harvey and Caleb.
Okay.
And then I'll wait for 11 because I have Darno, so I'm going to pair him with Milrow.
Yeah, you got to get Milrow.
This is why I did that with Barkley.
That's crazy.
To be able to do that. Yeah, I think the thing about quarterbacks is if you don't need one, there are going to be other areas that you need some help with.
But in the Superflex, people always need a quarterback.
People are saying that this is going to be with the Triple H, Hampton, Henderson, and Harvey right there. Pair them with Genty. They think that this is going to be the best class since 2017, where you had Kamara, Dalvin Cook, a few other guys. McCaffrey was there, but he was not in the top at the end of that year. And there was
that was Fournette. Fournette
that was the other guy. Those were the top 4.
Yeah, everyone took Fournette first.
Yeah,
there ended up being the worst.
There was 5 there that were all good. So, all right, let's go, man. It's 11:01. Again, thanks for joining us today. And thanks for all the likes. We got a great amount of likes there, 1.6K, so that means a lot to us. We're back at 2 o'clock, so join us then. And for now, it's the Midday Show. Ciao for now.
Go get him. Why not?
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And where are all the people at in the chat? We got Duran Gordon. Shout out to Disco. Who else, man? We got Showtime VB. Shout out to Buffalo Soldier and Ronaldo. What else? We got Dr. JD Voice. We got Ahmad. We got Mark Susi. We got Ket Copy Paste. Who else? Nobody. 2310. Slobodan 24 and Wake something or another. Shout out to May Reyes and JCO Igni. Man, these are hard names to say, baby. Derek Thompson. We got Christopher over here. Shout out to Glaze94 and Jimmy Oliver. It's Chuckaroo in the chat. Shout out to Safa, Mohammed, Rook, 78 and Alton, 1830. Have an awesome day, fellas. He's telling you boys. We got Bob the Dog and DAP 711. Who else? We got Kronz, 1 Put and Jag, 8322. Mike PD Rider. We got, who else, man? Agent of Chaos. Love the name, man. Awake something or another. Wake Kajawa. All right, we got Glaze94. One more, Joey.
One more.
Iggy Sosa.
Oh,
Love
I thought
the
you were
name.
going to say Iggy Azalea.
All right.
Shout out to Iggy.
There you go. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic Wednesday. Yes, it is hump day. And you know what? The market's been really, really strong today so far. Nvidia's starting to pull back in here. And you can see our positions on the board. But first, but not last, let's hop into what we were trading in Tesla. A bunch of break-even trades here. So you can see 1, 2, that was a small win. And then this one, we get more aggressive, small win. It was just chopping around, and we weren't having fun with that. So we just hopped out of there. Still forming these consistent lower highs. So just keep that in mind. Building this position into TQs, just like we did yesterday. We took attempt 1, got all out, pop, add, and then add a little bit more. Primary target going to be the volume-weighted average price, Sharif.
Okay, all right. A couple of trades right now, guys. Let's start with double D or triple D. Shut up, triple D, man.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Isn't that like a little, what is that what we call? Confluence?
Confluence.
Regarding our earlier conversation. Shout out to triple D, baby. It's up 19.5%, looking good here. Bull flag breakout. I perceive this to be bull flagging. And here's the breakout above 254. We got 7s on, waiting at 8s. We got 8s on now. On the level 2, posting at 9, posting at 60. Let's see what comes of this. We also got another trade on SKBL, south of $1, and trying to recover above the volume-weighted average price. This looks like a crazy double top. We got the initial 88 rejection, dropped all the way down to 55 pennies, but boom, goes the dynamite right back up to 91. Now we're somewhere in between. I'm long 74s and trying to scalp into the highs with a stop below current bar low. Current bar low is at 68 pennies, so I put my out at 6.7. Let's wet the beak here a little bit, see what we can get. Okay, we didn't get it because we didn't type in the right thing. Let's just go put 0.75 and we'll see if we can get that fill. So there's a whole bunch of small cap gapper-like names that are moving at the moment, so let's get right to them with the black chart. So first and foremost, Triple D, that's the one we're involved in. SKBL, bottom left of your screen. Those we've already discussed. There's some similar names. So SERV, obviously, Serve Robotics, not exactly a small cap gapper, but trading like one today. Awful lot of respect for the 10 EMA on the 5. I'll be basing my trades off that if I do weasel in. Also, Rich Tech Robotics, day 2 play. Remember this one yesterday started breaking?
Oh, no, it's going today again?
It is.
Man.
Are you not involved?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm like pretending like I'm involved.
Oh,
I'm not involved.
Yeah, no.
Because I thought you were excited, like you were watching this one for a hot minute.
I was talking to Jose this morning. I'm like, watch out for Rich Tech because it's on the daily. I don't know if you pulled up the daily yet, but multiple day breakout that we're experiencing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right,
look at
that technical breakout.
Yeah,
Joey, good call on that.
Yeah,
exactly.
Look at that. So a key break on that one. So yeah, continue. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not in it yet, Joe, but we'll definitely looking at it right now. A hold of VWAP. Looks like there's a buyer at 355. Stair stepping up back into that 373, 3 2/3 area. Obviously, the high of the day is double H's, 388. It's up 15.5%, as Joe mentioned. This is a continuation from yesterday because this thing was all sorts of strong into the afternoon yesterday. I want to say the bid really started catching, or the stock started catching a bid at around 12:30, and then we kind of closed out near the highs, and it ran as well into the aftermarket. In fact, making the high of the day in the aftermarket into that 330 area. So this is certainly on watch for me, but how we trade it really was going to depend on how it sets up. So the current trades we've got on, as I mentioned, SKBL. This one is trying to hold VWAP right now. We'll see how long I hold on to this. It's already breaking down into 73, but triple Ds. We'll leave this one active as well with this order here waiting at 248 for a possible pullback into the volume weighted average price. I see VWAP on my charts at 245. So that's all I'm really seeing right now. There's others. Criminal, I want to say, is got a bit of a bid. I mean, we're up 5 1/3. That's not exactly a glowing endorsement for Criminal. So if you do see any new small cap gappers that I don't have my eye on at the moment, I'd love to hear about them. I'm just scanning my scanner up top there, seeing if there's any new ones that have weaseled onto the scene, Joey. But it's kind of a light bunch today, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Adam. Good luck on those calls there, Dylan. I hope the best for you personally at the end of the day. It doesn't seem to be like those roles are reversed, but that's okay. I wish that those trades work out really, really well. Yeah, Adam, it's a tough look here, man. I'm keeping my eye on the mag, and the thing is, though, Meta is continuously selling, and then it's like, okay, what's going on with the TQs? And then we also experience a 50-cent pullback in Nvidia. Doesn't really correlate with what we're seeing in the TQs. And then also Google heading back towards the volume weighted average price, but yet the TQs are still holding up strong. So what is going on? Market breadth? Maybe, it sounds like it. Tesla heading towards some key resistance. That's not quite the high of the day, but a pivot level above the volume weighted average price. Put that in the notes. Are we in a bull market today? It seems to be the case. You can see throughout the pre-market session, we were selling. Shortly after the open, selling. But now, it's like, oh, okay, V-shaped recovery. And Sharif and I were talking earlier, our guy Tom Lee, he's like, essentially almost everything is. Because the amount of time that it takes for something to sell off, it's only about 1.5 times that to recover it. And then put in some new highs as well, too. So some good stuff. Microsoft coming back in. And the reason why I usually talk about the mag, especially when I'm involved in the TQs, because they're so heavily influenced. It's about 40% of the market cap. So at the end of the day, we have to focus on what they're doing, because if they decide to go on a parabolic move, you're not going to be able to short the Qs. And that's the case.
Crazy.
Tesla breaking out right now, and we're out of that trade, so that's unfortunate. But let's see if we can wait and hope and get to VWAP here. But it doesn't seem like it wants to right now. Holding up really, really strong. Base at 90, 70, and holding up well.
Man, the chat, you asked from the chat, they deliver, man. I asked for a couple of small cap gappers that I didn't have my eye on, and you guys came through, man. Yeah, a couple of good ones here to update you guys on. That was quick, too. KITT looking good here to the high side, up to $1.15. There's also ALLR. Let's start with ALLR. This is the first time I have a look at the chart. So this one was clearly running in the pre-market yesterday. Did it breach the pre-market high during the regular trading hours? The answer is yes. So this one got to 235. Very much an inside day today for ALLR, holding yesterday's lows, but well below yesterday's highs. I'm going to be looking for the 10 EMA here on ALLR. It seems to respect that. Anything below that, I'll look for that $1.50 psychological support as well as the volume weighted average price. It's up 11.89 on the verge of going 12. That's ALLR. KITT up 18.08%. Again, a light bunch today. This one's getting extended away from the, what's it called? The 10 EMA on the 5. It's the 10 EMA showing me 108 or 109. We got a high of 15, dropping down into 112 now. So KITT as well in play. It's just going to be where we get in, how we position ourselves. I'm looking here to see if this one keeps holding prior bar low. So you've got the basic prior bar low hold the entire day. Look at that. Even this consolidative area over here, the lows of these 4 candles, in fact, actually ended up holding 103. So you didn't even breach prior bar low. You haven't breached prior bar low since 10 a.m. when you got that volume spike there with about 450,000 shares per 5-minute candle. So that's what I'll be looking for. First prior bar low break. I'll look for a deeper retracement, possibly into the 10 EMA or the volume weighted average price. That's going to be my move here on KITT. ALLR, I'll keep an eye on that as well. But there you go. Triple frickin' D, taking out all my orders. I've got no orders left, so let's go ahead and post. The best beak wetter we got there was at 61s. Let's post at 62, and then we'll post at 63 as well. And I think, maybe we'll also post at 64.
Oh, I thought you were going to go 9s there. You got me, man. Dang it.
Nah. We got to get the 4s before we get the 9s, Joey. Obvious,
you got to get the 4s.
You guys in the chat are crazy. I love it. So that's what I'm looking at right now, man. Triple D doing its thing, 25, up 20.7%. But we're looking for more, especially with this one. Break even on this one now, SKLB. We got a bunch of beak wetters, but it is coming in to VWAP and or the 10 EMA, which the reason I say and or is because they're basically overlapping at the moment. So this is what I'll be looking for. But it probably behooves me to load up KITT if I want to execute on this, because you know how these ones don't spend a whole lot of time in any one area. I'm looking for a prior bar low hold. We're there right now. Prior bar had at 111 as the low. We are at 111 right now. Do we hold? I'm going to take an entry position at this level. Oh, come on. Give me 112s. Bro, I asked for 111s, man. I'm going to look for that 111 hold. If it breaks 111, I'm out. That's literally what I'll do. I'm going to give it 1 penny worth of risk, and that's my story. I'm sticking to it. Joey, show what you got, baby.
No way, Jose. What's going on, Jose Villa? You're like my one friend there in the chat is like, all right, yeah, you'll talk Pierce smack and like, hey man, what do you think about this? I haven't seen him in.
Yeah, there's a guy like that too. There's I think his name is Oscar or
there's another guy. There's another guy in there.
He's always chirping me, but he's actually nice.
Yeah, he's chirping.
Yeah.
It's all fun and games.
It's fun and games.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's see what we got going on, man. We got to hold on to this. I have the feeling that we're gonna have to Deontay Wilder this trade, and hopefully just to get into VWAP, because you can see that it doesn't look like it wants to break down. One thing to note that we have going for us is these consistent lower highs. So that is positive. Now, the objective is, can we break this key support level right now? Because we're continuously bouncing off it. Price starting to compress. It may go in one way. And if the mag wants to bounce, then watch out. You got to get out of that short. I know ADL's thinking the exact same thing as me. At least we're positioned relatively well, right? So our risk to reward is there, considering, excuse me, if you think it's at the high of the day, then okay, that's our one R loss there, and then you get the high of the day, and then you get a little bit south of VWAP. That's going to be the optimal dream. That's going to give us a 2-to-1 roughly, but it doesn't look like it wants to go, which is all right. We'll figure something else. Crypto has been pretty good throughout the session. I did take a little move on IBIT. It's unfortunate that we didn't take more advantage of that. IBIT, And I was just kind of frustrated with myself because I didn't take more size. And then sure enough, here it is, boom, a nice move, holding that, a nice indecision print right at the volume weighted average price. And then we get this move and I'm like, all right, double top around this neck of the woods, let's hop out. And then nope, it says AC Slater, we're going the other way there, Joe. Yeah, so it's unfortunate we didn't get to participate in that, but it's okay. We'll find something else to trade, and we're gonna head back to the TQs because, I mean, consistent lower highs. Do we add a little bit more? I think so, but first I want to break through some support level, and obviously I want to see the volume pick up as well too. So those are two key factors in which we need to add to this position, all right? So that's what I got going on, Shree.
All right, Joey, that makes sense, man. Shout out to Bovin bringing to my attention another one. I want to bring this to your attention, but I'm going to wait on it before executing. PNTM, Bovin telling me about platinum. No, it's not platinum. Pitanium Limited? Sure, whatever. PTNM is the ticker. It has got a $33 million market cap. Let's go to the 5. That is the 5 right there. Hold on. Oh, that's right. It's not showing me pre-market data because I took it off for Joey yesterday. So let's include that pre-market data right there. There we go. That makes a lot more sense. So what I was saying above in was I'm waiting for this stock to break through 169er. And the reason I say that is because that is a pre-market high. We printed that at 8:05 a.m. and it wasn't an institutional print. It was actually based on volume. So I have a rule. If you're just watching for the first time, I don't trade pre-market. I don't trade these small cap gappers if they're below the pre-market high, or they're below VWAP, which will always be the white line. Here we go, though. We're at 64s. The high of the day technically is 67s that we just printed. Remember, 69 is the level. But I've seen this story before where we get into that level and then we're going to drop back down aggressively because if I'm looking at it, there's much better traders that are also looking at this level as well. So here we go. We're getting some selling into the high. Makes absolute sense. This is a good one, Bub. It's 63%. Put some dang respect on this one's name. It's about which name we're going to take off the side chart over here. LWLG just lost its spot. Sorry, buddy. PTNM is going to take your spot there and eat your lunch. Ooh. And we're going to have to put that ticker on there so everybody can follow along, Joey Options. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now, guys. We're in 3 trades, but certainly interested in taking one here. Shout out to the OG Bovin, a.k.a. my other pair of eyes. All right, going back to KITT, one quick beak wetter there at 14s. It did get into 15 where I have my next profit taker. Alas, though, it did not cross on the ask, so we do not get printed. Let's take a quick look at our triple D trade. Looking good over here, but no new prints. No new prints. No new prints into 262. Looking for some new prints there. SKBL generally holding the 10 EMA on the 5 and trying to curl. That's the good news. What's the bad news on SKBL? Well, we're getting lower highs, generally lower highs. So that's what I'm looking for there. The seller who's been selling below this 80 penny area to get outdone by the buyers. It still hasn't happened. We'll see if it happens. So keeping an eye on all 3 of these as well as PNTM, guys.
Absolutely. All right, PSNY for the individual in the chat. He said he wants you to see this one, Shreve. Oh. Polestar.
I'm involved in that
Yeah,
one.
okay, he's involved in that one. Bang!
Bro, I'm 1,000 shares deep into this thing at 87 pennies.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, dinner on my guy. Let's go.
It's an $870 investment that I'm hoping to 10 bag.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's all you need, man. $1,000, 10 bagger. If my math, no, I'm not even gonna try to do that anyways, embarrass myself. But hey, that's what we got going on. What's up, Katina, man?
How's it going there, Katina, man? Pretty good. Yeah? How's that Nvidia trade? I saw you celebrating there, brother.
All right, just watch this. Just watch your.
Talking $4.
Just watch your step around here.
Yeah, I got it.
All right. You got a banana on your shirt.
You've told me to have a banana before.
Look, you got but you got it on your shirt, my
guy.
guy.
Leave him alone, bro. Stop bullying everybody.
I'm not
You're trying to bully Katina, man, bro.
That's my guy, man. He knows what's up, brother. I just let him know, because you know when you're walking down Yonge Street, anything can happen, right? And then, boom, next thing you know.
What are you trying to apply, Joey Options?
I'm nothing. I'm not implying anything. I'm not implying anything, but you know what I'm getting at the end of the day. So never do Math 5. Yeah, no, I've learned my lesson on that one because I'm obviously, clearly, as you guys can tell, not the best at it. But hey, it is what it is. That's what calculators are for. And remember, in high school, our teacher said you will never have a calculator in your pocket. So you have to learn how to do this stuff. I remember, so back in the day, I used to go to Kumon. I don't know if you remember what Kumon was.
Of course,
math English. Yeah, so I did that at a very, very young age. And if you wrote down any multiplication number times whatever, I could write it down. But now that
seriously,
anything.
You're that good at
I
that.
I am no longer.
All right.
And I'm talking. No, brother, I can't do it anymore.
12 times 12.
No, I'm not even gonna go.
You know
that far.
it's 144. Come on
anyway,
now.
I'm not doing that. That's anyway. What I'm getting at is if you wrote it down, I would boom, 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 and I would go through all the steps. But those days are long past. Yeah.
Adair LePage.
Oh, I didn't get that there.
Hear about CoreWeave, guys. Nice little bounce. They did attend Deutsche Bank's technology conference. They did a presentation at 11 a.m. I'm just seeing a little note here of the summary of these events. Apparently, they signed expansion contracts with their existing customers in the hyperscaler space. Over the last 8 weeks, they're seeing that as an indication of quote-unquote robust demand. So CoreWeave here, again, we got this little pop when these notes came out, a little bit after that 11 a.m. presentation at Deutsche Bank's technology conference. CRWV, again, this will be on watch as well, as discussed, this morning on the desk with Sharif and Brendan. CoreWeave will be on watch with Nvidia earnings tonight, too. Back to you.
Good luck. What was I going to touch on? Yeah. Oh, wow. IonQ absolutely going nuts here. Yeah, this thing is going crazy today. That's nice. Let's see where the rest of the RGTI, some of the other quantum names are up to. And this is what I'm going to talk about here momentarily. QUBT. See what that one's up to. Okay, that one's a little bit more choppy. But I'm looking at the Qs, guys. We might be in trouble on this short, big time. Microsoft looking like it wants to bull flag, and you can see it starting to form. So there it is, some pre-market levels, bull flag pattern off of this. And this market is such a pain. If I was
Joey.
If I was at home on my desk, it'd be like, dude,
throwing slippers?
Oh, it would be a hat throw on the ground. It would be everything. You ever see that one video of the tight coach? So these football kids are trying to run through, you know how they break through the picture? Yeah, and all the little kids, they run the wrong way, and they run into each other, running into this thing, and the coach is in the background and just slams the hat down.
Did you ever watch the movie Little Giants with Ed O'Neill, Al Bundy?
No.
It's like he finally got his football movie that he won.
Yeah.
So Little Giants, it's like the actual Pee Wee football league. There's the Cowboys that are run by Al Bundy in the movie, and they're like the best players in the town. I think they called it Urbania in the movie. And then there's the Little Giants that are all like the leftovers. I don't want to call anybody bad words. So they're all like non-football players. And so, when they're training, they're all like running into each other.
Yeah, it's not good.
Shout out to Little Giants.
But that's what I got going on. Again, risk is going to maintain the same here, just the high of the day. I mean, you may as well. If I'm willing to lose it, then just stick to the plan. You either get the breakout or you don't. So, and it's not looking like we're going to get that breakdown here today. We're going to be extremely patient. Microsoft heading back towards those highs. And if it decides to do that, then see you later to the short on the Qs. And no, I don't feel like I'm always counter trend. I think it's actually rather the opposite. I try to catch as many trends as possible, but much easier said than done.
All right, Joey. All right, so we're dipping down here into KIT, right into the volume weighted average price. So I don't know what to do with this one, whether to add into or to get back in because we got stopped out into this one. It's at VWAP. I'm going to get in because it's at a good technical area. If it loses 104, that's going to be my line in the sand. So let's just go ahead and put that in now. I was taking prints as well here nicely on SKLB, but this one is having real trouble breaking through 80. I think I'm just going to pack my patience. I have my stop where I want it. I've taken out the prints to de-risk a little bit over here, but let's just wait and see because SKBL, we got some nice prints on it, but it doesn't feel like it's going to be able to take out that local area high. I might be wrong. Let's give it a try. Okay, Triple D still doing its thing, and a nice bounce here off KIT. Let's take that print there, set up at 9s and 10s as well. Look to make some money back on this one, as we did give some back, obviously, with that dip down. So that's what we're going to do. Throwing out orders there, stops in place, ready to go. How's the other trade, Triple D, doing? Okay, no new prints, but holding near highs, not a bad look on that one. Let's load up PNTM as well. Sorry, where was my PNTM trade? Let me just organize myself here. Okay, so we're going to change from quadruple U from yesterday into PTNM, PTNM. Not on the MX, I believe it's on the NASDAQ. Yes, I'm right. So 167 high. We still haven't breached, though, Bovin, that 169 high from the pre-market. So I'm going to put an alert on my platform here for that 168 so that I'm made aware of it a little bit ahead of time. I'm still very interested on PTNM just because it's up nicely. Sorry, Assassino? Other than Mike, my bad, my mistake. So let's see what we get on this one. I'm just gonna pack my patience. Criminal as well, CRML. It's not up big, but it's a former convict. You guys know how this one is. It ran yesterday. It's been running for days. Very much an inside day today. It was putting a whole bunch of higher highs, and then here we go, boop, all the way down to 715. Lo and behold, that 715 level happens to be the volume weighted average price. We're catching a bit of a bid. So possible entry here on CRML. I'm not going to jump into it. I've got 3 positions on that I need to manage, and I'm keeping my eye on PTNM. So that should keep me plenty busy. Back to KITT, several prints out so far, but that 10 print still goes unprinted. We go up to 10s, we don't cross, we don't get the fill. Simple as that. So that's what we're focusing on, the 3 names and the 4th that I'm waiting to execute on Joey options.
Bang. All right, so that's why we added into this position right here, just because I'm feeling some type of way.
Why is Polestar up this much?
Yeah. So, Adara, was that you on the bang?
She doesn't have bang up there,
she don't have bang up there. Anyway, shout out to Rich Homie Kwan and RIP. Shout out to everyone, all the fans in Atlanta as well too. But yeah, there we go, guys. We add again to this position, looking for this breakdown. So we're going to be patient. If we can crack 90, 70, I think anything south of that, it'd be wrong for me not to start taking some profits out. So this bull flag coming into play, slightly starting to cool down now. Okay. I mean, running into NVDA's earnings report, I told you I grabbed a couple shares, nothing substantial whatsoever, just to see if we can get that pop. If it drops, then we're just going to lock it, and then that's it. We'll close that, because it's just more or less trying to play the volatility within there and whatever buying power I have left. So nice little bear flag on TXN. Yeah, I was listening to some stuff on TXN yesterday as well too. Just how they increase their investment in America. So good there on our guy, Commerce Secretary, Mr. Lutnick. He's killing it, man. I really like that guy after listening to what he's been up to and stuff. So Oklo, we'll take a look at OKLO. Is it okay though on the LO, on the lows? Yeah, on the low, this is looking really okay. So nice trade there, guys. Not too bad, slightly choppy price action, and it looks like there's some liquidity issues as well too, but that's irrelevant when you're continuously appreciating, right? So not too bad of a good look, or not too bad of a look right there. Now let's take a look at the chain, because I haven't even since we've opened, and today we got earnings report. And one thing I will add, considering that we haven't grown in substantial size on NVDA, I like our chances for a rip. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. Do I want to be? No. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. So before I mentioned this, we've seen a lot of open interest at specific strike prices where we can look at potential call walls, and that's not the case today. 85,000, 86,700 isn't anything substantial in my opinion, considering we've seen 100,000, 200,000, etc. So that's that. Even through 90, it's like that's level. So this might be small potatoes for Jensen and company come the report, and it just blows everything through the water, exceeds that expected move, and then it's an absolute party. So I'm going to be sticking around because we've got positions to manage on that one, but NVDA at the money IV 104%.
Joey, I got to let everybody know SKBL is breaking out. We got all the prints we wanted here. So here we go. We're coming into the high of the day. 91 pennies on the dot is that HOD. This is sub $1 name. Where did we go to? We just got to 89 and a third pennies. Yes, we have to count the third, the fifth, the half, the 3/4 when it's sub $1. So here we go. We're still zigging, zagging, doing our thing 25 with that 88 penny. Can't clear that 90. It's up 60%. I've got all the prints that I wanted. Now I'm going to wait for that dollar area because it's an entirely different trade in and around that dollar area. But I do expect a little bit of chop on our way there. Now, so what I'm trying to see here is whether a pattern of note is manifesting here on the chart, given all the zigs and the zags. So I feel like I'm onto something here. So there is definitely a seller in and around 90. Let's say 89 to 91. Okay, that 90-ish area. So that's a flat top. To me, every time we work up into that area, we're selling off. Great. Now, what's the other side of the equation? What do the lows tell me? Well, the lows are telling me higher lows. In fact, successively higher lows, not zigging and zagging. So you got this area trough over here, that rounded bottom into 56 pennies. Then you have a 72 penny hold, and then you have a 76 penny hold. So this could be a flat top break through the high. Doesn't mean it will be. It just means that it might be, right? We're trying to put the odds on our side. Nothing is for sure here. So keeping my eye on that. And going to pack my patience there. No beak wetters on this one. I'm going to let this one run. Let's have a look at our friend Triple D. Oh, baby. We got a 62 print there on Triple D. But it's a hard trade over here because we're really unable to kind of make any aggressive new highs. That 62 print does take us into new high, but you can see it dips down right back into 60, showing 59 as well on the bid. So certainly selling there. How's KITT doing? KITT. I've been trying to, pick some up off the area lows. A VWAP retracement all the way down into 106. What do we have? 107s. I've wet the beak here a few times, but that seller at 10. Geez Louise. A staunchy little bugger. So I don't know how to feel about this one, right? I've seen this situation before where we, bounced nicely off that volume weighted average price only to kind of put in lower highs and I get suckered into the trade. So I'm going to scalp up more here at disadvantageous levels. That's really all I can do. So that's the look there. I've got nothing else on, guys. I'm keeping my eye on Rich Tech Robotics. Rich Tech is actually dropping down below the volume weighted average price, so this one might lose its spot momentarily here on the side chart. But there is this STSS that I did bring to your attention earlier, and the reason that I took it off is because it lost VWAP, but now it's reclaimed that level. Even though it's reclaimed it, though, take a look at what's operative, right? We're still putting aggressively lower highs, even though we are putting higher lows. So we are doing what looks like to be a bull pennant. Now, whether this one ends up breaking out through the top and maybe, printing another bull pennant or bull flag, your guess is as good as mine. I'm not going to take that risk with a $16 price tag on the small cap gapper. So if you guys trade this one, let me know how it goes. Otherwise, I'm not interested at this price. Joey, I'm flattening out KITT as I just don't like what I see here. So we'll take the rest break even on that and scalp out a little bit more. What do you got, my man?
Absolutely. All right, guys, we're still sitting in this name. God. Like this is an absolute brick wall here at 90.67. Like for me personally, this is so frustrating because it's like, okay, why can't it just break through the lows? But then I look at Microsoft and it's running and some of the other bigger names. So we got to be really, really patient. It's going to be more of a grind, I think, in this in order for us to break. And then also you can just look at the volume. There's nothing really supporting the break either. And that's what I talked about when we're trading breakouts. You need that supporting, whether it's to the downside or to the top side, right? And in this case, doesn't seem to want to. So gonna have to pack our patience on that.
Bro, that's crazy, though.
What's that, brother?
This is crazy. How many times are we gonna have to see this headline, bro?
How many?
I don't know, man, but that's crazy, Joe.
Yeah, man, that's so messed up.
Yeah, there's been another school shooting, guys. Sorry to say, in Minneapolis. Adara.
Yeah, we're gonna take a moment here to talk about crypto. Let's take a look here at BTC, hanging out around that 112,000 level. Now, this is significant because this was that all-time high that we made in May of 25. We held it as support back in early August and back again last week. This week, though, a little bit of a support resistance issue. We're going to look at Ethereum as well because I'm just seeing here the inflows for Ethereum actually for yesterday, $455 million in daily net inflows. That is their fourth consecutive day of positive inflows, and it definitely dwarfs the inflows of Bitcoin in comparison. So yesterday, Ethereum with that $455 million in inflows, ETHA leading the way, but Bitcoin ETFs only saw $88.2 million in inflows. That's actually the second time in this week. So I guess the second of two times this week on Monday and Tuesday with Ethereum ETFs surpassing Bitcoin in net inflows. So interesting stuff there. Ethereum, as you can tell as well, a little bit stronger looking than BTC on the daily chart. Could this be, we did have Tom Lee, who of course is involved on the board of BMNR, or Bitmine Immersion, which has the Ethereum treasury. We know that Tom Lee has said Ethereum could eventually surpass Bitcoin. These inflows, which show that, I guess interest in Ethereum usurping that of Bitcoin, paints a pretty interesting picture with all that in context, guys. Let's see if Ethereum can break another new all-time high. Cracking that 5,000 would be a pretty good look. Back to you.
All right, get it. Thank you, Adair. Joey.
Get it, JB.
Looks like you're printing on that latest
well,
short.
I was. But see, everything just keeps getting bought right back up, and that's the difficulties in it. So if Microsoft continues to bleed here, and see, one thing that I'll note is that, okay, yeah, we didn't put in a new high, and now we're heading towards this support level. So if it cracks on Microsoft, I like our chances. But then it's like, okay, that's the toughest thing about trading the overall market. It's such a push and pull because you have Nvidia moving higher and then Microsoft moving lower, and it's just like, okay. And then you get the rotation. It's like, okay, a couple of them are selling, but then they rotate into a couple of the other big names. They start ripping. It brings the Qs up. And whoever's moving on a larger percentage metric is going to have more of an influence on the actual TQs as well, right? So just keep that in mind. Sometimes I'm just thinking in my head, like, should I sometimes just cut it out when we're kind of in this push and pull state in the overall market? And I think that's the case that we are in, considering that Microsoft. Let's take this thing to the daily, and that's what I'm talking about. You look at Tesla's at VWAP, Meta's hovering around the lows, Microsoft selling, but then what is dragging the Qs higher? And it has to be Apple, Google, etc., right? So let's pull this up and take a look at it from a daily standpoint. And there it is, boom. Oh, that's a weekly. Wow, it works. I'm surprised. So yeah, that was crazy. But yeah, exactly. So there it is. But also potential stopping price action right here. You can see a bunch of indecisions on Microsoft, and from that previous peak, that previous all-time high at the low, we were down 10%, right? So just keep that in mind. And there it is. You're getting the buy back up in the overall market. So it's unfortunate that that was the case. And I said earlier, if you get anything south of this support level, you got to take some off. But the volume started to pick up, and I'm like, okay, I like my chances for an additional leg lower. No, I'm looking at this now as a liquidity grab so that it can now punch through some of these prior resistance and continue its ascent to the top side there, Shreve.
All right, guys. Someone earlier asked, I forget who it was, asked me to look at DOMO, D-O-M-O. This is a name that I've had on my FinTech DeFi watch list going for years now. So it is one that I've been keeping my eye on for a while, and I think we're starting to get a nice technical breakout. We'll look more at this in detail on the daily when we get back from Madeira.
Paradigm setting this one as a long idea, saying that tech's old guard is making a comeback. IBM is at day's highs right now, even before we got that story coming out. So not a bad look here for IBM, as again, Paradigm says this one could be an idea for a long. Back to you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Adair. All right, here we go. I'm going to digress. SKBL, new high a day. Here comes 91. It's a 92 penny high a day now. So we did take out that previous area high. Do we have the continuity here, though, to get into that dollar? I still am holding a piece here of SKBL in anticipation of that dollar touch and drop, which is what I'm assuming will happen. But we're stair-stepping up. We're up into 92 pennies. We've got 74s on at the moment. I'm packing my patience here. SKBL could have the juice to let this one loose above the buck if you're into small cap gappers. Here we go, 92. Now it's a 93 area high. Okay, I see you, SKBL. We're going to get to DOMO in a second, but I just want to see if this one's going to get into that dollar or, it's just going to make me wait a little bit. It looks like it's going to be a waiting game on this one, which is fine. All right, so let's get back to DOMO. Obviously, you're coming from much higher highs, from those pandemic era highs. And, some of these stocks may never recover into the pandemic area highs. So here we go, Joey. We got to as high as, this is back August of 21, $96 and change, 98.35. We are at a high today of 17.75. So this is the weekly. First and foremost, you're above the 200 moving average now on the weekly. Let's go down to the daily. You cleared that 200 on the daily some time ago. In fact, it's well below the level here at 11.25. In addition to that, you took out area highs. I mean, look at these areas from back in January of 24, all going all the way back into July of 23. We are back into July of 23 levels. So this is a good recovery here on DOMO. Riding the wave kind of with DeFi and FinTech with Hood and SoFi and all these names breaking out. I like this. It looks like an upward channel and or a bull flag. This is the daily. It's up 9% today. Ride the trend, baby. Yeah. That's all I can say to that. DOMO, fantastic look here, Joey Options.
Good look there. And to the individual pointing out Rich Tech Robotics, really great call out. It's unfortunate that I'm late to this dance here now because that hammer candle right below the volume weighted average price, a really, really positive signal. And I would have liked to get involved involved in this name, considering the past 3 sessions have been absolutely phenomenal. So a nice breakout on the daily. And then also note this, guys. Look at how we go back to mid-August, the 22nd here, and just look at the volume throughout this. There's nothing there. You kind of it's a lot of algo trading, and then sure enough, boom, as you're breaking out, the volume really starts to kick in, and then you get some nice price action, a breakout day here, and then sure enough, we're continuing its trend. A beautiful print right at the volume-weighted average price, and 365 and change running. So yeah, that's what it is. I'm probably going to hop out of this TQs just to save the mental capital. It's irrelevant, right? It essentially be a break-even trade, and there it goes, right? So yeah, enough of that game. Enough of shorting this market right now. If it doesn't want to break down, I'm just going to hop out, take a small loss. It's essentially a break-even trade. But once I recognize this failed breakdown, I should have been out right away. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Anyway, so we're just going to be patient, wait for the next trade. Full disclosure, I am slightly frustrated right now, but that's okay. Woo-saw, 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 and then we just take deep breaths. So yeah, just can't get anything super rolling how we usually tend to. So I'm going to take a look at some of the top volume stocks on today's session to see what we got kicking up. And leading the way is Nvidia, of course, with $85.8 million. Walgreens Boots Alliance with that buyout as well too, and then Palantir with 35 million shares. Ooh, a nice signal right at the lows here. Let's pull this up for you guys so you can see what I'm talking about. Palantir continuously selling, but then a nice indecision print off of those lows. So that's not too bad of a look. Are you kidding me?
What happened? Bro, it's super choppy.
Brother,
don't get frustrated, bro. You cannot allow this to frustrate you,
Something just came into the market because it decided to tank. But I mean, what are the chances of that?
That's so
the minute after I'm like, yo, I'm getting out of this, and then it decides to put in an insane volatility
really
spike.
annoying.
So essentially what that is just pouring salt in the wound and then just looking in my face and laughing at the end of the day. But that's crazy. Nice volatility spike in the market.
Yeah, it's okay, Joey.
Yeah,
all good, brother.
It is what it is.
Guys, we're continuing to watch here. Triple D. It's taken out the levels. We got the beak wetter there at 64. We weren't posted at 65. We're now posted at 65 all the way up into 69. So Triple D continues to stair step up. Shout out to my man, Mike P. DeRider in the chat. It looks like he's involved in this bad boy as well. It's not a rocket ship or anything like that, guys, but it is putting up those patterns. And what I see, my observation for Triple D here on the 5-minute is ridiculous amounts of respect for the 10 EMA. I mean, Joey, we haven't had one single breach of the 10 EMA since 9:30 onward. It's been pulling back into it at times, and every time it does, it's been bought up. So yeah, 22% and going here on Triple D. We'll continue to keep an eye out on this one. I want to bring your attention ALLR. So this one had a fantastic day yesterday. It did dip quite aggressively. Let me just put that on the side chart. I don't think it's loading properly. Oh, it is. Bizarre. Okay, so that was a fake print there, so negate everything that I had to say about that, because it was showing me that it was halted, but it wasn't halted. Wow, Joseph,
yes, sir. I
missed that. There goes SKBL into 98. This is what we were waiting for there, 77%. Let's see if we can get into that dollar. 96 now. 97 showing up. Here we go. Coming back into that high. Nope, seller at 97. Back into 97. Can we see 98s momentarily? SKBL trying to weasel its way into that dollar area. I'm going to flatten out here, and then we'll look to get more in at the dollar area if and when it does get into that area. So SKBL, good look. And if you're interested in small cap gappers, you got one here knocking the door of 100%, about 80 some odd percent in the green territory. So good look for SKBL. Let's see if this one's got more juice to the high side here. I'm really intently watching this one at the dollar. It becomes a different trade here. And again, let me explain why. Obviously, you have a lot of different areas you can post at south of the dollar, right? Because you're 4 decimal places, so you can post at like 98 and a quarter, 98 and a half, 98 and a third, et cetera. You guys get it, right? So obviously a lot more thickly traded south of the dollar. In addition to that, there are certain algorithms, big money algorithms, that won't trade these small cap gappers if they're below that dollar. They'll get turned on automatically once and if the price ascends above the dollar. So it does become a I don't want to say a more liquid trade. Clearly, it's liquid. It's done 51 million shares, but you get a nice push, a tailwind here. Here is that 99 penny, Joey. Here we go. 99. Can we get to the dollar? The dollar is now the high of the day. So SKBL taking out highs. Let's see now if it can weasel its way into that dollar area and stay above the dollar, so we can trade this one all sorts of size at that dollar area, despite the fact that we had a lot of volume, a lot of buy volume into that dollar area. Looks like there was a hidden seller, an iceberg order at the dollar to be expected, though, on a name like this. We'll keep an eye on this one. 98 pennies right now, looking for that dollar.
Yeah, there it is, guys. So thanks for pointing that out. That's what everyone there in the chat is for, right? Just what a complete collective unit we are. Google, Adair, I don't know if you've seen anything on this, but look at this volume. Look at this candle starting to be printed. So we might have to get involved if this closes as a hammer. The thing is, the risk profile is relatively wide. So at the high, we got 208, and around the low, we have 206. So that's $2 exactly, almost to the penny on Google that you can see this print. So that's a massive volume and can explain a lot of what was going on in the overall market.
So the most recent thing I'm seeing on Google is from an hour ago. It's just a CNBC piece saying that even if they lose their search deals, they could actually fuel their AI growth. So again, I want to clarify that is also from more than an hour ago. So nothing new on Google, but that is, I guess, interesting. Just again, people opining on what might happen depending on the antitrust decision, which we're expecting, I believe, later this week, more likely early next week.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much.
All right, Joey Presley.
1 second.
All right.
I know you got something going on there. Someone asked in the chat, Mark Perezi. There it is. That's a hammer candle right there. So it kind of closes as a sludge hammer. That's what we're referring to. That's VPA 101. Beautiful isolated volume signature, and that hammer breaks the top end. We might get long on that one.
All right, Bovin scores again. Bovin scores a lot around here, man. Let me tell you, TRVI, Bovin, you did it again. Bovin, you did it again. Oh, this is fantastic, Bovin. What the hell is this? I see you kill me, brother. Trevi Therapeutics. Bovin, this is not technically a small cap gapper as a result of this 12% price spike, because now we're hovering around a billy market cap. Let me throw this in because it's not updating the price for me. Here we go. So it's an 836 high a day. Why is the candle not reflecting the high of the day? All right, here we go. We're back down into 8 1/3. This is good, Bovin. I don't have a reason why this is moving up. In fact, I don't even have a news headline on this today. They're all from yesterday. Let me look at the daily. This is the daily on TRVI. It's been a good looking stock, man, lately. So it doesn't seem like it's around just for a good time like most of these ones are. So Bovin, I'm going to keep this on my side chart. There's a new high day, 856 now. This one keeps going. All right, so now it probably behooves us to take a look at the level 2 on this to see what is up with the spread, because it's moving quite aggressively. So it's not a bad spread, Joey Options. 2 pennies, 1 penny right now. It's a decent spread into the high, 14.5%. Do we get that continuity above the $0.50? There's a lot of zig and zag. We're far away removed from VWAP and the 10 EMA. The 10 EMA is at 788. VWAP's at 795. We're printing 850s over here. So, yeah, there is room for this to pull back, but it could keep going. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one for certain. It's about who's going to lose their spot on the side chart here, man. Criminal, you're out. TRVI has replaced you. You have been removed. So let's throw in that ticker TRVI so everybody can follow along.
No, right away, eh?
Right, straight to jail. Straight to jail.
Yeah, right away.
No, sometimes you got to be a bit more patient, Joe Abishers. All right, huge seller here, Assassino, at 860. There is 2,200 lots from what I could just see at 60. Okay, that was posted. I didn't see what gateway. You guys can rewind YouTube and actually look to see what gateway was posted at, but there was about 2,200, if not more, lots at 860. Look at that aggressive drop off 860 down to 8 1/3 now. Let's pack our patience with this one. I needed to settle down, man. I don't like punching in at these highs. I feel like I'm flying blind here. Like this could mean revert on me at any moment. That that does worry me. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one, Joey. Let's see if it sets up a little bit better.
Absolutely. Yeah, Gore, man. I told you, brother. Let's go. Nice work there. That's what I was saying. It looked like it was going to break. It just kept holding those levels. And then sure enough, you're getting that pop now, and it's helping drag the market up, no questioning that. But then also we have the likes of Google. So I'm glad that you're involved in this. I could probably tell you where Gore's starting to get involved. So we'll pull that up. But Google's starting to hold these levels relatively well. And I think that we can continue to climb. There has to be some form of news that we don't know just yet, because this amount of volume.
Let me look, Joey.
Yeah, and then that candle, there has to be something going on. I won't be convinced otherwise. But again, I could be totally wrong. Let's go, Ishcoin.
Is this new? Adara, did you see this headline? Google might lose its $26 billion.
Yeah. She mentioned that one. Yeah.
It's an hour old. Yeah, it is. I got it 11. Okay, let's see when I first got it. I have no idea when.
It's 11:40 is when that spike.
I got it 10:25, so she's absolutely right. I got it 10:25. It's 11:50 right now, so this is a little old, Joey.
Yeah, for sure. So there it is, bull flag on TQs, right? So bang, you just got to get out of that. My hunch was right, even though we did get that volatility spike to the downside. This is pure liquidity grab. If you want to talk about pure of anything, that's what I believe this is, through some key support levels. You grab every individual who's are long, I guess, from that, or short, having their stop there, and then boom, long, see you later, we're going to climb. So that was a really nice bull flag on the TQs. Microsoft continuing to climb higher. So I'm going to go over the mag. We're involved in Bitcoin. I'll pull up that chart here, and you can see that I'm getting really, really aggressive. So when I feel that type of way, I just continuously add into this position. I do like the hammer right at the volume weighted average price. So hopefully we can get this one rocking and rolling, because we like Elvis. What a shame, man. What a talent he was. How old was he when he died?
Are you talking about Elvis?
Yeah.
Is that?
No, I don't think that was. I don't think so. Right? No.
I don't know, brother, but I think he remember people said he didn't die when he actually did die, and then people kept seeing him in different areas.
Oh yeah.
You never ended up watching those documentaries with your parents that Elvis is still alive?
Yeah, I mean they say the same thing about Tupac. Like people are still seeing like Tupac around places and stuff like that, which is obviously not necessarily true. Remember when they were doing the hologram concerts?
Yeah, people got emotional. People were crying. Because they thought the hologram was him.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's not him.
It's not him.
Just,
you can
see put your hand through it. Right? No, I don't mean to make fun of anybody, but for real though.
42.
Elvis had he's obviously had substance abuse issues.
Yeah, but that's like part of that era, which is crazy. Yeah, all the smack that everyone.
Wild. The 70s were wild, bro. Just ask for James.
Yeah.
He'll tell you all sorts of stories.
That's
no, he's not around no more. May he rest in peace. Shout out to Rick James.
Oh.
Neil didn't want to wear it. I brought it for Neil, and he's like, "Look, man, that ain't my brand, baby." I'm like, "All right, keep it over here." No worries. All right, here's the deal, Joey. We're still watching here TRVI because I'm really interested now with this one coming a little closer to that VWAP area. So VWAP now on TRVI at 817, 818. We're pulling into that 8.25, so a lot more. I don't know. This looks like a little bit better, to be quite honest. We're gonna pause for a second and send you to Adara for breaking news.
Keep an eye here on this NTR and MOS. That would be Nutrien and Mosaic Co. So I'm seeing some news here, some headlines floating around. Apparently, a GOP senator is seeking to include phosphate as a critical mineral. We know critical minerals have been on watch. I checked MP on USAR on this. They didn't really move, but MOS and NTR on watch, notably MOS here, as again, we're seeing reports that a GOP senator is looking to include phosphate as a critical mineral. Back to you.
All right. Alrighty.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. But we'll do it again, right? Because why not? Because shout out to Why Not in the chat. You just got to live that way sometimes. You just go out and do things. So, yeah, I mean, these aren't like the most massive ads. I'm just trying to build this position around the volume weighted average price. But regardless, right, we're just trying to add into something. And hopefully we can get this trend rocking and rolling so that we can head towards the high of the day. And if we get 64s, that's beautiful. But I don't want to be too optimistic right now. We obviously need the thesis to start working and crack through some key support level or resistance levels. We have those consistent lower highs, which is something that we have to be slightly alarmed about. But I do like our chances just because of these specific signals right at VWAP. We have multiple of them, so a nice indecision. And then also we had a nice strong initial drive here throughout the early morning of the session. So positive in the crypto space. Ethereum not looking too bad either. Continue to climb, baby. Just grind higher. Just continue grind. I'm not going to say that because I don't want that. No, I was going to say the other one. Grind on me. Yeah,
it's pretty Ricky, right?
Ricky, yeah, exactly.
Oh, man.
So shout out to all those. But shout out to Pharrell for grinding.
Yeah, man, there's too many.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff there. But in all seriousness, guys, let's see if we can cook this up. We break this level right here. We're going to be pretty good. 63,
the rider's like, good Lord.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
Yeah,
I know
sorry,
you got to deal with us singing. I know we don't bust out the vocals like some other people, but we do what we can.
Yeah, we try.
All right, I want to cover Polestar because you guys keep tagging me about Polestar. I'm not going to trade Polestar because it's not a small cap gapper. It's a $3.25 billion market cap, but I'm invested in the name and I'm very interested to know why the hell it's up 27% today. And I know it's reporting, so let's just get right to it. We're gonna talk about what we're expecting, for the report. I don't know how I feel about this, especially when something runs up strong into earnings. Sometimes it's to sell the news event, and I'm not gonna sell it, okay? I'm just going to hold on to it. To me, it's a buyout candidate. It's owned by Geely, which owns Volvo. Volvo owns Polestar. It's a whole thing, okay? So anyway, PSNY is expected to show a rise in quarterly revenue when it reports on August 29th. So we got a couple of days for the period ending June 30th of 25. The company is expected to report an 11.9% increase in revenue to $641 million, up from $572 and 2/3 a year ago, according to estimates. The mean analyst estimate for Polestar Holdings is a loss of 14 pennies per share. So they're by no means profitable, and they probably won't be. Very few electric vehicle companies are profitable, as we know. Tesla, one of the only ones. The current average analyst rating on the shares is sell, and the breakdown of recommendations is no strong buy or buy with 3 holds and 3 sell or strong sell. No strong sells either. The mean earnings estimate of analysts was unchanged in the last 3 months. Wall Street's median 12-month price target for Polestar is $1.50. About 26% above its last closing price of $111. Obviously, it is at $142 right now, so $150 a lot closer. So I don't know why Polestar is getting bought up, whether it's insider buying or whether it's options market. Maybe we'll get Joey when he's not busy to have a look at the options and then possibly give us a take of what the market is theorizing there. But I have no idea why Polestar is running up, but they do report in a couple of days. And if you're interested in the name, it probably behooves you to listen to the call. I know I will. They do have weird earnings releases as well. I'm pretty sure they're pre-market, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to double check that though. So that's it. That's all I've got right now. I'm still holding. I know the position board went out, but I'm still holding Triple D. I should be adding here because it's a pullback into the 10 EMA, but yeah, I should be adding here, Joey. So I think I'm gonna
do it.
Should I?
Yeah, why not?
I'm already up on it, right?
I've been adding like a madman over here.
Boy.
I got another ad over here.
I'm going to add because it's in the 10 EMA.
Yeah, all right.
That's it. All right, let's post up at 63, see if we can get something in and around that level. I'm still really interested in trading TRVI, guys. Where the hell is it? There we go. So now the current 5-minute candle is above prior bar low. The prior bar, so I'm talking about this candle right here, actually held VWAP to the T right at 818, 816, something like that. So we're not making new highs, but we also got higher lows on this current 5-minute candle holding at 8.25. So I'm still interested on this name, but I need to see a bit more whether or not this candle closes above or below the prior area low. That's going to be of real interest to me here. I also want to bring your attention to KITT. I was involved in this one earlier on. I got out as it wasn't holding the 10 EMA, but it did find support at the volume weighted average price. And look at it make area highs again, right into 112, showing 110 right now, up 15% and change. So another possible one here. And then the one Bovin brought to me earlier that I refuse to trade because it's still below the pre-market high. Look at this, Bovin. A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candle hold up at the volume weighted average price, and finally we make a nice little new high there. So PNTM really trying to hold above the prior area lows, and that's what you're getting. Area low, area low, area low. They're all higher lows. So I don't mind this stock at all, but I will insist on sticking to my rules, and I will not trade it until it takes out that 169er. So that's my look on these small cap gappers. Got a few more minutes, then we're going to send you to Dara for happening now. Then Neil's going to drop his lesson of the day. Keep your eye out on that, guys. And we'll be keeping our eye out here on the small cap gappers, Joey.
Absolutely. You guys, you know what time it is. What time is it, Sharif?
It is 11:58.
No, it's time to look at the top performing sectors.
Oh, maybe you can look at Polestar's options first.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You want me to do that? Yeah, we'll do that. Never mind. We don't
you're
care
leaving
about
me in suspense here.
Yeah, we don't care about the top performing
I was hoping
sectors.
you could give us a good look there,
Absolutely. What is the ticker again on this?
PSNY.
PSNY. Public service announcement.
Yeah, just bring that bad boy in there, bro. Just bring it in, man.
Let's see what we got. Yeah, we'll
don't bring that one in there.
Yeah, we'll bring it in there. Yeah. We got to hide that top part there. All right, guys. Nothing substantial. Okay, so we do have a little bit of open interest, but you can see that we don't have very many strikes. So we go from half a dollar all the way up to $4, and then we do have this. But one thing to note, and I love what you guys displayed to me the other day. I forget what the ticker was, but it was like 6 months out or something along those lines. That the specific strike price had an insane amount of volume. So I'm not seeing anything substantial. The $1.50 not looking too bad. 2,444 contracts at that specific level, Sharif. So that could be an attractive price for Polestar.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Why are there so few different strike prices? Is that by design?
Yeah, it must be. I don't know why, right? So it's only bringing you so far. So you can take a look at what they're actually worth here in the deltas.
Right.
So they're not really worth anything, and then as you continuously climb higher, they're obviously going to be worth less, and you can't have them too cheap up there. So that's worth $10. Dude. So like this contract is worth $10, right? So an expiration of October 17th, that $4 strike is worth $10, and that's the max that you can lose on it.
That's
$10.
Crazy.
$10.
What can you make though on that?
Infinite, as high as it wants to climb. We'll take a look at the profile right now for you, my brother.
Yeah, that's not going to happen though.
Yeah, so it's infinite.
Like
it's essentially it's essentially infinite. So as long as as price continues to appreciate, you have no loss cap essentially at the end of the day.
I mean, very interesting. Maybe that's why it's moving up.
Sorry,
for exactly that reason.
Yeah,
maybe it's the options market that's pushing it up.
Usually that's how it works sometimes, brother. It's just the options market heavily influences what we got going on.
Okay. Options market, I definitely need to be more into this. Anyway, it's happening now with Adara, then Neil's lesson of the day.
NASDAQ at a really interesting place here, very strong, continuing to push to the upside. Let's see if we can break above that resistance and get to our highest level since that Friday breakout on Jackson Hole. Now, we all know the biggest event of the week is beyond this economic data we're getting later this week. That's right, it's Nvidia earnings. Here is an infographic you can find on X at TTV Research, and I will be reposting these heading up to the report. But anyways, you can see here, 2024 is really a breakout, to put it in chart terms, for Nvidia's revenue. Let's see what we get here at the next quarter, because as you can see, this company just continues to escalate their annual revenue. We're expecting quarterly revenue around $46 billion, I believe. MongoDB, speaking of earnings, actually already reported, and they've had a really strong showing. They're at their day's highs, up 35%, beating on EPS and sales and guiding better than expected for both the quarter and the fiscal year. Now, CoreWeave on watch, not an earnings play, the one that might be on watch with tonight's earnings play, Nvidia. They did just have a presentation at the Deutsche Bank Technology Conference about an hour ago, where they said they're continuing to expand their contracts with hyperscalers, especially over the last 8 weeks. They expect continued growth. Let's see if that's how things end up shaping up. And we could get a little bit of a sense of demand from the Nvidia earnings report. In the meantime, though, Cantor Fitzgerald also initiated coverage with a overweight rating for CRWV. Now, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, make sure to listen up, because Neil's going to be delivering his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you, Adara. It's going to be twofold today because I want to work Google into this somehow. But the first thing I want to talk about is, it's not an earnings trap, but it's similar to one. And BTAI did something today that maybe would have been on my radar more if I had traded yesterday or been in, but it's just an excuse. But this is a setup that we always talk about liking in another direction. That's when you have a liquidity grab to the downside, right? Like a liquidity grab in a stock, trap some shorts, and then the stock blows it out the next day. In this particular case, BTAI showed you a huge move up on some positive news for a trial in the afternoon, right in the aftermarket. It was up significantly, over 20%. But when you sit down, unless you're like a really, really early riser and you were kind of holding the gap here in the morning, when you sit down and all of a sudden this starts trading again after an update, it's failing underneath support. You have to keep in mind with these types of stocks, and I will get to Google, these are big time high flyers. 10, 20% is absolutely nothing on it. Because when you look at the history, like this is one from $1.30 to $8 in just a couple of weeks. So you know it has potential to move much more than that. And when you look at the higher time frame here, the higher time frame is topping tail wicks with lower highs at $7. So it's showing you resistance up here on the higher time frame. Then it short-term grabs some longs here, and it before even 8 o'clock, it's already failing underneath those highs. Let alone at 8 o'clock, it does it again. And then by the time you get to the open, it's already retesting those lows. And it's so hard to look at something that's pretty much given up the entire move and like it for a continuation. But when you put it all together, the highs on the daily, giving you the idea that the range could be easily bigger than the 10 or 20% that it's moved, the fade on these lower highs and topping tail candles, the trapped long in the aftermarket, when you start to add those all together, that's where you get your continuation from. And what happens here? It ends up with a standard short setup, very standard short setup, which is simple. At 9:30, it tries to break first resistance, fails, and then trends down literally for the rest of the day. I mean, that is a textbook short trade on BTAI, all set up by a lot of things that you would have seen well before the market even opened up. You can be looking for that because it's showing you that setup. Now, the other thing I want to jump to is something that Obi, first of all, before I talk about the fact that Obi and I have been discussing this on Alphabet and all these flash crashes, that DMX question, Obi got it instantly. Absolutely instantly. It was like, I messaged him, I go, what did DMX want you to do after stop and drop? And he instantly shut him down, open up shop. So he got that no problem. Obi knows his hip hop at least. But the thing is we've been mentioning is, I can't remember a time when a stock, a big company like this, Alphabet, has had so many not open, intraday mini flash crashes. Intraday. Like it's doing this in the middle of the day with absolutely no news. And the algos are destroying it. I almost don't wonder, like, do you not just put up a chart of this in the middle of the day every single day to look for one of these? Because on a 5-second chart, you realize how slim your chances are of getting this unless you're already looking at the stock. Like this is the first candle. You've got 15 seconds essentially, and then you're breaking it out on the fourth 5-second candle. That's how quickly this is getting bought up when it flash crashes. And it is very clean on this 5-second to be able to look for a long here, 206.85 or so as it's breaking back up. Like you get down, down, down. It then closes with a couple of bottoming tails. And then once it's breaking out here, you probably have a matter of seconds after that first 15 to be able to get it. But unless you're watching for this on Alphabet, you can set an up alert. The amount of time it takes you to pull it up, hopefully you're fast enough within the 10 to 15 seconds that you can get this type of a trade. But when you see this over and over again, and every single time it has been bought up, not a couple of times or 2 out of 3, no, every time that Alphabet has had a flash crash in the middle of the day, randomly on no news, it has been bought up instantly. So you have a plan of action of what you want to do. The question becomes, are you ready for it? Like, do you have an alert set for it? So you can get over there in the first few seconds, find a long entry, and then grip it and rip it. Because all you're looking for is a mean reversion on a play like this. It's a mini flash crash. They happen so much more than they used to back when you didn't have all the algos making the markets, and it was a little bit more organized. But at the same time, it's happening. And again, if you hear news, the best thing about it is instantly you would have heard Google's dropping and we have no news for it. So you couple that with that quick action of pullback, bounce every single time in the last month. It's done it at least 4 times, and every single time it's bounced. If it happens a 5th time and there's no news, I just think you look for that very, very fast long in Alphabet. But just understand, if you don't get it, it was under 207. Like on the 3-minute, you don't even see it. It was under 207 that you have to get that long to be able to catch that quick little bit of a buck. Because all that's happening is they're just dropping the bid into some decent selling, but it's getting bought so quickly that it's mostly offers just saying, oh my goodness, what's going on here? We're not chasing it down anymore. They're lifting the offer, and it's like very little buying going back through. Like, look at the volume candle, look at the sell volume candle, look at the buy volume candle. Yeah, it's big, but it's nothing compared to that sell candle, not even anything. So you've got to make sure that you're in on the big volume that's happening right away. You can only do that by setting alert. It's not going to happen forever on Alphabet, but if it happens again, you do want to be prepared. And if you see it on other stocks, just understand, there is an actual value to 3-second charts and 5-second charts, especially in those little mini flash crashes. If you have them available, they can be very useful in terms of finding entries. I found them useful when training some of those day one IPOs as well. So good luck, everybody. Shout out to Obi for knowing about the legend DMX. I mean, come on. Where my dog's at? Go get him.
I don't know. You got to ask them.
Crazy.
Yeah, I could just be like, man.
This guy's
like,
crunching his head. He's ready to go. Elevator issues with Joey will get him mad. All right. Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and just all around awesome as always. Neil Roberts every day around that noon hour, Neil's lesson of the day, or as we call it around here, Neilage. All right. Here's the deal. A couple of things didn't happen when while you guys were gone. We're still waiting, on TRVI. This is looking like a better and better trade, Bovin, because when we get a midday breakout like this, I'm always concerned, I'm sure as you guys are as well, that we're going to get an upside down V-shaped retracement. We go all the way up to 860, and then you come back down from the depths of hell from which you came, 750. That didn't happen here, Bovin. We're still holding well above the 10, well above VWAP, and we're looking like we're bull flagging. I'm talking about TRVI. It's not up much, 13.33% relative to some other small cap gappers, but you got the volume to support it initially. You did have about 500,000 shares here, about 1.4 million shares traded in this 5-minute candle, and then the volume is dropping about 700, 300, 200, and now it's basically with this candle just open, we've only got 4,000 shares on that one. So it's not a bad look, Bovin. It's spready a little bit. And for whoever else wants to trade it, TRVI is what I'm talking about. So I'll keep my eye out on that. I did add before you guys left for happening now, Neil's lesson of the day, into Triple D at the 10 EMA. And it's generally been holding on to it, but we're still putting in lower highs. Holding that 10 EMA, great, but we're not making any newer highs. That doesn't help me much there. Now, the other one, SKBL, we were talking about this one, ton. And this one broke the dollar. In fact, it got about 107. But zig and zag it goes. Down below $1 it goes into 96, 95 pennies. Alas, it's still above the 10 EMA, and a very interesting to me here. So the 10 EMA is initially where I'd be looking, around 93 to 95 pennies. If it doesn't hold that level, I'm not right away looking at VWAP at 83 to 84 pennies. I'm initially looking at this high 80s, low 90s. And the reason I say that is because look at that double top that we put in initially in the high 80s, low 90s. I'd like for that area of previous resistance to get tested, possibly as support this time around. So initial area I'm looking here on SKBL to summarize that 10 EMA. If the 10 EMA doesn't hold, I'm interested in that double top area at high 80s to low 90s. That doesn't hold. Well then, we'll likely get stopped out, but we'll be looking at VWAP possibly at that low 80s, mid 80s area where it currently is hanging out, Joey. So that's all I've got at the moment. What do you got?
Yeah, same thing here, guys. I want to have a conversation with this individual who's continuously selling at 63s.
Oh.
Yeah, I really want to have a talk with them just because at the end of the day, it's just not breaking. And then it's the same thing on what I'm thinking with the Qs is, do I just get out, take a small win, and just stop with the mental capital expenditure? And I think I'm going to lean towards that. Yeah. I mean, I had a good sleep too. My stomach's full, but just slightly. Yeah. You didn't have a good sleep. Yeah. I had a pretty good sleep, but there it is. I just hopped out of there. Small win on IBIT. We'll continuously hammer this at the end. $10 super chat from our guy Zion Lala, Dat Boy Neil. He's sharp as a blade. In the world of trading, he's perfectly made. Charts and candles, he reads with flair. Drop golden wisdom, that's rare to share. Bang.
Zion freaking Lala striking again with the rhyme.
With the...
he rips and he rhymes and he rhymes and he rips. That's how Xylon spits, baby.
Oh, whoa, hey.
You know where that's from?
No.
Come on, man. Yeah, Neil, he doesn't like Chappelle's show, Neil.
Come on, brother. I like Chappelle's show. I just don't remember everything.
That one. Yeah. So remember the Diddy? The Diddy one?
Yeah.
Where like Chappelle's pretending to be Diddy?
Yeah.
Yeah, so then one of the guys, what was the show called, Neil? Make the Band or something like that? Making the Band, thank you. So that was the name of the show. So they had this rapper on their Dylon who thought everybody was crap except him.
Yeah,
he's like, who are the top 5 rappers of all time? Dylon. You know exactly.
Dylon.
There you go.
Yeah, I know that one.
Cambodian, that's all I can say about that. Cambodian. I'm not going to say anything else. Other than Cambodia.
The best one is the Real World, when he does the Real World, and they just have that one guy in there, and he's like, you sit down when you pee around me. It's absolutely hilarious, which is mad jokes.
That's good, bro. That's
and then
good,
they do something to him, they just like steal everything from the poor guy. Yeah. That stuff is jokes.
Neil's cracking up, bro. That's good, Joey.
What was that guy's name? It was hilarious. I forget that guy's name.
I don't remember, but I know what you're talking about.
It was funny, yeah. That was it was crazy. It was mad joke, just a way to kind of demasculine the individual. But
clearly.
There it is, right? We got out of that one. It got a clean flush. So sometimes those things work for us. I do like this Palantir lows as well. To shout out to Sadiq, he's like, when would you start building? I think now would be not a horrible time. I mean, the risk profile's there. 156.58 roughly. You want to give it a couple pennies. Obviously, you just don't want to go too tight unless you believe you have that much confidence within that setup. So a little bit below that, but nice hammer candles. Considering the rest of the market has been ripping and Palantir's been doing the opposite, don't look for too much relative strength because it's displaying that it's weak here. So, yeah, that's all I got there, bro.
Is this guy delusional?
What do you say?
All right.
Oh, yeah. That's what it's from. Oh, I thought you were talking about...
Okay. Undo. All right.
Well, I didn't see what he said anyways.
Well, all right, whatever. Here's the deal. Holding...
that's not what it's from. Delete that guy. See you later, buddy. But the other guy who said Katie...
Oh, no.
We can't say that stuff, but that's essentially what it is. We'll just remove that, but you can stay.
I'm seeing John Del Segno asking here. Let's just look at what John's talking about. He's talking about LUMN. Let's have a look at Lumen for the OG, John Del Segno. Let's have a look at that. Oh, this is a good look, John. Right away, straight to jail. Good jail, that is. 504 high. Look at that. Absolute respect for the 10 EMA. It pulls back into the volume weighted average price. You get a hold off VWAP and up we go again. What's LUMN up on the day? Let's have a look here. I'm not sure. It's not updating unless I put it into the watch list. 7%, a little bit less, 693. Not bad at all, John. This is not a small cap gapper. Full disclosure, obviously, it's a $5 billion+ market cap. But if this comes into the 10 EMA, I'm a buyer. We'll scalp on it a little bit. We'll see what we can get on this one. And you don't have too much notional, right? 69 the low, 504 the high. So you don't have to risk that much between these technical areas. I'm talking about that 10 EMA variance between the 10 EMA and VWAP, right? Because if you're going to get in at one, you just can't, get out willy-nilly at a random area. There's got to be another technical area that you get out at. And so I do like it when it sets up in this way. So LUMN has just worked its way onto the side chart. We're going to take off BMR Bovin because that was an upside-down retracement. Upside-down V retracement right down to the lows. I didn't mention that to you guys, but Bovin was telling me about that while Neil was doing his lesson of the day. Before we go to Dara, so we did add into Triple D. We've wet the beak here a couple of times, but I should let you know that there's a staunchy seller at 65. We can't seem to shake him, despite the fact that we've been up into 65, but we can't cross. So keep your eye out on Triple D if you're trading this with me. I'm looking for that test of the high of the day. Guess what? That high of the day is 65, which makes sense why we're selling there. Go ahead, Adair.
Yeah, I have a couple smaller cap names for you potentially here, Sharif. Both of these have sub $1 billion market caps, RCAT and UMAC. They are moving after we had a article released here by the Department of Defense saying that the Army is apparently producing the second tranche of short-range reconnaissance drones. So the second tranche of reconnaissance drones coming out here, I guess, are being produced by the Army as announced by the DoD, UMAC, and RCAT moving. UMAC has a market cap of around $320 million. RCAT just shy of $900 million market cap. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Adair. Yeah. All right, guys. Exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple levered ETFs, offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P and the TSX 60. Semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries even better. They're offering a special free rebate, dropping management fees to 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more. And yeah, sure enough, there it goes, right? That's just how the name of the game works. So yeah, that's slightly frustrating, but that's okay. We'll just continue. We'll let it ride. It's gone now. We're out of the position. So it's as my good friend Obi would like to say, where is the next trade? What is the next trade? Ethereum really choppy, but it's forming a pretty good channel. That's the thing, right? That's my weakness, is just sitting through chop. I just don't have the ability to do so, or the patience, which isn't very good because patience is extremely key in this game. So yeah, even though we had the right thesis, just all this ups and downs in the lower time frames when you're just micromanaging something, at that point it's like zoom out, head to the 3-minute, be a little bit more patient, because at the end of the day, there's only a couple of them, and then sure enough, we're starting to break through some key resistance levels there on IBIT, Sharif.
Sounds good, Joey. All right, guys, I'm in SKBL here, as I mentioned. If this came in to that high 90s, low 90s, high 80s, I'd punch back in. I didn't have a resting order, but I did see it on the side chart. So I'm long 91s. It's actually better than that. I have 90.5, but you won't see that on the position board. We're working in to about 94 right now. There's a seller here at 94. I'm posted at 95s and 97s. We're above 94. Can we weasel on up and cross 95, because we're going to need to cross it to get printed? Zigging and zagging, a little above 94, a little bit below. We'll pack our patience and see if we can get that print. Here we go, 95 now, knocking on the door. Can we get a little bit higher?
Can we get much higher?
There you go. Yeah, we're going to have to wait here, as it's such a thick trade when you're south of that dollar. That's talking about patience right there, Joey. I know you were just mentioning that, but there we go. We get the print. Not a bad look. Now we're talking about 95.5. Let's see if we can work up into 97s. SKBL in focus. 96 is showing up. Good look here, man. Good respect for previous area of technical resistance. Flips to support. That's what the TA books say, but we're not out of the clear. I mean, we're not even close to the high of the day, which is 107. So we'll continue to watch this one and see if we can extract some more profits on it. The next peak, whether, as I mentioned, I was about to hit the flat bottom break. 97 pennies. All right. Whoa, Canadian. I like that. See Canada. Thank you very much to Kirk Poirier. I hope I didn't butcher your name, man. And if I did, I'm sorry. Can I get some ZETA wisdom? I had to say Z because he's Canadian, right? ZETA wisdom from you guys. I got some January 2026 $25 call options around $1.50 average. Curious about the thoughts and the liquidity. Joey Options, can you do that for him?
Yeah.
I know it's not. I know you're not, but
no,
I can't do
no,
the
it's not. No, it's not. Has nothing to do with that. I'm looking at this hot piece of garbage, Bitcoin Go, and I just said I was getting out of it, and now sure enough. All right, yeah. Zeta. So Mike P. DeRider, when I was saying what a joke, I was referring to my trading today. That's just how it's kind of been. So woosah, woosah, woosah. Let's take a look at Zeta. Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
I was a fan, bro.
You're not a fan?
I was a fan.
Oh, I was. I still am.
Remember her in Traffic?
No.
You never watched that movie Traffic?
No.
Sick movie.
Is it?
It's an old one, like early 2000s.
Prime Zeta? Or Zeta?
I would say so.
All right.
Yeah. Sick movie too, though.
He's in the new Wednesday. I know you haven't, but
no, I don't even
sometimes
know
you know how it is. Like wine, my friend. You get better with. You get better.
I haven't seen her lately.
Yeah, she's on Netflix. Yeah,
oh,
she's looking good. She's nice, tall, and still tall and everything like that. So.
I didn't even know Catherine Zeta was tall.
Yeah, she's pretty tall.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
She's Welsh, right?
I have no idea.
She's from Wales?
I have no idea, brother. I
don't know. I'll have to find out. She's
okay,
Welsh?
there you go.
Assassino?
Assassino knows. He's got his eyes on.
Joey, I got to interrupt for 1 second until
guys,
TRVI is breaking out. I didn't punch into this. This is on me. I was alive to this trade. I didn't take it out of, stupidity. Let's just call a spade a spade. Bovin, this is one of your calls, brother, and this is really going here. Great looking bull flag on TRVI. The breakout's on right now. Joey, sorry to interrupt. I know you should look at the options.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so give me a minute here, Assassino. Maybe I'll get you to do, Sharif to do that for me as I just go over here.
What do you want me to do?
I think that we got to read here, but I'm going to take care of the super chat.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to take care of the super chat. Can I get some January 26, 2025 calls, dollar call option around $1.50, average curious thoughts and liquidity? So yeah, I mean, there it is, right? So you have those 25 calls, that strike price. Really, really tough on the liquid side, right? So that's the one thing that you have to note about options. You can run into liquidity issues. You do have a lot of time. Is that correct? Okay, so yeah, and you are still slightly down. I mean, you're $75 per contract out of the money on those. Roughly even more. Okay, that has to be incorrect, right? Because that's 75. But anyways, what I'm getting at is you do have a little bit of time. You can also sell some options, but you're not going to be collecting very much premium on those. For some reason, they're all worth the same. And yeah, you don't even have the ability to do so on this platform. So again, with that being said, you do have time. Am I going to say DCA into this a little bit more? I wouldn't suggest it. I would just look into maybe... Again, that's a tough thing, right? You could roll it as well, too, to give yourself more time. I think that's probably the better option on what you're going to have to go to. So, again, January 2026, 2025, just roll it a couple more months out and then see what you can do and then look if you can sell some options against it.
You've seen Trade the Pool here with us for a while now, guys, and now they've created something very special just for you guys, a free ebook. And it features 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside the book, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage their risk, and what setups they rely on, so you can actually learn and grow from what works. Download it now by scanning the QR code on the screen or hitting the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks at Trade the Pool. And Mitch and company will be joining us on Canadian Thanksgiving of all days. Did I tell you what happened? I ended up taking. Okay, I already told you. All right, so you already know.
Took it off, but now you're back, baby.
But I'm back. Now I stopped taking it off the calendar, but I will because I want to be here when.
Is that a Friday or something?
It's like, isn't it always a Monday though?
Yeah.
Thanksgiving has to be a Monday.
So that's when they're coming.
Yeah, pretty
on
sure.
The Monday.
Yeah, which is a bizarre day to go out. Like, not a lot of people go out Monday night.
You know what's funny? Obi, Jose, and I did last Thanksgiving.
You smashed Monday night?
Oh, brother.
That's crazy.
You're crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, you got to watch out for those guys, man. I'm telling you, because there's no such thing as 1 or 2 or 3 or 4.
There is. You just have to put your foot down.
Yeah. But it's tough, man. But anyway, it was a good night for sure.
Yeah, it's always a good night with those guys, bro. No question about it. Yeah, Thanksgiving in Canada is a little earlier, obviously, because the harvest is a little earlier as we're more north and it's colder, and you could already tell. Typically, we start getting that nice temperate weather in mid-September. We got it early this year, baby, which is kind of weird because we had, I think, almost a record number of 30-degree days. That's like 90-some-odd degrees Fahrenheit.
It was a beautiful
So I didn't think we were going to get an early fall, to be honest with you.
It flicked the switch really quick,
like
brother.
that.
Like a couple days of rain straight to jail, and then I look at my phone, 12 degrees. I'm like, it's sweater up time, brother.
This guy, bro.
This
is my tank top weather right now.
This guy's in shorts.
No, but you're right.
Yeah,
Everybody on the subway is like jacket, long sleeve. I'm sitting in my shorts and my t-shirt. I don't give up. No, seriously though, I run hot, baby. All right, guys, there's really nothing to report on. I do apologize. We're still holding some triple Ds over here. It's not exactly rocketing to the upside. Yeah, tarp off, BR Cat. You know how it is. Dude, I did tarp off mid-October, to be fair. Mid-October last year. Me and my buddy did a run in Humber.
Yeah.
We were both tarp off.
Tarp off.
Yeah, you know how it goes. We can get decent 20-degree days in October.
You know what I like about that is just that, like, it's because the window of the day is so much shorter. So when the sun is out, it's like it is still slightly warm.
That's my main thing about being this far north.
Yeah.
When you're that far north, the days eat up super quick.
Like the worst thing for me is that it's like 4:30, dark out. And I'm just like, oh.
That's December, November though.
Yeah,
that's a bit ways away. Yeah, those are the depressing days of the
dark days, man.
Yeah, man. But that's what vacay's for, right? You got to save those vacay days, baby. That's why I got 8 still left.
I got a couple, man. I gotta put those to good use. That's for sure.
Market's dumping, says KDD Dumpster. So I think you like the market dumping. Let's have a look. I rarely look at the future anymore, but I think you are absolutely right, my friend. Yeah, that's a big down move there. We were very consolidative here on the NQ September contract. Oh, September 19th, that's when this contract expires. So we were kind of hovering around a little above 23.6, but look at that. We're losing the bid. We're losing VWAP. And we're dropping down into about 23.550 territory. The overnight low, or the day low, the overnight low, we can call it that, 23.487. So let's see if we get that hold at 23.5. And if you look at these two candles here on the 5, we do actually hold at 23.5, despite the fact that the wick does go into 87. So I would expect, if we continue to sell off and lose that 50-point area, for us to hold at least, unless there's new news, at the 500-point area. Let's see what we get. But you can speak to this a lot better than I, because you were trading the futures. Does it feel like a consolidative day?
Yeah,
Are we a little choppy?
Yeah, it's extremely choppy in my opinion, right? Because we were sitting in a consolidation zone for like an hour or so, Sharif, so it was a tougher look. But now the market has continuously sold off. I know I think she's got some tariff news for us right here. What do you got?
Yeah, I mean, there's not really any news to explain the drop. One thing that came out 11 minutes ago that might be of interest more generally is with regards to tariff impacts. We know the Fed for a while has been saying these tariff impacts might come later rather than sooner. Well, now we actually, I'm seeing this commentary coming out. Apparently, some Canadian companies in particular have actually been holding off on passing tariff costs to consumers. So that could be part of why we're seeing this delayed inflation impact with regards to tariffs. Now that, again, that came out 11 minutes ago, roughly when the drop accelerated. Unclear if that's what's moving it down, but interesting either way, because we know one of the biggest things that the Fed has routinely said is that there will be a delay in the tariff impact, so that could potentially be why. Now, I want to take a moment here to bring up an infographic series that I've been extremely excited about, and I just added an update to Trump and posting on Truth Social about public companies. So this most recent update covers two very exciting, I think, companies on watch as of late, Intel and Cracker Barrel. Now, with these posts, I want to make very clear, we moved from Trump being in more kind of an outsider commentator perspective, where he's, a little bit making these opinions about companies but not changing them. But with these posts, we actually see Trump getting involved in the business of public companies. And by that, I mean we have the U.S. government actually taking a stake in Intel. Then, of course, Trump not only actually encouraging Cracker Barrel to change their logo, but they change it back, and then he posts this fun little parody logo of America First. So yeah, I mean, I think I'll be curious to see if we get more situations like this where the Truth Social posts and Trump's involvement actually expands to the business operations of public companies. I find it very fascinating, and if you find this fascinating and you want to look at this series, which includes so many public companies, including Goldman Sachs, AT&T, JP Morgan, etc., check this out on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
Yeah, it's a great look there, Dara. I mean, that's interesting. We're going to have a lot to say about tariffs coming up on the news in about, I think we're going to do a little early because we have a lot of news stories to cover. So we'll start hopefully in about 10 minutes, get another 5 minutes under our belt. We're going to be talking about Europe scrambling to try to strike a deal with America after the other tariff news that we'll talk about, which is India now facing 50% tariffs. That came into play today. And that's going to be very interesting for the likes of Apple as well as others who are trying to base their strategy around, moving some of their supply chain from China to India. And so these tariffs could substantially affect their overall profitability as well as revenue, balance sheet, margins. You guys know the drill. So we're going to be getting to that. We're going to do it line by line. So if you want to deep dive into these news headlines, stick with Adara, myself, and Joey. In about 10 minutes, we'll go through that. Every day, literally every day at around 12:45, 1, we're going to be going through the news And we're engaging in discussions as well. You're going to hear what Joey has to think. You're going to hear what Adara has to think, as well as myself. And we're always looking for comments for you guys in the chat. But you got to tag us so that we see that you guys want to participate in the chat, and then we'll absolutely drop your comments in there. Just keep it clean. So that's it. That's it right now. Let's go on to SKBL, because I flattened out on this one because I had a bad feeling. No real specifics other than to say, you know, that seller at around 95 was a bit of a staunchy bugger that we couldn't shake. So I ended up flattening out for a few penny winner, but I'm happy that I did that, because look at this. Breaking down now, breaching the volume weighted average price at 85, in fact, dipping into 80. That's all well and good from my perspective, because I won't trade it if it's below VWAP. But if you're looking at trend, you're still putting in higher lows and higher highs generally. If you're looking at this area over here as an area low, that 10 p.m. print at around 55.5 pennies, 55 pennies, that's the area low. Then this area low over here at around 11.15, that's about 72 penny area low. And here we are at another area low, higher low though at 80 pennies. So you're continuing to follow trend here on SKBL, despite the fact that it's lost the volume weighted average price. Here I am though, still in triple Ds at 64s, and I'm waiting for a 65 print. 65 is the high of the day. So I don't want to say this is going to be a flat top break. It might be. But what I'm seeing here is that same seller at 65 show up again and again. What's different, though, on every successive attempt is the lows are a little bit higher. So you're getting that ascending wedge pattern with higher lows and that flat top at the top. That's why I've layered my orders in the way that I have, because usually if you break it, you're breaking it with a few pennies because a lot of people are piling into the trade. So that's what my bias is right now on Triple D. I think that this one's been respectful of the technical level, specifically the 10 EMA, and I'm trying to base my trades off that. One last one before I send you to Joey, one that Bovin brought to us earlier, PTNM. I've been very interested in trading this name, but it hasn't set up in the right way. I will insist that it decisively take out that 169 area high, that is a pre-market high, before I get involved. Otherwise, I will continue to be concerned about the bag holders and or the short sellers who will use that pre-market high as like a precipice to get in every time we work into it. It happened when we tried to attempt to take it out at around 11.15. We got to 167, which is not 169, and then you saw what happened. We dropped substantially back into 140. The good news was we held VWAP, so giving us another attempt. We didn't go all the way back into the area low, sub $1. So 50% in Greensville right now is PTNM, but not tradable under my system, Joey.
All right, there. Yeah, so I meant to hop into Tesla and by accidentally punched TQs. So yeah, we'll see if this is gonna work out for us. It might be a dangerous trade, risk profile relatively wide, and I gave myself significantly more shares on this one. So yeah, we got to be extremely cautious on what we're doing, and tighter stop. But I like this hammer volume, not necessarily supporting it, but you have that big time volatility spike down where momentum started to accelerate, and then sure enough, you get this indecision hammer print right at the volume rated average price below it. So I like our chances. It's either it's going to work or it's not. So we won't get too upset about that one. And also I'm cooled down now, considering that was slightly frustrated not too long ago. So yeah, that's good. That's a positive note, right? Because it's all courtesy to you guys, obviously. At the end of the day, you guys make me laugh. Oh, and our boy Stevenson Etienne passed his evaluation today, killing it, brother. Brother, I'm so glad to hear that for you. That's amazing stuff. And he's been working on it for quite some time.
Hear, man.
Quite some time.
Fantastic.
But that's just I can just tell you're resilient, and I think you really need that within this game, because it will beat you down. It will give you some hard days. It will turn your hair slightly gray and everything along those lines. But as long as you keep getting back up, then sure enough, every day is a new day, and it doesn't matter what happened yesterday. You got to only think about today. So I'm so happy for that guy, considering he's been working on it for quite some time. But yeah, there it is. TQs. We do have a wide range in which we have to keep an eye out for. So I'm in at 44s, and I have to give this about 30 cents or so, a little bit more than what I would like to, but I'm not wrong until we break that previous low. So I'm going to continuously hold on to this position. I'm glad that we did get out of Bitcoin, even though it continuously was driving me nuts. We did get a pop through the resistance, but now it's sold off and head towards some key support levels, and looks like it's going to crack it there. So yeah, that's what we got going on. And okay, yeah, all right. So I thought you were talking to me.
No.
But yeah. So that's it. That's all I have. It's not looking too good. Yeah, I'm gonna hop out of this. It's not gonna work out. Boom. So that's that one. I think we are going to continue that trajectory to the south side there, Shreve.
All right, we're gonna have to start the news a little bit later.
Yeah, let's go.
No, we can't because there's we got a special guest coming on in a few minutes.
Oh, okay.
So if we start the news, then you know, we're gonna get interrupted by the special guest.
And there you go. And there you go. That's why I got out of that trade. It cracked through the lows. No specific signal. Sorry to interrupt you there, but again, once again, we're getting out when we're supposed to.
I think Adara's got news.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, we have a post here from Scott Bessent on X. He posted this about 6 minutes ago, but it's really just a link to an interview he did earlier this morning where he says that they still have their 11 strong Fed chair candidates. Apparently, they're going to start interviews after Labor Day. So they're going to start interviews in less than a week, at which point they will then present a short list out of those 11 candidates to President Trump. Now, he also said that Trump has a sophisticated view of monetary policy and respect for the Fed. So he wants a leader that's going to be able to, I guess, restore the credibility and the mission of the Federal Reserve. With that in mind, a quick reminder for those who have missed it, this is a post you can find from a week or two ago on X at TTV Research. Here are the 11 candidates for that Fed chair position, and this is according to a CNBC report. As you can see, we've got 4 current Fed members in the running, 3 former Fed members in the running, and then 4 assorted economists in the running as well. So you can check this out on X at TTV Research. Let's wait and see who is selected for that Fed chair position, and if it's any of these 11 individuals. Back to you.
You got to love Donald on this yesterday. He was pressed on this issue, and he's like, I got somebody in my head.
Oh,
right? It's like, okay, Donald.
okay,
He's like,
buddy.
they're very good.
Yeah.
That was for Lisa. That wasn't
that's
for
right.
Fed chair. He said he's very excited apparently about Lisa Cook's replacement because he cut somebody off and he's like, I got someone in mind. I know, but yeah, I mean, I don't know about.
Yes, you're right about that. You're absolutely right about that. Yeah, that wasn't about the Fed chair. We'll have to see who the Fed chair is, but. You gotta wonder, is there a shadow Fed chair already, and we're just all waiting for that major announcement?
Who's that guy that has the ponytail? I can't remember his name right now, but apparently he might be up for the running.
Ponytail, you
Yeah, he has a ponytail.
Interesting.
Yeah, very, very interesting. I can't remember that.
You ever had a ponytail? Well, I know you had dreads.
No, I've never.
Did you ever put the dreads in the ponytail?
No.
That's crazy.
Did you ever do the man bun?
No.
Did you ever have a ponytail?
No, it doesn't work with the Arab hair.
Arab hair?
Yeah. It's look, Joseph. It's got a mind of its own up there.
Is it? Yeah, I wish that.
What are we talking about? All right, guys. There's just very few small cap gappers that are doing anything. But guess what, John? You brought us LUMN, and LUMN is still holding up. So maybe we should talk about this one. LUMN on the NY. Excuse me. So it's above 5. And it's holding 5 now. Here's the deal. We're going to take a small entry here on LUMN at the highs. And here's the deal, John. This has been holding 5 ever since it cleared it at 12 o'clock. So we're 40 minutes deep into this $5 hold. We're going to go 498 stop, so we'll risk very little over here on this one. And we'll look for several beak wetters into about 504, 505 as well. We'll see what we get with this one, right? LUMN, it's up 7%. It's not exactly rocketing up, but there's very few ones that are at the moment. Yannick's telling me mRNA. I'll have a look at that one in a second. Okay, so Adara has got news. We're going to send it to Adara.
Coming out within just a couple seconds ago. I'm starting to see this story, but apparently we've got the FDA authorizing COVID vaccines for those at higher risk. That's coming from the top. That would be the lead of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So first this was reported by Bloomberg. Now we're actually seeing officially that the FDA has approved this. So there's going to be Moderna for 6+ months, Pfizer for 5+ months, and Novavax for 12+ months. That's marketing authorization for those at higher risk. So again, mRNA, PFE, and NVAX are the tickers named here. Back to you.
Ooh, thank you very much. All right, guys, we're back into some Bitcoin. Yeah, that worked out on the TQ. So just again, just another liquidity grab, unfortunately. And then sure enough, yeah, now starting to climb, even a better volume print right there. Wow. This, Yeah, it's getting me today. So yeah, we're back into some Bitcoin. We like this 5-minute indecision right at the volume weighted average price. So we'll just continuously add. So now, actually, surprisingly so, I have more shares right here than what I did in this kind of congestion of me just continuously adding right here. So yeah, that's what I got going on. Breaks the low. There is a double bottom that we want to note on the 5-minute, almost to the penny right there at 63.34. So that's some positivity. We like that one right there, 63.34. Boom, good there. And what do you got?
I've got nothing. I got into LUMN. It's a new trade. I'm still holding in Triple D. Triple D's at the high of the day, but has been the case all day, Joey. That seller at 65, we can't shake. How's the elliptical, Katina, man? It was good? Smashed half an hour? What'd you do? Half an hour. Get it, Katina, man. Good look there, brother. Katina, man, was smashing the banana before he left here.
Yeah.
Because he wants to get that potassium life for the cramps, baby.
Yeah.
That's what I do every day. Oh, there we go. Joey freaking options. Finally, Triple D taking out the high to 67 high. And we actually got a couple of prints on that. We got 65s and 66, 67 unfilled. And then, if we're that close to 69er, we're definitely going to be taking 69er there. So Triple D, that gift that keeps on giving. And originally, guys, that's my cost basis is 61. That's because we added here. So initially, we got in at 52s and we scalped. And then it pulled back into the 10 EMA, and that's why I got in there at 61s. And so we're scalping back into the highs. Originally, we were a little bit lower there on the entry, but we'll pack our patience and we'll look for more here on Triple D. As I mentioned, I'm also in LUMN. I think John was just telling me something about LUMN there. NVO just blasted $1.02. I know it's not a small cap, but it's going. I'm assuming, John, that it was moving in sympathy with mRNA. Let's have a look at NVO. Excuse me. Novo Nordisk. I don't know why this one shares up. Just looking for the headline. Yeah, that's not a bad look, man. This one did spike up quite nicely there. But this is the 5-minute. I think it's really been trending, John, since around 11:40. I mean, it got above VWAP at around 12. That was about 45 minutes ago. Look, NVO is one that we all know. Obviously, it's one of the main GLP-1 players. I probably won't trade that. Maybe Adara can give us her look later. But for the moment, we're going to send you up to set Adara because she's got our guest of the day.
Thank you so much for being back here with us. Stephen Gailey, the Executive Director and Head of CDR Sales for CIBC Global Markets. How are you doing this afternoon?
Doing very well. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so happy to have you here. So we're all familiar with ADRs, or American Depository Receipts, but we're going to be learning about some CDRs today. So for those who aren't familiar, Stephen, can you give us a quick rundown on CDRs and what the benefits are to using this product?
Absolutely, yeah. So CDRs are a Canadian exchange-traded security that provides the ability to invest in U.S. and global equities in Canadian dollars and with a built-in currency hedge. So effectively, CDRs allow a Canadian investor to invest in U.S. or European names without owning the foreign currency where that company is domiciled. So while tracking the performance of the underlying shares, and that last point is key. So CDRs are designed to provide the performance of the underlying shares, regardless how that currency fluctuates throughout the holding period. And the team created the CDR security by borrowing from features of the ADR market and the ETF market as well. And CDRs are very much designed to have that same look and feel as a direct holding in a US or Euro stock, but with additional features that CIBC saw as enticing from the Canadian retail trading viewpoint.
Let's talk about some of those stocks, because I know you guys have some exciting new CDRs being listed. Can you tell us about those and about market growth in this space in general?
Yeah, it would be a pleasure. Yeah, over the calendar year, we've certainly seen an accelerated pace of adoption with the currency hedge feature of the CDRs really delivering well for Canadian investors. So the US to CAD rate has certainly brought some volatility to portfolios through the year. And the US dollar depreciation has resulted in CDRs generally delivering on higher returns when compared to the underlying securities they track in the US. So, and of course, in Canadian dollar terms. So with that added value from the hedge, we've seen large tranches tranches of especially managed money actually coming to the market, which has helped drive a $4 billion increase in CDR assets this year. So certainly happy with that. It's been exciting on this end to work with Canadian investors to continue to build out that diversified universe of names. And just today we added 2 new tickers on the TSX, Coinbase, the ticker Coin, and Lockheed Martin, ticker LMT, now accessible in CDR format for Canadian investors. So crypto, defense sectors certainly been in focus recently. So not so surprised to see so many hands up for those names.
Yeah, those are certainly 2 hot tickers and 2 hot sectors for sure. Now, I know you mentioned a little bit earlier that retail is something that might be looking here at CDRs, but have you noticed any trends in general about who's trading these CDRs? Is it more retail, more institutions, or is it a little bit of both?
Great question. Yeah, so we've actually been quite impressed with the breadth of investor interest. So from smaller DIY traders to discretionary portfolio managers, high-frequency trading firms, and recently more institutional asset managers as well. There's really been interest from all corners of capital markets, which has also brought a need to balance the offerings in a way that it continues to appeal to that wider audience. So, but speaking to retail adoption specifically, Canadians typically, of course, earn their salaries in Canadian dollars and spend in CAD as well. So removing that need to convert our loonie back and forth into a foreign currency has certainly brought some benefits there. For the more active traders in Canada, we've received quite a bit of feedback that the ability to transact and report in our home currency has been very much a game changer for them. And especially for the short-term holds, the possibility of currency unexpectedly impacting your returns is a factor that most investors would really like to remove from the investment equation, for Canadians at least. So with several market makers encouraging that efficient market and channeling that underlying liquidity, we've seen that active trader volume spike, and a handful of the CDRs are actually often seen in the top 10 for most actively traded names in Canada. And we'll see actually tomorrow how Nvidia does.
Yeah, it's definitely really exciting. With regards to that volume, can you talk a little bit more generally about what liquidity is like for CDRs? And have you seen, I guess, an uptick in liquidity as of late?
Certainly, actually. I think August is trending to be our most active month on record, which certainly not a slow summer for us, but we'll take it. Liquidity, it's a great feature to highlight. And many, of course, are familiar with how ETF liquidity is managed, and that's exactly the same for CDRs. So it's always important to remember that CDR volume doesn't necessarily reflect the full liquidity of that listing. And it's important to look through to that underlying stock where the CDR tracks to determine really where there is enough liquidity to execute your orders. So since we're only listing CDRs on large cap, mega cap names with really the highest trading volumes in the world, our market makers have a pretty easy job actually in channeling that underlying liquidity through the CDR. And then just speaking to the Euro CDR platform there that was launched just in February, I believe, of this year, there are nuances as Canadian market hours don't align fully with global market hours. So just quick tips there. We're really encouraging the audience to trade early. Trading Euro CDRs will generally be the most liquid in the first 2 hours of the trading day. And then after European exchanges close, since we're tracking those names, you should expect spreads to widen.
Yeah, you got into this a little bit, but I kind of want to expand on this a bit further if we can. Do you have any other trading advice for how to approach these CERs for those who are unsure or unfamiliar with regards to, I guess, intraday trading specifically?
Yeah, absolutely. It's always good practice to use limit orders. So similar to the ETF space, it's really to ensure that you're setting yourself up for best execution. So especially during those first and last minutes of the trading day when market making quote systems are calibrating through that opening volatility and closing volatility, limits are certainly your friend. And of course, ideally when trading those security like the Euro CDRs that have that short exchange overlap window, you don't want to be chasing fills when you're expecting market makers to widen those spreads within the same day. So generally 11:30 a.m. Eastern time is when you should be looking at any of your open orders and adjusting.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Thank you for getting into those tips and tricks there. Now, I want to ask you here before we let you go, can you give us any hints about what's next with regards to the CDR offerings at CIBC specifically and this space in general? I know you said August so far has been a great month.
Yeah, great month for sure, and the fall is lining up to be an exciting one as well. So we've gathered quite a bit of feedback from both DIY investors and those professional PMs alike, and have a long list of takeaways to action on. So in the next year, we'll hopefully see a continued expansion of the US CDR program, especially based on active trader input. So adding some higher vol names to the program, like we see with today's new listings with Coinbase CDR, and unexpectedly, based on the recent news, Lockheed CDR has a lot more volatility in there than normal. So with a higher focus on that active crowd, we should see trading volumes hit new records, and in a faster pace of growth in the CDR options market as well, which we're excited for, with more open interest, tighter spreads being a snowball effect there. And the team's really motivated to use 4 years earned experience to further develop new platforms like global CDR options that we've, again, just started to scratch the surface of. So certainly busy, and couldn't be more appreciative of the strong crowd of promoters for the product that's grown out of the self-directed space and active trader space in Canada.
Yeah, congratulations on the new listings, and thanks for going over all of that with us today. Thanks again to Stephen Gailey, Executive Director and Head of CDR Sales at CIBC Global Markets. Thanks for being here with us.
Pleasure.
Great information there. Thank you very much, Stephen, and great interview with Derek. Good to know about our options on this side of the border, Joe.
That was fantastic. As soon as I heard that word, obviously, you know, my ears start to perk up with that one. No, so really great stuff there, and phenomenal questions from Adara.
All right, let's get to work, Joseph. So it's time to do the news, baby, and there's plenty to go through today. So let's get set up and ready to go over here. We're going to start with the one everybody's waiting for after the bell. We're talking about Nvidia earnings. Oh, baby. These are going to be interesting. Nvidia earnings party today with Neil and Adara. Make sure to catch that. So Nvidia expected to post Q2 revenue about a little bit more than 46 billion, 46.02, which would be up 53.2% year over year. Obviously, the 53% growth, nothing to sneeze at, but it's definitely not 122%, which was what their their revenue growth was last year this time. We're also going to keep an eye on margins, gross margins, that is. How come? Because they're 70 some odd percent, which is already insane for a physical product. Usually you see gross margins 70, 80% for software or SaaS, right? You don't usually see it in the physical goods space. Nvidia, the outlying exception. We also want to hear about the hyperscalers. We're talking about the Amazons, the Metas, the Google. How much are they going to continue to buy and drive Nvidia sales? That's what we're talking about there. Because we got little, tidbits of information from people like Sam Altman of OpenAI that investors may be, to use his words, overexcited about AI, suggesting some maybe slow down risks there. And I also want to hear about monetization of the spend, of the CapEx. So far, Joey, it's not really the smaller companies that are spending on AI that are making money back. It's typically the hyperscalers. So I want to hear about what NVIDIA says about some of their customers' return on investment for these advanced AI chips. But this is what I made the TikTok video about yesterday, and this is what I'll be listening to today on the call from our Jensen and company. I want to hear about China. NVIDIA agreed, as we know, to pay the U.S. government about 15% of their China-specific revenue in exchange, of course, for the export license. Beijing, for their part, though, they're urging their companies like Tencent, Alibaba, Baidu, whoever else, these tech companies, not to use NVIDIA's chips. Specifically, they're talking about the H20. They say that there could be backdoors and or kill switches on these things. NVIDIA asked to halt production of the H20 in favor of a new China-specific variant called the B38, which is built on the Blackwell architecture. That's their most advanced chip so far. They're calling it the B30A as opposed to the B300. And Reuters reports that NVIDIA is developing that same chip, so we'll have to see what Jensen says about that and what he says about the regulatory headwind that he currently has in China. I'm all ears. And last but not least, Joey, want to hear about the supply chain. So demand for these Blackwell chips, the server racks, they're through the frickin' roof. And it remains very overwhelming for NVIDIA, who can't keep up with the demand on the supply side. So investors are watching for updates on NVIDIA's ability to expand their supply chains, and we know they're doing that as well with local production out in Taiwan Semi's Arizona fab. I want to hear more about that as well. Supply commentary, Joey, will be key, according to this article, in determining how fast NVIDIA can convert their backlog of orders into revenue.
Yeah. I want to touch on kind of the bubble comment that you had in there, Sharif, with Sam Altman saying that there's an AI bubble. I mean, he's a part of it. He has a valuation of $500 to $800 billion on OpenAI. So to say that a bubble you're not a part of, I would definitely have to disagree with that completely. As for the age 20s, really curious about that as well too. But not just that, Sharif. I'm going to go back to what originally got me super hyped about NVDA, and that's the Gulf countries. How much more capex are they going to continue to spend? And I wouldn't be surprised if they're like, hey, well, watch out. We want to be the leaders as well too, and we know that those oil countries are extremely cash heavy.
They got a lot of money, Joey. They got a lot of money. The only thing kind of in their path, if anything, is a regulatory headwind, right? The Commerce Department, we don't want too many.
But the door is open now.
It's open now.
The door is open now. The door is open now. So if they want to come in and buy the GBs, whatever they want, they can just absorb them as much. But again, obviously, we know with TSMC, there's obviously going to be some demand issues on that front. So.
Daryl, what's the main thing that I think you'll be kind of looking out for in the earnings? Like, what's that main thing you're focusing on?
I want to see the China impact. I think that's for sure, and I want to see, what do they disappoint on? What is a little imperfect with regards to NVIDIA? Because I've always said with NVIDIA, this is a situation where if you have even one tiny flaw, like I'll use an example, I'll use kind of a weird example. NVIDIA is like, the most anticipated beauty queen at a pageant. If she's got like a hair out of place, if she's got a little something off, they are going to give her a bad score. And I think that's kind of a weird analogy, but I think that's the case with NVIDIA because the expectations are so high. We've seen this in the past. If it disappoints even a little bit on gross margin, it'll get dinged. If it, guidance is a little bit off, it'll get dinged. But with that in mind, let's take a look here. So this is Q2 2026, fiscal 2026 for NVIDIA. Here are the expected moves and the consensus estimate versus year over year. So let's take a look. I mean, we are expecting a massive year over year increase in revenue and a significant year over year increase in earnings per share. This is yet to be posted on X. But yeah, I mean, I think a beat and raise is always great. But with NVIDIA, like I said, you can't just beat and raise. You have to massively exceed expectations. And I don't even know if that's possible with regards to the uncertainty over China right now.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. This is it's a very, very high expectation environment for NVIDIA. Couldn't agree with you more. I'd like to hear, I don't know how you feel about this. I'd like to hear about the robotics. Yeah. I know, I get it. It's like 1% of their revenue, and they conflate it with autos as well. So it's robotics and autos. They're putting, but Jensen said it himself. AI and robotics, the intersection between both, is basically their biggest mover other than data centers in the future.
I agree with that part. As we touched on yesterday as well too, Shreve, I think that specific section of NVDA has the most potential to grow. And with the robotics, we've seen Rich Tech Robotics breaking out as well too. Optimus starting to get into full-on production. So I like that they can potentially grow, and I think that can be an absolute game changer. And then an additional growth cycle within the company itself. So never mind the Blackwells and all these advanced chips. The robotics and obviously the automotive sector has, I think, plenty of room to grow, especially with autonomy starting to be.
Well said, Joey. VinFast delivered over 35,800 EVs in Q2 of 2025, marking a 172% jump from last year. That brings their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs. That's up over 220% year over year, guys. With stronger sales usually in the second half of the year, they're on pace to easily double 2024's 97,000 units delivered. They're also crushing it on the two-wheelers with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up 432% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential looks huge. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. Shout out to the great folks. Are you highlighting this? Is it you that's highlighting?
Nope.
Oh, it's probably Brendo. All right, all good. Brendo, if you're watching, unhighlight, because it's highlighting it on my screen as well, Brendo. All right, let's go on to MongoDB, baby. They posted Q2 EPS of $1 a share, topping the consensus estimate of 96 pennies a share. Allow me a moment here. Of 96 pennies a share, up from 93 pennies that they printed last year. That represents a 56.5% year-over-year earnings surprise. That's why MNDB is up a zillion% on the day. The company's beaten EPS estimates for the last 4 consecutive quarters. So with respect to shoring up costs, they're doing it and doing it well. Shout out to LL Cool J. Doing it and doing it and doing it well. You know that one?
Yeah, I know that one.
Attaboy, Joey.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the revenue, Joey. $494 million, so they're still under that $500 million revenue mark, but that surpasses the estimates. Street was looking for 477. They printed 494. That's about a 16% year-over-year increase as well. The growth was driven by steady adoption of its Atlas Cloud database platform, which accounts for about 65% of their total revenue. Despite the earnings strength, guys, MNDB shares have lost, I don't know what the number is, about 6.2% year to date at the time of writing this article. And with respect to how the analysts and the street is looking at this company, they remain cautious with mixed revisions weighing on sentiment despite the earnings strength. Investors will be watching the revenue growth sustainability for the company and the margin performance. And I'll submit to you, their margin performance has been quite good because they beat on EPS 4 straight quarters. They're going to be looking for that, margin performance in the upcoming quarters as a sign of sustainability. And last but not least here, Joey, with respect to valuation and guidance, the current quarter consensus EPS estimate, about 69 pennies. They're guiding on revenue of about $501 million, slightly below the prior growth rate. But that all is okay because their full year fiscal EPS and revenue reflects a steady growth and beating estimates there.
Absolutely. I don't know too much about the company. We'll touch on this here real quick, guys. I'm in some IBIT, really heavy here, but unfortunately it's starting to pull back against me. So I got to see if I can hold on or a potential add as the market starts to pull back in. But MDB. Oh, what's the ticker for MongoDB again? MNDB? DB. No.
Sorry?
What's the
MDB?
MDB,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
MDB. I thought so. Oh, I had MBD.
Yeah.
As from a technical standpoint, guys, nice move. And I was looking at this morning. But again, you have this earnings report and you exceed it. It was up 30% in the pre-market. I'm like, is that right? So I had to go back and see what we had going on specifically. So some not bad numbers, but then you get this massive gap up here, Sharif, and then you have the indecision print as well right here. So yeah, that's huge. Crazy. So just keep an eye out. If you exceed this 289 level, then maybe you'll get some continuation through some key pivots. But other than that, keep an eye out for a potential retracement and then a partial gap fill before you continue in the northeast trajectory there.
It's a big move up, Adira. I mean, is it sustainable? The analysts are really looking for that continued EPS and revenue strength.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to have to wait and see. I think this company has struggled, as you mentioned, and I want to say, that I mentioned this last night in the recap as well, this name is a propensity for large earnings moves. I just looked back, so not counting today's move, which is obviously double digits, the last 5 prior earnings reports, MDB made double digits moves. Most of them to the downside, 4 out of the 5, I believe. So this name usually drops down significantly on earnings. The fact that not only are we gapping up, but we're gapping up and holding the gap, I think that's significant. Again, that's more maybe a sign of how investors are viewing it than how it's being viewed by analysts and the fundamental side. But I think this is a good look. Like last time we did gap up, we still closed 12% higher, but we sold off of the highest point. Now it's also worth noting MDB has another bit of a negative catalyst. Earlier this year, it was removed from the NASDAQ 100 and replaced by Shopify. So it's got some strikes to its name, that's for sure. But I think this report, even with the growth slowing, I think it's a good sign. We're going to have to see if they can keep it up, though, for MongoDB. I think the $300 level, beyond the fact that it's obviously like a $100 level, it looks key on the chart. 300 could make it or break it, at least short term, for Mongo, in my opinion.
Absolutely, yeah. I get concerned sometimes about their concentration of revenue. 65% of their revenue comes from this Atlas Cloud database platform, which, that could be a little concerning, especially if there's a weakness in cloud. Now, we haven't seen that weakness, Dara. We haven't seen it with AWS. We haven't seen it with Azure, and we didn't see it with Google Cloud. This time around, they both grew revenue quite nicely. Also, Snowflake, Net, they also grew. So the cloud space continues to grow.
Well, I think Snowflake tonight, it'll be interesting to see what kind of growth they report because they did report tonight. But yeah, I mean, I think it's hard because there's so many cloud providers. Who wins the cloud race, right? That's my opinion. Like you can't have everybody be a winner. I also really quickly want to mention here, we did get the 5-year auction coming in here at 3.724%. a little bit above that previous print of around 3.71%. So nothing significant here. Worth noting the auction. MongoDB also is trying to break into new day's highs. So funny stuff.
I want to add something on the cloud. I think with cloud growth, and I mentioned this before, as long as these hyperscalers continue this CapEx heavy spend, AI spend, I think cloud's going to do just fine because same thing with OpenAI, and then we also have the likes of Google striking that deal with Meta as well too. So it's just more CapEx, and sure enough, I think cloud is going to highly.
And it's like all the people who have the money are spending it, which is the mag,
right?
Like,
exactly. So and again, to kind of go against what theirs, I don't think there has to be one specific winner, right? I think it's a kind of a neck and neck race between some of the big three names.
Yeah.
So
you got the big three players, right? With big two, and then maybe like a kind of big one. Google Cloud is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But you have some others as well throwing their hat in the ring.
Snowflake, like as Adara mentioned, Snowflake, etc. So yeah, there is some. I just think the space is going to continuously grow, and then obviously you got CoreWeave stepping into the game as well.
Oh yeah, and we're going to get to that one. They're raising money.
Yeah. So
we're going to get to that.
Cloud spend is still full in effect.
It's bigly.
Yeah.
All right, let's go on to Kohl's, baby, up 18.7%. It was a great report, but there are warning signs. We'll get to them. So as I said, great report, but let's get to the warning signs after this. EPS, 56 pennies. Destroying the 29 expected by the street on revenue of $3.35 billion, slight beat above the 3.32 there, so you could tell they're really focusing on costs as opposed to revenue growth. Their net income did rise. They took about $153 million home in profit on the quarter. That beats last year's quarter when they took $66 million home. So you can see that profitability continue to improve. Their net sales, though, and this is where it gets bad, it declined again. $3.53 billion was what they printed in revenue last year on the quarter. They printed $3.35 billion with comparable sales, meaning stores that have been open for over a year down 4.2% year over year. They also narrowed their full year outlook. They're expecting negative growth, guys, negative 5 to 6% growth for the full year. That's a little bit better than what they were guiding before. They were guiding 5 to 7%. Of negative growth. So a bit better of expectations. Now with the revised EPS, full year EPS, they're guiding 50 to 80 pennies up from the prior guide that they issued of 10 to 60 pennies. So, most of that is good. Obviously the sales declining and the comparable sales they're not good, but we're going to get to some bad stuff now. Let's start with the leadership turmoil that's been taking place at that company. They've had 3 different CEOs in 3 years, complicating, obviously, the turnaround efforts that the company is trying to engage in. Michelle Gass left in 2022. She was dropping all sorts of gas. I had to kick her out of the, Anyway, Tom Kingsbury succeeded her, and then he was replaced by Ashley Buchanan, who was fired within 4 months following a probe into vendor conflict of interest. And then you had Michelle, a board member, Michael Bender, now serving as interim CEO. The CEO instability kind of highlights concerns about the strategic execution and the governance or lack thereof in the company. And there are a lot of concerns about the long-term outlook for this company. Let me give you some examples here. Revenue has fallen consistently for 3 straight years, shrinking the market cap from back in 2021 when it was $7 billion down to $1.5 billion now. Retailer also recently changed the vendor payment terms to conserve cash, usually a move done by companies who are in trouble. For the company, for their part, they insist this is part of the efficiency reviews and it doesn't really denote anything different. The turnaround, though, Joey, remains challenged by slumping store traffic. We saw comp sales down 4.2% year over year.
Yeah, exactly. And then when you start running into the neck of woods of where you're having trouble paying your vendors or whatever's going on with that, it's not a good look. We've seen the move up here in Kohl's, high short float. Roughly around 30% or so. So there you get that squeeze. But then if you look at the intraday price action, you don't get any form of a continuation in that. So maybe some covering. And then if you zoom out into a daily to see what this thing has been up to, it's tough. It's extremely, extremely tough. So, oh man, it's getting worse as I go back into time.
You don't drop from a $7 billion market cap 4 years ago to 1.5.
Yeah,
it looks good, Joe. You know what I mean?
At the end of the day, it's such a tough space. You don't. Me personally, I would be avoiding this at all costs. And if you have any form of an ability to get out, break even, I think now's the time to do so.
Is the market getting this wrong, Adara? Is this a company in a successful turnaround?
I mean, I think this company, we know in the past it has been a bit memey, but I'm going to focus a lot of my commentary here on this Ashley Buchanan thing because I find it fascinating, because I did do a quick deep dive into this. So, for one, I mean, I'll mention this quickly too. The fact that Bloomberg News reported that Kohl's was seeking more time to pay vendors, it sells off right into the close, then it pops. That's interesting. I know some people I've seen it in the chat and just online saying, oh, that's, you know, kind of sketchy, whatever. I think the timing is interesting. I think releasing it right before the earnings is, I don't know, we'll wait and see. But yeah, either way, I think that is worth noting, and I just want to touch on that again. But here's what Ashley Buchanan did, because it's fascinating. So this man, right after becoming the CEO of Kohl's, which he actually joined in January of 2025, he makes sure that Kohl's, or several Kohl's stores, ink a deal here with Incredibrew. Now, Incredibrew is a startup run by a woman named Chandra Holt. Chandra Holt was secretly dating Ashley Buchanan, the CEO. Massive, massive conflict of interest. And before people even knew about the conflict of interest, they were already raising flags before the deal was signed, like, hey, it seems like it's a little too good for Incredibrew. Why would we do this deal as Kohl's? Well, then I guess he just casually admitted the relationship on April 30th when he was confronted. He's like, yeah, I mean, you know, we're dating. They'd previously worked together too, so it could not have been that hard to piece the things together. But either way, the next day he got fired. He was fired so quickly, apparently his bio stayed on the website for like a couple hours after, because they forgot to delete it. To be fair, Novo Nordisk did actually, I think, the same thing when they promoted the new man. So it happens sometimes, but either way, I'm amused by this. And apparently they think not only was it unethical, it might have actually fallen afoul of this act called the Sarbanes-Oxley Act. And that act apparently requires CEOs to disclose conflicts of interest before entering deals. Obviously, he didn't. The fact that was a vendor issue, and now they're apparently having issues paying their other vendors. I don't know. I think Ashley Buchanan was clearly a big L for the company. Let's see if the new person can change it around.
Yeah, hopefully. You never really want to cheer for anybody failing, but we'll have to keep an eye out there. KSS up nice on the day, but as you heard, a lot of headwinds. Let's go on to Apple. They're setting their new launch on September 9th. It was widely speculated on the internet to be the 9th. And we're going to get a whole bunch of different new products. Let's talk about it. Apple confirmed its annual product launch will take place on September 9th, starting at 10 a.m. Pacific time, so it'll be 1 o'clock. So you'll catch that here on the Midday with Joey and I, obviously from their Cupertino campus. The invite tagline is, Joey, awe-dropping. Better not be messing with me this time, bro. I've got a lot of money in this. Raising expectations for a major reveal, Joey. The event will be pre-recorded and streamed online, continuing the same format they've been following since the beginning of the pandemic in 2020. Obviously, we're going to get a lot of different announcements, hopefully anyway, but one of the things that everybody's talking about is the iPhone. The iPhone 17 expected to headline the event, with analysts projecting multiple new models. We're going to get a slim version of the iPhone, according to reports on the net, which could debut designed with lighter weight and sleeker design in exchange for a smaller battery and less cameras. Apple may also unveil the new Apple Watch models. I want to see what the new Ultra looks like. Apparently, they've got a new design for that, so I'm all ears. And then the hardware specs and upgrades, right? The new iPhone lineup is anticipated to feature updated processors. We know that Apple Custom Silicon has been making its way on there. Technical upgrades aimed at maintaining Apple's premium edge. The design refresh could help reignite consumer demand amid increased competition from Android and slowing global smartphone sales. So you and I, we already talked about this off camera. I showed you the new phone, what it's expected to look like based upon what Apple sent to these people who have to make the cases and stuff for the phone. They have to have an idea about the shape. But Joey, let's just call a spade, get right to it. We're going to be listening for Apple Intelligence.
I'm sick of the hardware. I don't care about any more hardware updates, to be honest with you. Say Apple 16, 17, whatever it may be. Come on, bring me that software stuff. You can interpret ChatGPT now into Siri, which I really, really like. But again, with that keynote that we experienced earlier in the year, they set the bar extremely low. So now with the release of this new phone, I'm curious to see if they have anything new for us. I talked about it before. I think there's a couple things that Apple needs to do, and I don't know if they're going to go. I don't know if they're going to fall into that realm, Shreve. I think it's start to bring in some outside talent, get the Chrome deal done, and then also look into acquiring Perplexity. I don't think any of that is going to be done, honestly, from Apple. So for me personally, as a former shareholder, I'm sick of these hardware updates. I want to see some capital being spent, and then I also want to see some nice software updates as well.
I respect that. Of course, we definitely want a better Siri. We all know she's not up to snuff, especially as compared to Google.
It's horrible.
Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah. In Africa, a new generation of leaders is rising. The woman boss empowers them. We provide the training and mentorship women and girls need to start businesses, create change, and build sustainable futures. We've already impacted over 10,000 lives. Your contribution creates the next opportunity. Scan the QR code. Empower the next woman leader today, guys.
Adara, I'm not even going to set this up. Just come with it.
Sorry, I just had a bite of rice there. That's why I took a minute. Let's talk here about the Apple. Which is, I mean, oh, the chart's not even up. There we go. Here's Apple. It is not the apple of my eye. And I mean, like, I don't know. I like that they're able to, like, fix their phones quickly if you have issues with your phones. I had an issue where my home button was casually not working. Yes, I have an iPhone that's old enough to have a home button. And then when I finally went to the Apple store, they fixed it for me pretty quickly. Like, what I'm trying to say is I think their customer service is good. I think aspects of the business are good. What is not good are these constant, like, launch events where you don't really launch anything except for investors' expectations for, like, 2 minutes. So the thing I think is really a big issue are these constant updates or rumors around the Siri upgrade. We know that's likely coming spring 2026, but I don't know why we keep waffling around, like, who it's going to be. Like, you're going to be getting this now in less than a year, and Apple still doesn't even seem to know who or how they'll be upgrading it. If you've seen the reports, like last week we got the Google Gemini report and we're like, okay, that's awesome. They have a sense of direction. And then later in the report it said, oh, well, they're still considering Anthropic and themselves and having their own model. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like, I think they need to really do a quick refine. I think they need, like, you know, someone to kind of come in there, look at the plan and give some feedback. Because right now I don't even think Apple has a plan for how they want to update this, and that is a bit concerning.
Yeah, well, I don't think I would go so far as to say is they don't have a plan from a $3 trillion company. I think they probably have a plan. Whether it's a good one or not is probably a different story. Here's my take on Apple. I think that the delay in Apple Intelligence has a lot to do with the persistent problem with AI to this day, which is hallucinations. I think that their standard for software and for accuracy is much higher than everybody else.
Absolutely.
They are not willing to put up with these glitches that are going to exist in the system. You're seeing it in Google's AI glitches all the time. Samsung has some stuff that they put onto their phones as well, glitches all the time. ChatGPT, the best one in the business, hallucinates all the time. I'm constantly having to change the years, Joey, from 24 to 25, as well as other stuff like that. So that's just my personal opinion. No evidence to back it up, but I think that we have a problem with AI, a technical problem that hasn't been solved by the industry, and Apple refuses to put a product out there. Go ahead, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, I think with regards to, like, hallucinations, I think just to echo what you guys are saying about maybe buying Perplexity, in my opinion, Perplexity for a lot of things is kind of, I think, the most effective one. Like, for using my infographics, I always end up doing my own research, but sometimes if there's, like, too much, I'll be like, you know, kind of help get me a little bit, like, start me somewhere, give me links, you know what I mean? And so I find, like, if you ask ChatGPT things, half the time it just doesn't know what it's doing, and even when you try to correct it, it won't be corrected. Like, one time, and I think I said this story before, I asked, hey, can you get me a list of all the CEOs of Starbucks? And then it stops at Laxman, and I'm like, you're missing somebody, and it's like, who am I missing? And I'm like, I shouldn't have to tell you that. But I think for, like, you know, I think Perplexity is maybe ahead of the game. It's still not perfect, but I think you're right. Like, the hallucinations and just the lack of ability to get information is a bit concerning, especially accurate information. Like, even ChatGPT half the time thinks Trump is the former president. So,
same with me.
I think that needs to be, like, the ultimate issue. And you wonder, kind of to the point you were trying to make as well, like, should AI be a little bit better before we start getting it on iPhones? That maybe is a question as well.
To add to okay, so I'll start here.
Go.
Steve Novak, big Apple guy, right?
Yes.
Dan Ives, obviously a tech bull.
He's an Apple bull as well.
Essentially says that Apple has a 0% chance of getting it right internally. All right. Now let me put this. Let me add this. He said he had a better chance of making the NBA than Apple getting it right.
Wow.
That's what Dan Ives said.
Talk about hyperbole there.
I love Dan Ives, but the analogies are crazy, and he actually recycles them sometimes. Like, he said a couple times that different companies' earnings reports belong in the Louvre. Like, if you're going to use analogies,
in the Louvre,
especially for people with eidetic memories who are going to know that you're using old analogies.
Now, to add to what I was saying, I think that if Apple gets it right, there's going to be no other company that can even closely compete if they do get it right. It's just going to blow everything out of the water, in my opinion, because they're also 3 years behind the rest of the pack. So I think if they've been working on it consistently and they get it right, which apparently they won't, but I think that they have a chance to. I'm going to give probably one of the largest companies on the planet, probably one of the most successful companies on the planet, the benefit of the doubt that they will get it right. They're just extremely, extremely late to this dance.
I agree with you. And I just want to say one thing, that the hallucinations problem is actively being worked on. I'm sure you guys could assume that. But from a practical perspective, Starbucks actually one of the leaders in trying to actually weed out hallucinations. So they are in trying to install
Starbucks?
It's so weird. Well, how and why, Joey? Because basically they're trying to put this computer system to help their baristas so they can figure out how to make drinks super quick and increase the efficiency and the speed. And so what is happening to them and everybody else who uses AI is that it's hallucinating and telling the baristas wrong information, and they're making the drinks wrong. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to weed out that hallucination at that level. Whether or not they get it right, we'll have to wait and see like everybody else.
And also, let's just say, when did GPT come out? 2022?
November 2022.
We're 3 years in. This is like the second go back to Dan Ives. We're in the second inning of this, if that. In my opinion, it's endless. The potential is as far as the mind can go, and to say that we're in the second inning, I think that we're right at the start of it. We're in the pregame warm-up, in my opinion.
All right, I'm just going to bring one quick stock to your attention over here. This was one that we were talking about a lot. PNTM, Bovin, if you're still there, took out the pre-market high. It's really going right now. PTNM, breaking out up 75%, a few shekels off that day high. Shout out to our friend Nimrod. All right, let's go on to Canada Goose. Shares jump on privatization bids. So Bain Capital, which is the controlling shareholder of Canada Goose, if you don't know what this is, they make the winter coats, is exploring bids to take the winter clothing maker private. Get it, Katina, man. Goldman Sachs apparently also involved. They're advising on the potential deal, according to CNBC. But you have this Boyu Capital and Advent International. They've made verbal bids for Canada Goose. The bid values here are about 8 times its 12-month average EBITDA, or about $1.35 billion. The current valuation, though, remains far below the company's 2028 peak of $7.7 billion. So that would put, Bain Capital a little bit out of the money. But when you look at it a bit more, their original investment, this fly's driving me nuts, their original investment was $250 million back in 2023. So even if you have a valuation of 1.35, they're still well in the money there. The stock reacted, it was up 7 2/3 in the pre-market. I'm not sure where it's at right now. It's gained about 21% year to date at the time of the writing of this article. And the next steps and the timeline here could be a bit vague, but Bain is holding off apparently on any final decisions until additional bids come in. I guess they want to get a bidding war to get the best price. Once a buyer is chosen, due diligence, though, is expected to take about 2 months before final agreement is signed, Joey. So Canada Goose, a company we all know very, very well on this side of the border.
Yeah, I mean,
it's going to go private.
It's pretty popular. I think it's a pretty popular brand. I know the UK, they love it in the UK. They're wearing it all the time. From a technical standpoint, it's not looking too great here. We go back in time. It's best if we go to a weekly. Okay. Excuse me, I got the hiccups here.
Boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So $72.
Look at those
you're
low
trading.
highs,
It's not too good of a look. And I think with a lot of these retail names, it's the same narrative there, Sharif. You're hot one day, you're not the next day. But one thing that I will note, and sorry to kind of digress from what we got going on, we're hot there in IBIT. Yeah, finally, and I added right there as well too. So finally getting something really rocking and rolling for us here. But as for Canada Goose, buy the jackets. Don't buy the stock, in my opinion.
Dijon Mustard with a great comment here. Private equity dropped the quality of my Dr. Martens. Obviously, it's not directly relevant, but I guess your point here is well taken. Does the quality of the product continue to drop if it goes private? As you know, obviously, profits and margins will be in focus. Adara, what's your take on this whole buyout thing? I mean, is this a nothing burger?
Yeah, I honestly don't think it's that big of a deal. And I think what's pretty interesting, too, is when I looked at the market cap for this, when I was covering it during small cap recap, admittedly, it's not a huge small cap. But regardless, it's already at like $1.35 billion. That's around rumored what the buyout price is going to be valued at, like 1.35, 1.4. So it seems like maybe it's accurately priced. I don't know. I mean, I don't have too much to say on this. I will say I can provide a little bit of insight on the business side of things. I did work at a Coke company, Canadian-based Coke company on the retail side for like 18 months, going back to 2018 to 2020. And I will say, like, there's a lot more demand, I think, for these coats than you think, but there's also a lot of Canadian competitors too. So, on the business
Moose
side,
Knuckles,
there's Moose Knuckles,
Air Jumper,
Keo, which is a sister company of Macaj,
Montclair,
which is another competitor, Rudsack, right? So, like, I
Rudsack.
would have to go into the stores and like do like, you know, competitive analysis and stuff, like, well, what are the other people selling, like, and so I will say this market is pretty competitive. I don't know, again, this is like a couple of years out, so I don't know if it's still that way, but yeah, we'll have to see if how Canada Goose performs. One last thing, shout out to Pressa, because I can literally not think of Canada Goose, the company, without thinking of that ridiculous song.
That song is horrible. I don't think Sharif knows who.
I know who Pressa is. I don't know the song, and I certainly don't associate Canada Goose with Pressa. I mean,
No, there's.
take it easy, Ram Ram.
like,
I don't hear
relax.
a peep out of you all day, and that's
like,
what sets you off, Ram Ram? So funny. All right, Joey, let's go on to a much less controversial story, Joseph.
Okay, all right, sorry.
Let's go on to Cracker Barrel.
Ooh, oh, wow.
No controversy here whatsoever. Let's
Bitcoin.
Get it.
Oh, my
You want to take him through the trade?
Man,
You want to take him through the trade?
What a grind I've been through, guys. You've been sitting here with me throughout the whole session, and what a grind I've been sitting through today. And just to kind of put this finally on, all I was asking was just give me one solid setup that I can get rocking and rolling here. And I told Sharif that I was like, hey, let's do this thing here. And then I added even more. So what I took off, sitting through this, if you guys weren't, Sharif was talking to me and I kept looking back. It's just because I had to focus on that. Volume kicking in on Bitcoin. We finally got that trade. That's all it takes is one good trade. And it's unfortunate that it took the majority of the session to get it rolling. But thank you for kind of sticking with me on this one. I'm thankful. What a relief, man.
All right, let's talk about Cracker Barrel there, Joey.
Yeah.
They announced it will scrap its controversial new logo after heavy criticism from customers and public figures. The company confirmed that its original old-timer logo, I guess that's what it's called, will remain, saying it listened to guest feedback and reaffirmed its focus on tradition and hospitality. But we know there was plenty of pushback. The White House included President Donald Trump publicly called for the reversal earlier Tuesday, praising the move, or publicly called for the reversal, and then he praised the move as $1 billion worth of free publicity. Yeah, I guess all publicity is good publicity, according to Donald. He congratulated the company on reverting, urging them to make Cracker Barrel a winner again. I love this winner again, kind of great again theme that he's got. But there was fallout. So the scrap logo had removed Uncle Herschel character and the yellow barrel, leaving only the Cracker Barrel in a minimal design. Social media reaction was overwhelmingly negative, with users labeling it, as soulless, bland, and generic. The stock had flipped after unveiling, but rose in after-hours trading, Joey, following the reversal. Is this a nothing burger, or are we kind of making, is this another Sydney Sweeney type thing again?
Brother, this is a nothing burger with every single topping that you can put on that.
All right.
Yeah. Like
even mayo, huh?
Even everything, brother.
Mustard?
All of it.
Get it, Joey.
Everything. Like, you're putting relish and pickles on there. It's essentially the same thing. That's how big of a nothing burger this is. They just literally took an individual off the picture and then just had the Cracker Barrel sign there. I don't understand what the big issue is about
Joseph,
that.
I need to pause for a second. Can you tell us how you really feel, though?
It's nothing. I'm hungry, and it's a nothing burger. And I'm
always hungry, bro.
I'm gonna put Cracker Barrel cheese on that nothing burger. That's how big of a nothing it is.
Adara, is it a nothing burger?
No, I think calling it a nothing burger is actually, I think, missing the point. I'm gonna be
Get him, Adara.
honest. Let me tell you why. Because Joe, yes, I think the logo change is a nothing burger. I think people are way overreacted, but the fact that they reverted it back after Trump posted on Truth Social, I think that is a very serious precedent that we need to take seriously. Now, with that in mind, AEO, they didn't do anything. He praised the ad. He said the jeans were flying off the shelves. That's a little different. This is the first time I think that we've really seen where he's called for a company to change something, and they've changed it. And that, I think, shows, I know we're worried about, I'm going to take this a little bit political because I think we kind of have to, because I have a very different take on this story. I think that, we already see he's trying to get into the Fed independence. He was very gleeful about his Fed majority yesterday during the 3-hour-long cabinet situation that I watched. And so he was very excited about his, oh, we're going to have a majority on the Fed. I'm going to have my majority. So we know he wants that. We know he enjoys asserting that influence. So with that in mind, doing so with a public company and then posting a gleeful little parody image of yourself as the logo afterwards.
Show us that, Adara.
I'm trying to, but my computer's frozen. I have the image up and everything. I'm so sad. But you can check it out on X at TTV Research if your computer isn't frozen.
Go.
But what I will say is, yeah, I just think that the precedent is a little bit worrisome. And I think, like, Joe, I do agree with you. It's a nothing burger in the fact that I don't know why people got so upset about the logo in the first place. But the fact that they changed it after this influence, I think I want to see where this goes from here. Like, I did a whole infographic on this, a series you can read about on X. And one thing I will say, too, is that we've gone from Trump opining about these companies to actually getting involved in the companies themselves. And I do think that, oh, thank you for putting it up there. I really appreciate it, too, whoever did that, because I struggled with that. But, yeah, I think the fact that you've got Intel there as well, INTC, which we have the government having a stake in, they're getting involved in the company, then they're, helping change the branding of a different company. I wonder if we see more of this, and if we do, there will be more Truth Social posts. But, yeah, well, I don't know. We'll see.
Thank you for that, Dara. Yeah, well said. Let's go on to the next one over here. We're going to talk about Okta. They reported earnings after the bell yesterday, and they upgraded their guidance. So let's talk about the report. EPS came in at 91 pennies, beating the 84 expected by analysts and the street on revenue of $728 million, easily beating the $711 expected by analysts, and also increasing 13% year over year on the quarter. Net income climbed $67 million. That's their take-home money, about 37 cents a share. It's up from the $29 million they took home last year on the quarter. So you got to like that top and bottom line beat, everything looking hunky-dory there. Let's talk about their business momentum and their retention. CEO Todd McKinnon said the results were much better than had been expected. With federal contracts, though, they saw delays and restructuring as a result of DOGE. But renewals for their services remain strong. So no net new spending, but renewals looking good. That's something, possible silver lining here to the good report. Net retention rate remains steady at 106%, showing stable customer expansion. And AI adoption here is expected to boost the future demand for their identity solutions. Now, their guidance. What are they guiding? They're guiding Q3 EPS of around 74 to 75 pennies on revenue of $728 to $730 million. That's in line with the consensus. Their full year 2026 guidance, they raised that, though. That's why this is good. They're looking for earnings per share to come in at $3.33 to about $3.38 on revenue of $2.87 billion to $2.885 billion. That's above prior guidance and prior expectations by the street. So a good look there. Okta did announce its own acquisition of Axiom Security as well, expanding into data access management. The CEO criticized Palo Alto Networks, PAN-W, saying that their CyberArk acquisition was, he said that, the bundled approach hurts customers. So, which is kind of funny because he bought Axiom Security anyway. So that's a look there, Joey. It's a fantastic report. However way you split it, what's a look here? Yeah,
let's take a look at OKTA and see what we got going on from a technical standpoint. All right, so there, the earnings report, nice move. And without me even looking at what the expected was, at the break of this 5-minute candle, that's usually when you start to exceed that move. So you get that continuation. But throughout the intraday session, you don't get any of that, all right? So it just essentially barcodes and moves sideways. So now let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint is that, hey, we have this massive gap that we can potentially fill between 120.87 and then also between 112.80. Now, with that earnings report, we are consistently forming these higher lows, which is not good for this to potentially break at any time soon, rejecting this trend line and now filling that opening gap low to the downside. And I'm going to suspect that OKTA might continue to bleed after the report.
Okay, Dara, take care of your computer. Let us know when everything's okay. Let's go on to the next story here. The U.S. is doubling tariffs on India, 50% as a result of today. Oh, baby. This could be very interesting. So President Trump is doubling tariff tariffs on Indian imports, which took effect today, Wednesday, raising duties to as much as 50% on goods like garments, jewelry, footwear, furniture, sporting goods, and chemicals. Tariffs now match the steepest U.S. levels against comparables like Brazil and China. The move combines Trump's earlier 25% tariffs on Russian oil-linked imports with a new 25% tariff on Indian goods, citing New Delhi's Russian oil purchases. We know that's been a sticking point for Washington in their negotiations with New Delhi. They want to weaken Russia's ability to conduct war, obviously for a separate issue with the negotiations between Zelensky and Putin. Let's talk about the currency impact here. Indian equities and the market and the currency impact. So Indian equities had their worst session in 3 months on Tuesday ahead of the confirmation. The rupee fell for the 5th straight session in a row. And here's the deal, though. Nearly 55%, listen to this, Joseph, 55% of India's $87 billion exports to the U.S. could be hit. Could be covered under this 50% tariff, with rivals like Vietnam, Bangladesh, and China all gaining share at India's expense. Export-heavy states, though, like Gujarat, face job losses, and estimates suggest up to 2 million people's jobs are at risk if these tariffs are prolonged for any, long time. The move follows 5 rounds, though, guys, of failed negotiations between the two parties, where India had hoped for tariffs to be capped at 15%, like some U.S. allies. We're talking about Japan, South Korea, the European Union. They're all getting 15%. Washington, for their part, they cite India's Russian oil purchases as funding Moscow's war, while India has called it double standards, pointing to Western trade with Russia. The 2024 bilateral goods trade, listen to this, 2024 goods between the two countries, $129 billion in goods traded between India and the United States, with a almost $46 billion trade deficit favoring India. So India has more to lose here, clearly, than the United States. Last but not least, Joey, tariff risk is undermining India's appeal as an alternative to China, which we know Apple's trying to take advantage of in the global supply chain for smartphone, electronics, and apparel.
Great stuff. New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform is everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Now, as for the tariff trace, I'm actually really curious to how this can affect a company like Apple, considering that they're starting to move a lot of the supply chain over to India. But it's like, hey, they're going to get slapped with 50%. We still don't even have a complete China deal just yet. So what is Apple sitting here thinking? At the end of the day, is it almost best for me to start building some more fabs in the United States and start building the iPhone here? I don't know. But if you're getting tariffed left, right, and center, and every country that essentially is assembling your phones, you're pretty much stuck in between a rock and a hard place, I think, at that point.
But I just want to point out that Apple is exempt from these. Otherwise, Apple's stock would have been
is it exempt?
Today.
Okay, so it's exempt.
Think about it, right?
Okay, so that's
fair. Most of these U.S.-destined iPhones are now coming from India. So can you imagine 50% or 25% addition, because there was already 25 on there. So it's going to be interesting to see whether Apple gets added to that, and that's a card Donald still has that he can play. Think about that. So you're absolutely right. Adira, what's the angle we should be taking here on this India tariff headline? Are we covering it the right way? Is there any other way that you see it?
Yeah, I apologize. I still have to get my Unity plugged in, and then I can press the button.
It's fine.
Just got back to the desk. Is it working now? Can you all hear me? Perfect. Okay, sounds good. So let's talk about Apple for a second. Or sorry, not Apple. India for a second here. Yeah, I think with regards to Apple, we know that, I know they're exempt because weirdly, the way the U.S. set up tariffs, almost everyone that is a major player is kind of exempt of U.S. in the U.S. So that catch-22 aside, we know that Trump was not happy with Tim Cook talking to India in the first place, right? Like, we know during that weird press conference where he's like, I'm not going to say the name, but there's a country they're trying to get into. And, like, that was India. We all know it was India. Tim Cook knew it was India. Everybody knew it was India. You know what I mean? So it's like, I wonder if I don't think it's like a proxy war with regards to that, but I think that angle is interesting because we know he was very annoyed at the way companies are trying to get around the China issue by just flipping to India. But yeah, I mean, I think as well, like Modi, I was reading somewhere, it hasn't been returning like the calls of different leaders. I don't know. I think there's some stuff going on there. I want to see if and when he responds. That could be interesting.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah, I read that like a couple days ago, and I was like, that's something I filed in the back of my Rolodex in my brain. But yeah, I mean, I don't have too much to say on this. I want to wait and see what happens. But you're right. Sure. It's interesting that he's taking the tack of like China and Brazil here. Yeah. That's usually something he's reserved for situations where there's a lot of animosity. Or
do you think it has a lot to do with the Russia-Ukraine thing, which is
other than that? Yeah, I mean that's probably the one element, and they've been pretty open about that. But for them to double it
exactly
overnight is a bit extreme.
Yeah, it is. I agree. Let's go on to the next topic because we've got a lot to go through. We'll remain on the tariff theme here. This time we're going to talk about the European Union. Apparently, they're racing to strike a deal with the U.S. So the European Union is moving to fast-track legislation by the week's end to remove all tariffs on U.S. industrial goods, a key demand by Donald Trump in the negotiations between the two states. The EU will also extend preferential tariff rates on select seafood and agricultural goods to meet the U.S.'s terms. The EU leaders here, listen to this, Joey. The EU leaders admit the agreement favors the United States, but argue it's needed to provide stability and certainty for businesses. So we've been always talking about this being a zero-sum game. Yeah. Maybe it doesn't end up being a zero-sum game. Maybe somebody actually benefits more than the other. Yeah. Let's go on, and I'll get your commentary in a second, Joey Apshis. Commission President Ursula von der Leyen called it a strong, if not perfect deal. Interesting words. The deal comes despite Trump's ongoing threats to tariff nations with digital service taxes. More on that in a second. Raising questions about the future of the EU-US frictions around tech regulations. You'll recall Canada had a digital service tax that they quickly scrapped because the U.S. threatened to end all negotiations. But what really stands out here is the auto industry, especially for Germany. So European autos and parts currently face a 27.5% tariff on U.S. exports. Under the New Deal, American tariffs on nearly all EU goods would fall to about 15%, actually exactly 15%, but cars remain excluded until the EU passes industrial tariff legislation. If the legislation is proposed this month, the 15% tariff on cars will be backdated, believe it or not, to August 1st. And Germany here especially is exposed, exporting $35 billion worth of cars and parts to the U.S. just in 2024. You've got to assume it's probably higher this year, Joey. The European Commission as well will skip its usual impact assessment process to move quickly and meet Trump's conditions. This is interesting, dude. I didn't anticipate the European Union would be bending this much.
Hey, listen, our guy Lutnick said it best. If you want a piece of the American economy, it's going to come at a cost. And then that's essentially why we're restructuring all of these deals. So for me, that's exactly where I stand on this. If you want a part of the American consumer, that is what is going to happen. You're going to have a tariff deal that isn't going to lean in your favor. America first, and that's Donald Trump's obviously motive right now, and I think that's the way that he needs to go. It's going to come at a cost. Yeah? If you want a piece of the economy, if you want to take share of it, then sure enough, you're going to have to pay a tax at the end of the day.
Yeah, you want, like, let's just call a spade a spade. They have very rich population, relatively speaking, of course, of the rest of the world who have more buying power, and then you want access to that market.
Absolutely.
Dara, this is an interesting story, especially for Germany, so exposed to the auto industry. But what really stood out to me, I don't know if it stood out to you, was the concessions that the EU was willing to make.
I mean, I think they've realized they're going to have to make some concessions or they're just not going to get a deal, right? But what I think is more interesting, too, is even like we've just had these two tariff talks. I remember when Trump used to say that the tariff letters were the deals. So now clearly they're willing to, I guess, negotiate a bit more than they initially said they were going to. Now, one thing that worries me, and I'm not going to speak directly to EU, I'll just speak in general. Sure. How many more can of worms are going to be open now that we know they're a little bit more, I guess, willing to have these talks, right? I have a feeling that these tariff discussions are going to extend far, far, far beyond what we thought, or was initially intended, what we thought was going to happen. So, and I want to see what other countries get brought back into
us, Adara.
Other than
us, Kuzma, You know Kuzma is up for renewal in a year or two. The tariffs that we have now, that 30 some odd percent, is on like 9% of goods. 90 some odd percent of there are protected under Kuzma, which is going to get renegotiated. Yeah. There's no way he strikes the same deal. We're going to get rinsed here. Let's just call a spade in a year or two. Tariff deals are not done.
Yeah, and what's interesting too is I was reading this. I don't even know where this report was from. I was reading this note that apparently the Canadian companies so far, what they're trying to do is they're trying to eat the tariffs themselves to avoid having to pass it on to the consumer, which is very Canadian of them. You know what I mean? I like the politeness, all of that. But at a certain point, you're going to have to face the facts. And unfortunately, the Canadian consumer will get hit. And I'm not trying to be biased towards Canada here. I'm saying everybody's going to be in a situation where you have to choose, do your companies get eaten? Or do the people, unfortunately, have to deal with it? So we'll wait and see what happens. I don't know. I think it could get pretty dicey for everybody involved. But the fact that they're open to negotiations just across the board, I think we're going to get way more tariff talk in the coming.
Agree.
Sure.
Agree. We're gonna have to wait and see how that all works out. Let's go on to the next story. We've got 15 minutes. This is an interesting one here. Everybody should be interested in this one. So lawyers for Elon Musk have asked a U.S. judge to block OpenAI from forcing Meta to hand over documents tied to Elon's attempted acquisition of OpenAI back earlier this year for $97.5 billion. Musk's side argues that OpenAI has already got the relevant documents from him and his AI startup XAI, calling further discovery irrelevant and overreaching at this stage. OpenAI, they counter back. They're like, look, we're requesting targeted documents here, not expansive, covering a narrow time frame. That time frame being obviously the time that Elon was pursuing Mark Zuckerberg to basically help him acquire OpenAI for $97.5. OpenAI claims many bid communications were oral, meaning depositions as well of Elon and XAI representatives and potential co-bidders like Zuckerberg are critical. So it's not just documents that OpenAI wants. No. They want Musk under oath. They want Zuckerberg under oath answering questions because they're alleging that the communications between the two were oral and therefore not documented. The legal background of the case is such. In August, Judge Yvonne Gonzalez-Rogers ruled Musk must face OpenAI's claims that he tried to harm the company through lawsuits, social media, and a sham bid for that $97.5 billion. Musk originally sued OpenAI and Altman last year over the company's shift to a for-profit structure. OpenAI countersued in April of this year, accusing Musk of harassment and anti-competitive tactics. A jury trial, Joey, is scheduled for the spring of next year, setting up years of legal overhang for both companies. I love the saga between Altman and Musk.
But listen, this guy's just spending money on lawyers. Same with Altman. But at the end of the day, I just think his ego is hurt, considering what Sam Altman's doing, going from an open source, trying to turn it into a closed source, and obviously become profitable. But I talked about Sam Altman being a part of the AI bubble as well too. But that's irrelevant of considering what's going on. But the unsolicited bid for OpenAI between Musk and between Musk and Zuckerberg, at the end of the day, it is what it is, Sharif. This guy wants to try to acquire it. Can he do a hostile if it does turn public? Maybe, possibly. But he's just frustrated because he's not the best LLM out right now. And I think that's where...
And even if he is, he's definitely not the one with the most users.
Exactly.
Yeah, even if...
and he has a whole social media platform. Listen, ChatGPT was one of the fastest growing apps of all time.
Oh, yeah.
But think about it. Elon's made some mistakes. I think he paid too much for X, in my opinion, like way too much. And then now he's frustrated because obviously Apple has GPT as one of the top apps on the App Store. And now he's just mad. His ego is hurt. And I think because he has the money, he's doing it because he can.
Adira, does Musk have a case because of how OpenAI switched from a nonprofit to a for-profit? The reason I say that is if you're anticipating somebody to be in competition with you, all of a sudden if you're not anticipating, somebody to be in competition with you because it was supposed to be not for profit, are they then allowed to take advantage of all the benefits that come for nonprofit and outdo you because they get better tax advantages? Cover it however you want it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good point, but I think too, Elon has taken way too many approaches to this issue. Like, does he want to acquire them? Does he want to sue them? what does he want? And I think you're right. Like, it all comes from that issue of competition. But in that case, then pick a way to approach it, Elon. You can't be mad about, like, you can't try to buy them or, acquire them and then also, like, sue them. Like, what do you want to do here? We understand. I think I totally agree with what you're saying, that is the core issue, is that he's upset about the competition. But then pick one way to approach that, because he's spreading himself very thin. Now, as Joe mentioned, he paid a lot of money for Twitter. I actually have this infographic, which we reposted yesterday on X at TTV Research. This man here, Elon Musk, just casually buying a public company. So he's willing to do pretty wild things to, get a leg up in different avenues. The way that he's transformed X from just, a social media company into having its own AI branch is, I think, legitimately impressive. But at a certain point, how many efforts can one man take part of? How many legal battles can one man do? Like, I don't know. I think he's spreading himself really thin. I think this is just one example.
Absolutely.
And yeah, I mean, honestly, I'd be happy to hear the last of this story. I'm not going to lie. Like,
they
had their funny little Twitter beef, scam Altman, all that. That was good. But now I'm like, how many more updates of this do we need? I'm getting a little bit Musk Altman fatigue here.
Okay, all right. But no, they are quite litigious here, though. Like, they're always suing each other back.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing with Elon. We talked about this. He's in love with somebody one day, and then the next thing he's saying, drop the files the next day, right? So it's so irrational. His purchase of X, in my opinion, is irrational. What he's doing here, his spute with Donald Trump, irrational. He goes on these tirades because he sees red. He has the capital to do so, and I don't think there's too much thinking behind it. He's an extremely smart man, but he just does things out of anger, in my opinion.
I agree. I think he definitely reacts sometimes. But I also want to say this doesn't help Tesla shareholders, again, who are dying for him to focus on the company.
It's just like, dude, drop it and focus on Tesla. Focus on Optimus. Look at the brand damage that he went through previously, like 4 or 5 months ago,
He suffered, man.
Suffered.
He's still suffering. We're not even close to highs.
That shows you, in my opinion, that he essentially doesn't care about the shareholder.
Yeah, I don't like that. I hope he doesn't feel that way. I hope he doesn't feel that way, but his actions have shown otherwise. I agree with you.
So his actions have not shown otherwise.
All right, let's go on to this. This is a very interesting story. Trump administration considering taking stakes in defense contractors. So let's get right to it. So your boy Howard Lutnick was on TV yesterday, and he said Trump administration is discussing stakes in defense giants. We're talking about Lockheed. We're talking about Boeing. We're talking about Palantir, okay? He noted that Lockheed derives 97% of their revenue from the U.S. government, effectively making it what he called, quote, an arm of the U.S. government. The plan here reflects the Trump's administration's push for greater federal role in private business, a move typically seen during wartime or national times of crisis. The market reaction here was mostly positive. Lockheed Martin shares rose 1.6% in pre-market. Boeing was up 2.8%, and Palantir reversed losses yesterday to finish up 1.4% on the day. Investors view possible government stake as supportive to the defense demand and long-term revenue certainty. Analysts, for their part, though, they're warning that closer ties could reduce the corporate independence of these companies, prioritizing financial returns over the broader strategic oversight. And now, there is a pattern of intervention by this administration. They recently took, as you know, a 10% stake in Intel. They also have a $500 million investment in MP Materials. They got the golden shares, Joey, in U.S. Steel after that Nippon Steel acquisition. And they also brokered a deal with AMD and Nvidia for 15% of their China chip sales revenue, right to the taxpayer. There's the political and strategic backdrop here is also quite important. Trump's interventions have created unusual, though, bipartisan support for this. You got Bernie Sanders backing his Intel stake, citing national interest. Lutnick emphasized, Joey, that firms seeking federal help must accept Trump's conditions. If we are adding fundamental value to his business, he said, it's fair for Trump to think about the American people. Your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. And we talked about this you and I this morning. I think that if the government's going to give you a subsidy and give you this free money, they're going to get something in return. Obviously, you don't want the government to take any form of control. So we mentioned this, just common stock, no voting power whatsoever.
Bang.
But also, if you're getting this money, we want to see something in return. And we've seen it in the likes of all of these chip names starting to invest significantly, heavily more into America. And I think that's one thing that really, really important to note is that you're not going to get this money for free anymore. We're getting something in return.
Adara, is this a slippery slope? Do we need to start being careful here about government control in private business?
Well, I already just said, I think with regards to Cracker Barrel, that's another way that we have the government, or at least, President Donald Trump trying to weasel into these public companies and how they operate. And I mean, that's something, is pretty innocuous. It's about a logo, but the Intel thing was a step. Now, I guess a step in a more intense direction. With regards to the defense companies, though, I do want to clarify. We did have Lutnick saying that, the U.S. government should and maybe will get involved with these investing in these defense companies. But I was 90% sure I saw this, and I did just check to clarify. Bessent does not agree. Scott Bessent is not in that camp. He said this morning that he does not know if the U.S. should be taking stakes in these defense companies. He also said that they certainly probably don't need to take a stake in Nvidia. So it sounds like Bessent is a little bit more on the conservative, hesitant side when it comes to these investments. And we know that there's been a bit of a discrepancy. I would say more like earlier in the new administration between what Lutnick says and what Bessent says. Lutnick tends to be a little bit more on the wild side of things, on the far end of the spectrum of things that are later proven to be untrue or like that, are walked back on by the administration. Bessent tends to be a little bit more level-headed. With that in mind, I'm more likely to believe Bessent here than Lutnick, because I think Lutnick tends to have pretty lofty ambitions, and then we'll never hear. Like, I remember when he was saying, Trump's going to talk to Xi tomorrow in like March. And then we know that didn't happen.
Yeah, that didn't happen,
So that's what I'm trying to say, right? I think I'm always very careful with the source for a lot of these things. And I don't know. I think Bessent might be a more reliable source here. To answer your question, whether or not I think it's a slippery
slope. Or just two differing opinions, Adara. One guy's in Donald's right ear, the other guy's in his left ear, and they're trying to sway him on either side.
Which I think is difficult, too, because when you have your top two economic advisors who are constantly, not agreeing with one another in terms of the direction, I mean, how does that impact policy?
Absolutely.
Right? I don't know. And I think, I've already said my piece on Cracker Barrel with regards to how companies are being interfered with by the government. I'm not going to repeat that. But I think with the fact that we have two different opinions from the two head honchos on Trump's economic team, as you said, kind of I don't know how good of a sign that is that, we've got these, what decision will Trump make? We don't really know. That's what I'm trying. He tends to favor Bessent a bit more, I've noticed. So maybe we'll lean that way. But either way, we're going to have to wait and see. Lutnick was the one taking the photo with Lip Bhutan, after all.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Lip Boo.
All right, guys. I just want to let you know that, LUMN is breaking out. Shout out to John Del Segno for pointing out this trade. Not a bad look over here. Let's go on to the next story, Joey, because we only got 4 minutes. PayPal shares slide as German banks halt transactions. Let's see where PayPal is right now. They were down in the pre. They were only down 1.13, so not a bad look. This German newspaper, who I'm not even going to try to pronounce their name, they reported that several major banks in Germany have temporarily blocked PayPal payments. The banks, for their part, they cited a failure in fraud detection as well as security systems by PayPal, leading to a halt in transactions. The affected banks include, there on your screen, again, I'm not even going to try to read them, except DZ Bank, which is the only one that I can probably say properly. German Reddit users as well, so it's not just the banks who are reporting this, but the users. They confirmed that they had charges denied and received emails about payment issues from their banks. It suggests disruption had a broad impact on PayPal users across the country. Joey, just based on, the fact that it's only down 1.13 and seems to have recovered off those lows, $68 there. I feel like maybe the market's taking this in stride.
Yeah, I think so. My question is, though, Sharif, what is tokenization going to do with some of these these payment methods, right?
Well said.
You have the likes of American Express striking deals with Coin. But as for everything else, if you can transact money significantly cheaper, because PayPal is not cheap to use. I had a friend in the UK sending me money. The fees are absolutely insane.
Crazy.
So my question is, it's crazy. Have you ever used it?
I've used it to pay for stuff.
Yeah, sending money is, it's not easy. It's not that easy to use, and it's just completely expensive. It's so expensive. So for me, the question is, what is tokenization going to do for a payment method company?
Well, what does XRP do to them, though?
right?
I mean, like, can't we XRP right now?
We could do whatever we want. You got the square, I got the square. We can boom, just like that, no problem. But the thing is, though, you still have to obviously convert that into fiat currency, which is one of the issues. But tokenized.
Tokenized. You may not. You need to. You may be able to.
It's done. Exactly. It's done, right? It's a tap method. So with the Coinbase and the American Express, boom, a method payment, you just tap right there.
That's going to be monstrous. Did you see on Apple, the new phone? I'm going to be able to tap like that and send you money.
And that's the sick thing, right? So you have your group chats and whatever. If you guys pay for a bill,
money,
you can just say boom, just like that, instead of needing
no more waiting.
Our wait, no more.
I forgot the money. Adira, is there a bigger IT security, cybersecurity issue here, or is this just a one-off incident?
I mean, the fact that it was very much, I guess, segregated or only happening in Germany, I think, in my opinion, eliminates the idea that it was a more widespread issue. Take that how you will, but if you want to do a comparison, and this is not a one-to-one comparison by any means, but CrowdStrike. You know, Sean was making that comparison earlier today. CrowdStrike had that international, like, global outage, right?
Yeah.
So I think the scale of this already for PYPL is much smaller, and as you can tell, the stock really doesn't care all that much. We're basically trading just below where we closed yesterday. So if the stock doesn't care, honestly, is this a story that we're going to remember in a week? And I say this as someone with an eidetic memory. I don't think this is going to really pass too much muster in terms of long-term impact for the stock and likely for investors.
All right, do you guys mind if we just do CoreWeave real quick, or should we send it off to you guys? Are you guys... Katina, man. All right, CoreWeave raised $4 billion through a joint venture with lenders including Blue Owl Capital, Christia Technology Park, and Kohlberg Kravis Roberts, KKR. That's how I know them as. The financing will support construction of a large-scale AI cloud data center out in Pennsylvania, reflecting the growing investor appetite, obviously, for AI infrastructure projects. Unlike, though, speculative CapEx project that they've engaged in the past, they're emphasizing, in fact, that the funds will be used prudently, to use their words, to build long-term infrastructure. CEO Michael Intrator stressed that the financial discipline is a core focus for his company, aiming to ensure CoreWeave remains sustainable despite the high capital requirements, Joey. And we know that this company has spent about $50 billion in 2025, or will spend $50 billion in 2025, having only brought in about $5 billion in change in revenue here. So financial discipline, you got to assume, probably one of the main things that investors are looking at.
Absolutely. I know you might not like this take here, Sharif, but I think CoreWeave data centers, cloud, CapEx, all of this kind of correlating together, obviously, I think that they're going to be just fine considering that they're renting the space out. I think they can gain some pretty good customers. I think that you mentioned, though, before that the majority of their revenue is coming from a handful of customers, which is not necessarily a good thing. You obviously want to diverse your customer base, but I think at the end of the day, if you get your hands on a couple massive hyperscalers or some up-and-coming companies, I think you'll be sitting pretty good.
You'll be sitting pretty. Okay. Adira, is there a concern here with, number one, the CapEx, number two, the concentration of customers with the hyperscalers and such?
I don't think so for either, and I'm going to answer both those concerns with one point. As I mentioned earlier, CoreWeave actually just did a presentation a couple hours ago at the Deutsche Bank Technology Conference. They said over the last 8 weeks, they've actually signed contract expansions with hyperscalers. So, A, they're still seeing interest from their existing customers, and B, that interest is growing. I think that actually assuages any concerns that I might have had with regards to the business. Not that I've thought a lot about the fundamentals here, but I see what you mean. Like, the spending is clearly out of control, but the fact that they have a steady and seems like increasing customer base, not maybe a bad look for CRWV. That's all I have to say on that.
All right, thanks, Federa. And I just want to add to the point that you guys both made. The cost of debt dropped in Q2, so that eased a little bit of the financial pressure that the company had, and management highlighted favorable debt pricing reflects the long-term confidence they have in their business model. So wait to see what they do. But it's been a hell of a show today. Nice comeback there, and nice trade. My guy on IBIT.
Yeah, it was a tough one, man. For sure.
Just to leave you guys with one quick thought here with respect to the small cappers, it is the Lumen show right now. It's not really a small capper, but this one is breaking out and is insanely respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5. I'll see everybody quickly, or shortly, excuse me, at the big desk. Joe and I back tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. Big boys are that way.
Here we are. We're literally that way. It's the kids go, Pizza Hut is that way, that way, that way. It's a
Pizza Hut
baseball thing. Yeah, when you foul the ball off, they say. Nice cut, go to Pizza Hut, stuff like that.
Nice cut. Touch them green.
Anyways, yeah. Here we go.
I love that. We had a dude, oh man, I'll never forget, there was a dude I played ball with. He used to challenge everybody, and he would go down the line. He's like, you could just say any baseball normal, touch some green, good swing, whatever it is, and he would have one to respond with. And the next person would go, and he'd have one to respond with. You go through the whole team, he would not stop with it because he was hardcore. But at the end of the day, it's football season, not baseball season. It's earnings season.
Yeah.
That's the one that matters. Nvidia reports in 2 hours and 15 minutes
Ooh, yeah.
if all goes well. And if it doesn't, then we'll wait around for them to report. Whenever it happens, we'll have it live. It's the biggest earnings name that's going to matter, but it's not going to move as much as Snowflake, in my opinion. I think Snowflake is
not even close.
I think Snowflake feels like double digits. CrowdStrike is probably going to be a bit of a mover as well.
The implied move is 11 for
on
Snowflake.
Snow? Yeah, I mean, with Snowflake,
some stock called Bill.
It didn't move
15%.
much last time, Snowflake, actually.
Yeah, 5 below, 12%. Here it is right here. Come on, hey, what's up? Google right now moving around as well. Here it is right here. So if we go over to profile and you get this right here, here's all the earnings and the implied moves right here at Trader TV Sean. I can put this in the chat right now if you guys are interested. They're in there. You can go find them anywhere online, but here it is right here. Here's Nvidia. Implied move 6.5%. HPQ tonight 6.8%. Snowflake 11.5, as Neil was mentioning there. Bill there again, nice move there, higher. What Bill? Oh, Bill Holdings. Why do I know that name? Okay. NTAP 7% and 5 below 12.5. Go find it over there at Trader TV Sean. All the rundowns right there. Oh, look at this. Here's a fake person. You see Trader TV Sean, all this kind of stuff. Oopsies. So I just go like this, and I go hide reply, and then it says block this dude. Yo, what's up, Kristen? See ya. Right there. But yeah, anyways, that's don't ever follow anything. I'm not involved with crypto or anything like that. There's always a lot of traders that message me and saying, oh, I saw you on Discord and this and that. That ain't this guy right there. So please do not get scammed, as I know it happens to the best of us. All right, so right here, just working still on the same trades, man. Tesla's right here. Nvidia is the one I kind of want to hold. It's still $3. We've been tapping out here around 182. Our best outs are here, 182.30s. So it's a good little level there for Nvidia. We again, like, just being lucky, I guess, man. We get the very bottom of Nvidia today. I mean, the low of the day on Nvidia is right here. And I mean, we waited very, very patiently. We let it sort of wick out a little bit there at the bottom, and then eventually went, okay, we on one, let's go. And that was it. So shout out to Darwin and everybody else in the chat. Good to talk with you there during the midday show. Yeah, we're in chill mode already here. We'll be talking about some different names that are going to be reporting here this afternoon, as we just did. We'll look at a Snowflake for you guys. I know that there's going to be...
There's one thing I finally figured out an answer to, because we had a lot of questions about why Robinhood was so weak. It could just be, again, because they got passed over for the S&P, right? Like IBKR, Interactive Brokers, is going in for Walgreens. And as usual, everyone seems to think it's going to be Robinhood next. And one more time, they get passed over. So they have to wait for, I don't know, there's another day. DAY will be, at some point, either late this year, maybe early next year, Day will be coming out of the S&P 500 when that deal closes, and maybe Robinhood gets it then. But IBKR going into the S&P 500, Interactive Brokers going into the S&P 500, and coming out is Walgreens, because that is going private tonight.
I mean, also remember, guys, like IBKR's PE is half of Robinhood's, right?
Yeah,
and so I think you gotta take that into consideration there when you're talking about what stocks are going in and going out. It's a much more reasonably priced. That didn't stop Palantir, of course, from getting involved. But yeah, so right now we're still watching Nvidia. I think this is the screamer into the afternoon, so we're going to be happy trading that one. We do have the rundown ready to go for you guys. Obviously, we'll talk about all the stocks you guys wanted us to in the middle of the day, and we'll get going on that one. Other than that, yeah, Netflix coming back to life just a little bit. Still down here today as I looked at my chart. I was trying to find some levels maybe that might matter, 1,200 or so for Netflix. We didn't get there yet. 12.14, 12.15, down 0.26 there as K-pop Demon Hunters, I guess, goes in the theaters and then leaves the theaters. And we'll wait to see what happens with the next release of their hit franchise, I guess. 12.60 right there for that top of Netflix. Nice little move down. The name that I want to buy next, though, is Costco. I want to get some more into Costco. Just waiting to see, man. We've been raising a little bit of cash, but not much. I hate sitting on cash, but like right now, it's probably like 8 to 9% probably of my portfolio is cash. So if there is a move down, great. We'll take advantage of that. Okay, here goes Tesla right now as well. Tesla right now up to the 200 period. Let's take something out on VWAP. So we're getting pretty close to that. 351. Let's go 351 80s. We'll go 80 exactly. See if we get a move up there on Tesla. So, hey, man, these are the two biggest stocks on the desk today. I think Joe had a good one with IBIT, I'm pretty sure. But, yeah, overall, decent day here. And, yeah, let's I think we're ready. Are we ready there, Sharif?
I think so.
All right, let's go over to the desk and find out what's going on with the big guy.
Bless you.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. The big boys are locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at those tickers right there as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up on the Afternoon Rundown is to get into the chat right from early on when we go live at 8:30 and vote for your favorite tickers every day. It's super easy to vote. Throw in that $sign followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's look at all four major averages on the day, and they are all green, guys. Starting on the top left of your screen, the triple Q's up 0.5%. Bottom left of your screen, the IWM Russell 2000 ETF up 0.5%, the best performing major average on the day, followed by the Dow. Bottom right of your screen there, up 0.33%, and the SPY, the S&P ETF, up 0.25% on the day. Good look for all four major averages. The first name, though, as decided by you guys, PLTR. They had an interesting headline yesterday coming out midday that the Trump administration was interested in taking stakes in some of these defense companies. We talked about it on the news during the midday show, guys, but Palantir down today 1 2/3.
Yeah, they sold. Well, I mean, I'm a little skeptical that that would be one of the companies that they would take a stake in. We talked about Lockheed a little bit earlier, that making more sense. And then Boeing, another one. Boeing sold as well as Palantir. But the good news for Palantir really only looked two places, 60 and then a trend break, but it could not break the volume weighted average price. I think it has a chance to now here on Palantir. Because if you look at this stock, since making those highs, it's pulled right into the trend. This is why I leave this one up. It's a 50 period on the daily, but it's also the trend line from the May bottom. And it's held very, very cleanly, including this last recent dip. So it just ticked off it here at it's about 156 where that trend line is, and is now breaking back out. So you have a bit of a rounded bottom on the 15-minute, and then we're right back breaking out into that 158. Where the working long was into 160. So, you know, I like it as long as we can hold on to this little prior high here, like 157.85 on Palantir. I think it's rounded off the bottom. On the higher time frame, you could do a heck of a lot worse than holding the 50-period moving average right now on a dip. And as long as that's true, then looks like that's a safe place to be buying Palantir. That 50 SMA on the daily keeps on working out. We talk about valuations be darned or whatnot. It had a bit of a correction off the top, or at least a pullback from highs, possibly on some of that valuation concern. But I think that what we do know is the U.S. government hinting that this could be one of those companies that they would invest in tells you how important they are to the U.S. government. So, like, there's nothing bad about the news, whether you think it happens or not. I think you can look at it as somewhat positive and buy it off the 50.
All right, yeah, I mean, we've been talking about buying the Palantir off the 50, so you're going to get that opportunity probably tomorrow when it hits that level. So get ready for Palantir to come back in. I mean, doesn't have the catalysts right now to do anything. So I'm just going to wait. We've already gotten some out here at 160 on our own personal account. I mean, takeaway is 0, and that's like our average cost. So it's been pretty good so far there for PLTR. Again, the only stock that I have in the red today is Palantir, and happy about that, to be honest with you. We tried the 160 level. It did not work. So it's funny because the only trade that I had written down here for Palantir today was to take the 165 long break. right there, and it just didn't even come close to that. So again, we wrote that down in the pre-market, thinking that we were to get going on that. The best thing that could happen to this company, of course, would be that the government would take a stake, because in order for them to get all those shares, they'd have to go to market to get those, and that would send the stock, I think, through the moon again. So yeah, look, I really love this stock, and Palantir continues to be a good holding there for the Katina household. So we'll just wait on Palantir now. I don't think we'll be buying any dips in this name. It's gonna have to get a lot lower for me to get more interested in PLTR. Stay away from this name, man. It's down 1.6%. The market is up, and the market is booming today. And here it goes right now. See, like, this is what I mean. Look, like, we're buying Nvidia and it's going up. We're buying Tesla and it's going up right now. So Palantir, I mean, you got to get above VWAP for me to be interested today. Love the stock, but don't love these levels. I think it's a short underneath 160.
Earnings, company reporting earnings after the bell today. You might have heard of it. Nvidia reporting earnings after the bell. They're up 0.25% today. And here's what the street is expecting from their report. They're looking for $45.89 billion in second quarter revenue. That would be up markedly from the 30.04 they printed last year, guys. We'll have to see how they do on EPS, how what they speak about in terms of buying from hyperscalers in China, guys. So much to listen to. Make sure to catch that with Neil and Adara on the Market Recap Show, guys.
We're not getting. Are you joining them, Sharif, or not?
No,
not.
There's no green screen, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
But before he joined you up there, and Adara would sit at her desk.
Yeah, but her desk is now all the way.
It doesn't matter. I mean, that's what I was going to say. Like, it's great having Sharif there, but obviously earnings are what they are, and it should be a great show. So join Neil and Adara. I almost said Sharif again. Join Neil and Adara tonight as we'll go over the earnings report. Look, implied move 6%, right? I'm going to say under on that move. I think it'll be much under 6% right there. But anyways, it's a nice move higher. The thing about Nvidia is obviously we're worried about their year over year. It's not going to be anywhere near what it was last year, their growth, but I think that's to be as expected, right? They've been going through huge turnaround over at Nvidia after that. What we're looking for is those China chip numbers, that 15% sort of tariff that they're going to pay over to the, wow, this name just keeps going, man. I don't, we're at 182.48. I put that order there 3 hours ago, right at the high there. So let's see if there it is. We're going to get it right now. And there it goes. Oh, it's a short sell. Yeah, that's right, because I have an offer even higher than that right now as well. So here we go, man. You're now $3.50 in the money. I think this name continues to work out throughout the rest of the day. It's a strong, huge name today. It's a big one for the desk, man. It's good. It's made my day. We really like it. Being patient there. Look at this huge level at 50. Bye-bye. You can say see you later to that one. I think Nvidia, the risk, I've already said this, is to the downside. It's strange when you go out near all-time highs, but look, the thing is that you are, get out of there. This looks pretty healthy to me. I mean, it looks like it's been working, right? So right into there, 185. I could see that get taken out. I mean, if you do get that 6% move, then you're over in and around that $200 mark, and then it's party on tomorrow, man, for this name. So if I was getting calls in this or looking to trade Nvidia, it would be a month or two out. I think you got to give it some time. Here I could see the report being great, but is it going to be great enough to scare the bears? That's the only question that I have. And I'm going to say no. So I think the bears come tomorrow for this name. It's just a matter of, will the stock have anything to say about it? I think people buy the dips. I love this stock. That's exactly what we did today, man. We waited for this to happen and we bought it. And boom goes the dynamite here. Big stock for me today, Nvidia.
I think you're looking for the margin. I think the concern is these guys could literally have a margin of like 70, like the low 70%. And the stock's going to be down on that. Or it'll be flat because the margins are in the low 70s. And like that's how ridiculous Nvidia is at. Like they're expecting to see mid to high 70% on gross margin, and that could be the number that at this point that's what everyone's going to be worried about. So I still believe if it gets into 184 or close to the 184 seller that's been in here in the open market, then that's going to be a sell area. So if we get up there, I think you look for a bit of a fade going into the earnings, but that's a long ways away. Keep an eye on that margin number for sure. And then remember, of all the sympathy that's going to be out there, sympathy in AMD, which we'll get to next, sympathy in Broadcom as well. Those are all going to be movers. Don't forget about CoreWeave, which didn't make the board here today. CoreWeave actually having a pretty good day, and that could turn around rather quickly on any disappointment here from Nvidia, which is, hey, they're the leader. They're almost a quarter of the SMH. They're 10% of the Nasdaq, just under that in the S&P 500. So that's why we call it the biggest earnings name, because it just matters the most.
Another name, Neil, that could move as a result of Nvidia's earnings is the one next, AMD. They've gotten a real catalyst today. They're up, I believe, 0.18%, so kind of a flat day. There was this headline yesterday from Truist Securities upgrading AMD to a buy and boosting that price target, boys, from 173 to 213. But you feel like the real headline today for AMD will be the commentary or the numbers by Nvidia with respect to demand for AI chips.
I agree. Like, demand, the rising tide lifts all ships. It cuts in both directions. There was the story yesterday with this IBM hookup, but unfortunately, I mean, I wasn't here yesterday, but you didn't get to 169 again today, where I think that's another obvious sell area ever since it made the bottom. It just hasn't been able to break away from the 169. And on good news, it failed to, on AMD, on good news, it failed to do so as well. So I was favoring the short underneath it, eventually took shots at the long, but it looks to me like this could be breaking trend now. On a 15-minute chart, I mean, not yet. It's not breaking the trend until it breaks down underneath this local high here. But that seems like a fade play if we break and stop making higher lows on AMD. If they sold it on good news yesterday at underneath 169, and there's probably at least some profit takers that are ready and locked and loaded, I could see this one pulling back a little bit here. Only 0.5% to the upside with AMD. And remember, AMD trades more expensive, easily more expensive than Nvidia. Easily more expensive. So if Nvidia gets dinged for an imperfect report, what happens to AMD? How can it go up? I don't know. I don't see it.
Yeah, well, we're just waiting to see the China demand, and if the China demand is there, then I think AMD will win at some point. And actually, I think AMD has a good chance to get to that 185 tomorrow. I mean, you just have to wait to see if what that number looks like tonight, right? I mean, I think it's high tide raises all ships, and yeah, AMD is going to get there. AMD's at a great buy level as well of 158, like 160. If you can get some dip buy opportunities into there, looking pretty healthy. You're already pulled back almost 20% right here in AMD, right? I mean, you're down from 187 to, I mean, at the lows 162. That's $17 off of 180. So about 10% down there from AMD. And yeah, like the name, I wasn't on it today. I mean, I did have Mark here on AMD today that we wanted to talk about 168.50 long, and that didn't come in. So we actually left them alone here today. But again, I still like the stock there on Advanced Micro Devices. All right, guys, VinFast, you can see it right there on your screen. Please scan that QR code. They delivered almost 36,000 EVs in Q2 of 2025, marking a 170% plus jump from last year. This brings their first half total to more than 70,000 EVs, up over 220% year over year, with stronger sales usually in the second half. They're on pace to easily double 2024's 97,000 units. They're also crushing it, of course, on two-wheelers. Can you believe that? With nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up 400% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential looks huge. You can find them on the NASDAQ under VFS. I've actually seen, yesterday I saw 3 VinFasts on the road, no lie, right there. So they are getting,
they're out there, man.
They're getting juicy out there, these VinFasts. So shout out to VinFast and all of
I see a lot of Polestar.
Our sponsors as well. I see some Polestars. Yeah, I mean, Tesla is by far, it's like
obviously
100 to 1. But for right now, yeah, VinFast. Saw a couple yesterdays, and they look pretty nice.
Yeah,
so
they look.
Shout out to VinFast, a proper SUV.
Unlike the, I was about to compare it to the Neo. You know, like the new Neo one, it's like, it basically is the exact same as a Volvo.
Yeah, the only thing is you can't get it.
It's identical. Well, you can't, I mean, whatever.
Right, so VinFast, you can go to the store.
VinFast actually looks cool.
VinFast is here. They're boarded, right? So we don't have Neo in North America.
They are open for business.
Yes, they are, and open for business apparently. If Drake buys some shares or not, open door right there.
I'm guessing not.
Yeah, I'll get to that one in a second, but I want to let you know, obviously, this is not part of the ad read, but VinFast does have very special lease rates on right now for the VF8 and the VF9, if anybody's interested. I'm sure north and south of the border, double check, guys. Let's go on to Open Door. They're down 8.83% today. Obviously, a very interest rate sensitive stock as they're looking for mortgage demands to rebound. That did not happen today. They remain stuck, according to this article. Home applications to refinance a home loan fell 4% for the week. So we continue to watch, as the market for real estate recovers slowly. Open Door down 8% and change.
Yeah, so just very quickly, I want to make sure we get to the super chat from Mr. Tendies. Thank you so much. Mr. Tendies, seeing potential head and shoulders on the daily for the Qs, assuming it plays out if earnings are bad for Nvidia. Well, Nvidia is 10% of the market. So if it's bad for an Nvidia, then you do have a setup. 100%. Like there's shoulder, and you have to see what happens. If Nvidia blows it out and is trading double digits tomorrow, then obviously that's going to bring the market higher. I can't see any way that you're not breaking back out. It's only bearish if it fails the shoulder, right? So you have to see it happen, and what better catalyst than Nvidia to determine one way or another. So you got yourself a level there for sure. If you're into the head and shoulders pattern, Open Door. Well, they closed the door today, unfortunately. Couldn't hold 5, not even for any amount of time. Down another 9% here today on Open. When you're a squeeze name, when you're a momentum name, it's okay and healthy to have pullbacks. It's in the midst of one. It didn't hold on to yesterday's low, so at this point, you're just kind of trying to figure out where it's going to bounce. 4 is an obvious prior high, and then maybe down into the 3/4 area. Does seem like it wants to test on Open. There's a multiple failures at the $5 level with prior high, and then every single time we've gotten to $5, you've been unable to do anything with it. So another failure under $5 here today. At minimum, you got to think it's pulling back into $4. I think that's the first obvious place to look for a bit of a bounce here in Open Door. That's the rub. You get these squeeze momentum, retail type names, and there's always like semi-rug pulls, pullbacks. It's just par for the course here. And maybe the next thing would be it's not even crazy to say, like, if Eric Jackson gets Drake to buy some shares, then maybe that's the next rally that Open Door does, and it goes another couple of bucks before it pulls back again. That's the nature of the game here.
Yeah, I think the best thing to do is just to play the pullbacks. I mean, I agree with all of that. I mean, it's just a matter of, we've already had that huge move up here. This is a 5-minute chart, so it doesn't have the greatest amount of memory. It only goes back a couple of days. But I think it looks like down here, $3. Like, I hate to say that because it's at 4, but, down another 25, 30% from here, I think is a safe spot that we've already revisited a couple times and worked off of it. So that to me is all that you can really do. I mean, you were chilling out underneath $1 for a while. So I would just say, do the due diligence, right? Find other stocks that are below $1 that have a short interest and a idea that you think could work. I mean, it's what I did with Big Bear AI. And we saw what happened with that one, gave us about 200% return on Big Bear AI. So Open Door, something very, very similar right there. You can grab this name on pullbacks, I think, and then you wait to see what happens in and around $3. So that would be my sort of wait and see on Open Door. Another name that was, well traded for a long time in the retail space, Robinhood, up next, Sharif.
Yeah, Katina, man, and they're down 3.25% today. No specific headline, but one has to assume that they're down as a result of not being selected to be in the S&P 500. IBKR Interactive Brokers being selected instead, guys. So off the lows, they're at 104, but still down 3.25.
Well, the last time they got quote-unquote snubbed for the S&P 500, they did just fine. Came right back, made fresh highs, obviously, again, and it's probably a matter of time for them, but as we were mentioning off the top of the show, it's still an expensive stock, and Interactive Brokers has a long track record, I suppose, and probably some things that are more appealing, at least according to the S&P and their decision making there. So it is what it is. At some point they'll get it, and it's just not going to be now. That said, the 50 period. That's a good hold, $100 even. It hasn't even sniffed it. It's been riding a trend, which I don't necessarily have to draw, but above the 50 period, where I think it bounced today. I had the good fortune of a couple of longs But the second one I went to go for my walk, I'm like, yeah, we'll put our stop at prior bar, and then we'll go for a walk. There's the prior bar, and then it went for a walk to the upside on Robinhood. It's just a matter of waiting for it to break that trend line. The other thing to keep in mind on the other side of that trade, Interactive Brokers is a literally gigantic buy imbalance today, or a huge buy imbalance. I think a couple, 20 million shares or something along those lines to buy. So you might see that pop up on the imbalance locator. That's because they're going to get what Robinhood wants. I don't think it would be as exciting of a trade as if it had been Robinhood going into the index, but we will have a look at IBKR at some point if we do see it huge on that locator tonight.
Oh, is tonight a day for it?
Yeah, because Walgreens is done today, and
okay.
IBKR is, it's effective the 28th, which usually means you got to watch out for the 27th. For the close trade.
Right, so we'll watch out here. So for WBA, it's going to come as a sell. So you're going to probably think about getting short here, and then when it comes out, you put your market on close order, and then you see what winds up happening there for Walgreens Boots Alliance.
Yeah, there's
right?
a tricky, it's got like a big CVR though.
Yeah, so we'll see what it comes out. So expect a big, huge, well, wait a second, it's on the NASDAQ, so we won't be able to see it. This is the imbalance locator that we're talking about. So it will come as quite a big sell there, but it will come at 350, and then I might even be involved in the trade. So I'll tell you how that all goes down as well. So IBKR is just such a great stock. I mean, I think you got to own it now. Not even getting a pop as it was being added, right? I mean, they made their move back down right there. So this tells me right now that this whole move on Robinhood has absolutely nothing to do at all with them missing on that. So I don't, SoFi's down, IBKR's down, I have to look at Charles Schwab and things like that. They've had their moment, right? So buy the news, sell the rumor, buy the news, whatever you want to do. It looks like it's trying to break a little bit lower. So down 2%, I'd say you want to grab that. The other name, Charles Schwab, as we talked about it, I just did right there a little bit. Let's see what this is doing. I consider this one best of breed right there. And yeah, you can see it's actually taking the other way and starting to go back to the upside, looking to break through. That $100 mark is Charles Schwab. So yeah, man, so far so good. I will be able to see what's going on there. And so that's it. Thanks for the rundown, and thanks for everything, of course. We do have this, and I'm going to refresh this right now. Make sure you do get into the chat and type whatever you want us to talk about. So right here you can see that we do have, pardon? That we do. Oh, we are in 4K now. We are in 4K now. You can see the gray hair is a little bit better. Shout out to everybody and technology right there. I'm going to refresh this. You guys get into the chat. Thank you, Andre, for reminding us right there. Sean, is BBI over? Over what? Right there. So type in the chat right here. So you just want to type in, like if you're looking at BBAI, you type in $BBAI, and it will start to produce. So there it is right there, BBAI, and there it is, Big Bear AI. I think Big Bear AI has a big move to come still. And we've already traded that. I think you got to wait for it to get down a little bit. We'll talk about Big Bear AI as these all populate. So we'll check back in this in a couple minutes.
22 seconds? Yes. Very specific.
Ouch, that sucks.
You have to wait 22 seconds before you're going to see reaction.
No, that sucks.
Because it used to be 10.
There's a 22-second delay. I almost think we should go off of 4K because of that reason, but thank you for bringing that up to us right there. So now there is a 22-second delay between what you're watching and what's actually happening. So I think that hurts a little bit for some reasons, but I think it's great also because this show, although it's a trading show, you can clearly see visually we're trying to get much improved on that one. So Oklo was a good one. Well, I thought Oklo was reporting last night, and it was not. Apparently Oklo getting the CNBC bump right there. Maybe Josh Brown paid to have this endorsed, but there it goes from 73 all the way back up to 75 and change right there for Oklo. Again, I like the space, man. I really like all of this stuff. I like, I like the fact that we have to power, right? It's why I really like Marvell in the space as well. There's so many different plays that you can make. Nvidia is obviously a huge core holding of mine, but in order to make a little bit of money in other places, we're taking stuff like Marvell. We're taking stuff like Webull that we recommended this at $11, right? And you can see where this is right now. So that dog will hunt. Now Webull, we're long at 11. That goes up to 18s right there where we were able to get some out, again, live on the show, right? So this is what we're doing. I'm not just making calls and telling you guys about it afterwards. we're making calls and putting them on and actually going over them and, you know, discussing them live on the show. So there it goes. You guys know that we bought Eli Lilly down near the bottom. That's having quite the day as well. Well, not anymore. Now flat, but was a nice little move higher. Yesterday we get that report that the oral drug there, and I know Viking, you could see Viking got crushed on their earnings. Eli Lilly the other way. Novo Nordisk actually also had a decent move higher, I believe, as well over the last little while. Yeah, there it is there. Novo Nordisk off the bottom as well, 45 up to 55. So the space is starting to get a little bit better here. And we talk about XBI and the biotech ETFs and whatnot. I think that those are going to be hot trades as well moving forward now that we've sort of covered up some of those bottoms. And there it goes right now, the XBI. Another name that, you know, we've been talking about and I liked, and we were able to buy some stuff near the bottom there. Berkshire is another name that I'm looking to pick up more shares in as well. But there it is, man.
Speaking
and then Oscar. Yeah, Berkshire is great, and Oscar also a good little report there for us on earnings as well.
Oh, just Viking wasn't the earnings; it was the update on their oral.
Yeah, but after earnings though it was, right?
Well, yeah,
it was the day after.
Yeah, it was the update of the oral was insane. I don't think I've ever seen. Well, maybe I shouldn't say ever, but I can't think of a time that I've ever seen a stock go. It was at like 40. It was trading at like 41, 42. Went to $60. And then to 26.
Oh yeah.
Like it was completely insane. Like you went from if you had orders out there, you're like, oh my God, and then it's like, oh, well that win was short-lived because we took some out and then got stopped out. So I took a third out on the way up and then got stopped out on the 50 period and basically didn't make anything on it. But I would have never been sitting there with the whole thing out. There's no chance. There's no chance. Like it's just you kind of don't expect that to happen. Now speaking of Berkshire, UNH actually up today. Right, and remember, again, the U.S. government looking into them. They gapped down. Okay, they didn't really gap down. They moved down in the aftermarket yesterday and then opened up down there, but been bought up above $300 again. Somebody likes the $300 level. And I'm not saying it's Berkshire Hathaway. I'm just saying it doesn't matter. Like at this point, the stock is doing that consolidative thing. The difference being this time it's consolidating above the 50-period moving average on the daily. It just feels like this one's trying to get that bottom in for sure. We'll see. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you can do a heck of a lot worse than when you see an obvious support level with a company with a gigantic amount of capital to spend like Berkshire. If they happen to like it, they got to buy something more. So why not the thing that they've already picked some up of? I would not be surprised if we see them pop another few percentage points on their UNH position with the next round of 13F. So, count me as someone who is buying it after I see this today. I probably would have done it yesterday, now that I think about it, but I wasn't really paying as much attention to the market to have noticed UNH in particular. But this close above 300 today is going to be good enough. You just buy it in front of the 50 period. It's literally... You're talking $15 worth of risk to break the 50-period moving average on a $30 stock. That's like peanuts. And the 200-period moving average is like $120 higher. Like the R&R is pretty solid to get it in here on UNH. We'll see. But I'll probably end up getting this one at the close.
Yeah,
I think the close better than the open, statistically.
Yo, you're going to buy some UNH?
Yeah, I'll get in again.
Yeah, I know. You've mentioned that you like the closing prices.
Yeah. It's not that it matters that much, but it's just
I don't think it matters at all, but you can probably
statistically
ask. It's like what I said. It's actually better to buy stocks and the market at all-time highs instead of dollar cost averaging. We talked about that on the show as well. And it's just a few percentage points, but hey, over time.
I got to read that study because I would love to see the methodology because dollar cost averaging doesn't involve buying the same amount each time. So you'd have to have some So
I think it's probably using the same amount. Like, for example, if you're buying $1,000 every month, it's actually better to buy it every time it's at the all-time highs. But I don't know, like you're saying, the actual amount of money. I don't know how it works. But I think I think it's just index related anyways. But I think it would work for stocks as well. Because then you're buying stocks that are working for you. Right? When you're just buying dollar cost averaging, a lot of the time we'll buy dips. And sometimes those dips continue, right? And so you would never buy a dip if you're doing the all-time highs. You're only buying it when it breaks out, right? Which means you would have been long the NASDAQ probably. I mean, this year it would have been awesome this year.
But I think personally, the only thing that to me, DCA means that you're buying regardless of what's going on.
Right, yeah,
The
yeah.
only thing I ever
Always bond.
DCA is an index for that reason.
Right.
Because in my opinion, the only thing that I'm sure will always be up is the index over time. Like anything can happen to an individual stock.
Yeah.
So you could, like, I'll buy the dip at the 200 period on the stock.
I think the study was indexes.
Oh, was index? Okay, well that makes more sense. Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes tons.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. So every time you hear all-time highs, just hit the buy button and don't worry about it. And then you'll be better off than trying to guess.
Just one thing, Lane Carter, the chat's not delayed. The chat's real time.
Right.
The delay will be in the actual stream itself. As far as I know, the chat's always. I mean, my stream is always. Oh, now my stream is buffering.
I've already spoken to the executive producer here, and we're gonna think about turning this backwards.
My screen is buffering.
We don't want this to be delayed, right? And so, okay, right now $3 in the money right now. Good pullback there for Nvidia. We talked about that was going to be our price. So right now we're going to sit here and try to see what we want to do here with the market and with Nvidia specifically here in it today. Of course, a couple stories that we had earlier on was PayPal. We talked a little bit about them getting the glitch there figured out from some German banks there. That was some sort of a safety glitch there where it was fraudulent transactions going through and all that. So PayPal today, nice upside trade there for PayPal. We did have KSS, of course, yesterday looking for money, then coming out with a great report, now up 18%. I think this is a fugazi and it comes back right back in. So if you're long on KSS, I would worry a little bit about that. You don't just all of a sudden fix your problems like that. But this was a $4 or $5 stock. Now you're up to 17. And during the pregame, we actually came into here and looked at this level and was like, if we can get this trade up in this area, it's probably a short. And that turns out to be pretty much what it was. And then the beast of the beasts today is the MongoDB, as that just keeps on climbing. So yeah, man, I mean, AI, big data, all that kind of stuff, just making everything more efficient for MongoDB. Now talking about backlogged as far as orders are concerned. They're becoming more efficient, higher margins, a better guide for Mongo. And I know Mongo McMichael there from wrestling, but I don't know anything about this stock. It looks like it's trying to take down this $300 level. So for me, if you're looking at this name and you already have this monster win in your account today, that level looks pretty good for me if I was looking to get out of something right there. Look, I did the same thing with Snowflake, whether or not Snow beats it or not. I was getting out of Snowflake a little while ago on the same kind of a thing. When I scrolled this out, I was looking right up to here at 200. Once we took down 200, it looks like it was probably in and around 195. I think I have to zoom back out even more than that, but in and around here, we had come through, and this was before all of this had happened. Once we got to these levels right there, I wound up selling right into here, not some, there it is, okay, so there it is. So some Snowflake, right? I mean, we've already been huge on Snowflake. This was one of those names that I was involved in on its IPO as well, so it was a pretty good trade. But right into here, these levels, the 200 mark came in, and we've only spent over the last 3 years, we spent maybe a month or two above this level. And we've came back in every time. So yeah, I got out of Snowflake. So I think the same thing there possible for MongoDB. And you want to make sure
crazy, though,
that you take some kind of profit.
This is like the break that this is doing on a weekly chart is wild. It's a runaway on the weekly.
Oh, yeah.
It's gone essentially in one day. You've gone 50 to the 200 almost. I mean, don't at me. Like the 200 period on the weekly is another, what is that, $10? But still, like the stock's up $80 today. So like that $10 is like it's a rounding error. Not really rounding error, but it's.
What stock is up $80?
Mongo,
yeah.
It's up $80. So like that next $10 on the weekly is insane. Like you could close this candle on the weekly up here at the 200 period and still be, like I know it would be at resistance, but you'd still be another $60 away from the next spot to go on this trend break. It looks like this could be a good one in a higher time frame. It's just so beaten up. You have to go to a 3-month to get a better look. This is the problem when you want to go back to those like COVID highs. It's like we're getting far enough away from them that the time frame charts you got to go to is a little bit intense. Like you're not even close. Like I'm drawing the trend line from the lower high that we had. There we go. The lower high that we had in 2024. But you got to remember, this is a stock that went almost 600 to 160. It's now bouncing off that same 160 level. So even if it were to only get back into 360 to 400. That's still another sizable move for Mongo. And I saw someone in the chat, and I'm just going to get this out of the way now. It's like, so should I buy puts on Walgreens? No. I can't, like Walgreens, it's being deleted today, but it's a cash deal. It's being bought for $11.45 cash plus like a CVR. I think it has something to do with like one of their future business segments, blah, blah, blah. So it's worth more than $11.45, but that doesn't actually mean the stock is going to move today. Do not expect Walgreens to go crazy. However, on the off chance that it does, like if this thing gets into like the 12, 15 to 12 quarter range, yeah, like if I see it go a couple of points to the upside in the sell imbalance, 100%, I'm gonna look for the short on it. But it's moved like 5 pennies today. And if it moves 5 pennies at the close, that would be huge, right? So I think that would be the kind of thing you look forward to, but it's just a big cash deal. IBKR, I think, has a better chance to move more because it's a momentum stock with, there's nothing constraining it is the best way to put it, IBKR. So like we're expecting that one could be a bit of a buy today. But their NASDAQ, both of them, you won't know until 350. It's not like when we can sit there saying, oh my goodness, look at the size of that imbalance. It's growing, it's growing. You will have no idea until 350 hits, and then you just got to react.
Yeah. Oh, no, I have an idea about Walgreens. It's going to be a huge sell imbalance. So get ready for that because it is an official delete, right? It'll be off the market tomorrow. So
it's supposed to be.
Yeah, so we'll wait to see what's going on over there. New position alert. So I think I was just looking. I think Neil's, I've only traded 4 positions here, including this one with Google. I think Neil's about 10 positions today. We all, again, we're going to be looking for opportunities, and we just trade our own books, right? And so whatever I'm in is going to be different than everybody else, and so on and so forth, right? And so right here, we're going to try to pick on Google just a little bit. It's come in. I'm not going to hold this below what the day's low is right there, or the afternoon low, this 206, basically 50. If we can come in just a little bit there and grab that, fine. I'm just thinking that you could get a little, I'm very, very light. Don't even have, not even a unit yet. And I think we'll try to get about a unit if we can come into this area right here. Again, really like the stock, although, it was pushing today when the market wasn't. And right now the market's kind of pushing and Google's not. So that's little bit of a worry stake for me right there. I am trying to get double my position, a little bit more than double it. If we can get down to 207 flat, that will be a buy. And then, we've already been down here a couple times. So hopefully we're able to get that rebound. And it's only 50 cents. So that's the max. If you got it the first time there, it went 50 cents. Then if you got it there, it went 25 cents, 30 cents. Then if you got it here, it went 50 cents again. But both times we bounced off VWAP. So I'm not in complete love with this. If anything, I'm actually thinking about a short in this stock, but I like the long in the market. I'm going to think about choosing Google over the market right now, but there's also a potential here with the NASDAQ of it riding this 50-period moving average, which it's been doing since 1 o'clock. So we have, about 2 hours or so of memory here, straight upside off of the 50-period moving average. So again, I like that stock, but would like to see a little bit more movement before we get going. Again, yeah, there's flies everywhere right here. We do have our door got discovered on the other side there. But of course, just outside the door are flaming hot garbage cans. So we do not need those doors open because that would be a nice waft
be open for
to come through there as well. So shout out to Russell, and I think that's about it. Yeah, I saw him hacking it out over there.
I saw Randy over there.
Randy was over there, yeah.
He was definitely there.
It was definitely there.
Definitely there.
Thanks for supervising my guy.
Randy's the best supervisor in the business.
Yeah, he's one of the best supervisors. I think I'm a really good supervisor, but Randy is also a really good
supervisor. We got a super chat here. AXPM. Good name. You got smoke today shorting MongoDB. Got a good short breaking the pre-market high, going down at the open, but didn't take any profits. Any tips for profit taking? Well, I think when you look at here, let's actually look at MongoDB. MongoDB. Oh, so you had this. So you had this wick. I'm assuming maybe you mean like this wick off of the open. Like you shorted the false break of the open in here, which would have been about 280. The top is 285 and lower high 282. Like VWAP is here at 280. Like that's one place where it's like throw an order there. I 100% any false break of the open, some out at VWAP, some out in front of the pre-market low. Because then at least you've taken 1, 2, and then it trends up. maybe you get it all out when it breaks trend in around here somewhere, if you like it. But yeah, the VWAP in the pre-market low to take some profit, and then if it continues, you're able to get some more. So that would be my 2 cents, because that's what on any open fail break, those are the 2 places that I'm automatically taking profit. The early volume weighted average price and the pre-market low. Let's go to Adara.
All right, yeah, sorry, I thought we were going to the ad read. Keep an eye here on BMR. Beamer on watch. Nvidia commenting on the company's video of, I guess, one of their demonstrations, saying that it's good to see their collaboration driving impact in AV infrastructure. So BMR getting a bit of a cosign here from Nvidia Drive. Back to you.
Yeah, what's up, Havana Woody? Yeah, I think I look younger than Neil. So what's up at Havana? No, I'm just playing. I have no idea. What's up, Havana Woody? Okay, right now, Beta Pro right there. Make sure you do scan that QR code. You do have exciting news for Canadian traders. Beta Pro by Global X has just launched 6 new triple levered ETFs offering 3 times bull, 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60 semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st. These ETFs also employ, this is the important part, currency hedging to seek to neutralize dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equities. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, please check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Get you, miss.
It's actually just the one, and it just doesn't
the
care.
fly. Yeah, well,
but the problem is
care when
there's
it
going to
loses
be
its
more
life in a couple seconds.
Oh, it's not going to.
Then it's going to be a problem for that spider. Okay, so spider. Yeah, if there was a spider, you wouldn't even be here, right? Remind me of my daughter.
I'm at the point now where I have no choice. Like, my daughter is.
Okay.
She's too afraid of them, so now it's just like I just got to keep dealing with them. So it is what it is.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like the thing. Like, I never want to have to deal with them, but
we just missed.
She's too afraid.
Yeah. My daughter's nervous about spiders, but she's.
You know what it is? It's at least from what I've read, the reason why we're afraid of arachnids and why it's such a big fear for everybody, it's the fact that they have more than 6 legs. It makes them very unpredictable in their movement. Any direction at any time kind of deal. It's like sometimes people are afraid of crab.
What about when they don't have legs, like a snake?
Well, I think snake's probably a different one, but that's what specifically for arachnids. That's what I read. I'm like, it kind of makes sense.
All right.
But overall, it's like they can't really hurt you. But I get rid of them anyways. Just quickly, before I gave that super chat, I had the chart up of Intel, but then I was answering a question about the super chat, and this is the trend line. This is Intel. It's the afternoon. So just like a standard trend break, but not from the all-day trend. This is the morning high breakout. This is the first test back into the high, hold, break. Right? So it's the morning area breakout on Intel, which is coming right back in. And no, we do not need more spiders. We do absolutely. They're unnecessary. I'm sure they.
Look, I'll tell you guys,
not necessary.
right now here, this is the time in Toronto right now. People are wondering about the lag. It's 2:51:20. So if I actually, so you guys can see what time it is where you guys are. So here it is right here, the live level 2 are trading. So there's the time in sales, 51:27s. Sorry, my bad. I got to put this to the front. 33s, 35. So the timing right now is good to go.
Mine's 17 seconds.
What?
The
stream. Yeah, well, we're right here right now.
Exactly.
So, so anyways, check that out, and that's what it is, just in case you guys were wondering about that. So yeah, that's all good. All right, so most recent trade there is going to be Google again, and just waiting. If it does drop into 207, we'll take a little bit more right there. No, I do not suggest getting into Snowflake. I don't, it's up to you guys. It's up 4% today. The implied move of Snowflake is 12%. And I've already sort of zoomed this out, and I had just sort of showed where I thought Snowflake was, and it's at this 200 mark, which is fine. It's just we've spent a little bit of time over 200 right here, and a little bit of time over 200 right here. Whoops. But other than that, in the last two and a bit years, we haven't. It doesn't mean it's not going to work now. We're in a great age for data, and we'll have to wait to see a Frank Slootman name. I mean, I initially bought this because of him, and then now he's out. So we'll have to figure out what happens here with Snowflake. Nice move right now, upside today off of MongoDB. But, you could see this was just 230 not too long ago. So we'll see if it has that 10% move today and gets back into 220. It could. I mean, this thing could absolutely blast. you could be up 30 or 40%. But if you're playing the implied move, it is that whatever I just said, they're 12.5. So, you are going to have to pay the piper as far as options are concerned. And a $200 name, I don't know if there's a snow ETF or something that gives you a little bit more juice to it, like a 2x lever. I guess it wouldn't be an ETF, a product like that. Maybe there is a trade coming through there for Snowflake.
Looks like SNOU.
Yes, sir. I was just going to say it, SNOU. So SNOU, I guess,
Snoop
is
Dogg?
the one that exists. That's the only one I'm finding right now.
What's up, Fabian?
Crank that.
Putting some more 4K over there, Fabian, or what?
I don't like that monthly chart, by the way, on Snowflake. I'm just going to throw that
Yeah,
out.
I mean, I've already said my beef with that.
I was in this one, I think I had it like a year and a half ago. It might even be close to 2 years. But you look at the monthly chart, double bottom on the monthly, the prior support, like when this thing opened up, supported about 230, now resistance at 230, backing off of 230. That's the level that has to go. Like if this thing gets over maybe even more the 240 hump, then it's all systems go on Snow. Otherwise, like down in the mid 100s has been absolutely gold on the side. Like if you watch it bounce, you grab the higher low and then it goes. So it seems like it's back into the same resistance at $240, and until it breaks out that level, I think you just got to be patient with Snowflake. You got to. The thing is, like I love the higher time frames. If you're looking at a stock for a longer term, then make sure you're looking at a longer term out in there. And I think the 3-month chart on this speaks some kind of volumes.
All right. Here we go.
It's SNOU, by the way, not S. We said SNU, but that 2x leverage Snowflake is SNOU. I don't even know do we have it in the platform? Yeah.
SNOU.
Yeah. What the heck is that called? I got to read this.
Snowflake.
T-Rex 2x long. Snow daily.
Get out those claws.
T-Rex. Okay, nice. T-Rex. I guess that's the name of the firm.
Yeah, we are. I want to thank everybody for watching right now. We're starting to get more viewers here as we get ready for the Nvidia show. Join Neil and Dara tonight. Should be a great one. We are excited for that one. And by the way, there it is right now. Wake up, America. Wake up, India. Wake up, UK. Wake up, Canada. Wherever you're at.
Wake up, Brazil.
We're live. Wake up, Brazil. Wake up, Portugal.
Portugal.
Wait a minute, what time is it? So right now, in Europe, it'd be a little bit later, but it's not. Yeah, it's not. It's not bedtime yet.
No, it's dinner time.
Yeah, dinner time right now.
Well,
I'm still going to bed around midnight. I got to do better on my bedtime. Okay, so we just bought some more. I just said wake up basically because we just bought some more. So right now, Google, an amazing 10 cents in the money right now as we wait to see what's going on for Google. But like I said, man, we're 2 for 3. I'm 2 for 3 today, looking to add on to that right here, see if we can go 3 for 4. And just trading some Google. I like the name. I think if there's going to be strength here in the afternoon, Google should play again. And the market pretty flat, so we'll have to wait to see what's going on with Google. Hey, man, get into that chat. Ask us whatever you want. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. And if you are in the chat, there's a perfect opportunity for you to tell us what names you want us to look at. Okay, obviously, Nvidia will be the big one tonight, so we'll look at that. Again, I'll say my piece. It's going out near all-time highs. I'm a little bit concerned that we're at that level, which is why I think the implied move is just 6%. I would say we could be that or slightly under as a move. But hey, if you get a 5% move on Nvidia at 181, man, you're going to be pushing near that $200 mark. Tomorrow, 190 and change. We'll see where that can go tomorrow, breaking through. Hey, look, all-time highs for this $4.4 trillion name. We'll take it, man. We'll take it every day. I can just pause this right now so we don't have to worry about it. Big Bear AI. Again, we got to wait for this to get to $3 again. That's the last, we bought it at 543. So we'll have to wait for Big Bear AI to slip down in there a little bit today. Lumen Technologies up 11%. That's a great one. We've sort of talked a little bit about Robinhood. We love us some Eli Lilly as well. That right now just down 1/4%. Diversify your holdings. Get some Eli Lilly. Oh, no, not ELF.
You forgot Palantir.
All right. Yeah. Palantir, never heard of it. All right. So ELF right here, although I should. Maybe.
Elf on the shelf.
How does this look in 4K? There we go. Palantir Investor. Palantir is, I'm pretty happy. I mean, the first basically, we've done well. We're long that name from a long, long time ago. So thank you for the hat old trader. Prad, what's up to him as well. But here's Elf Cosmetics, man. I'm never going to hear the end of this one as my family just keeps on spending all this hard-earned trade money on Elf Cosmetic products. And even yesterday, my 11-year-old goes, oh, did you hear that Rhone is it Rhone or Rode, is now being sold at Sephora? And I said, yeah, that's because that deal with Elf. And so Elf right there, a nice little move to the upside as Hailey Bieber's, Rhone, I think it is. Hailey Bieber's, I don't have Ramin here to confirm that, but I'm pretty sure, skincare company or cosmetic company bought out by Elf, and apparently some great products. But yeah, my family is all about that, Sephora, and all about having...
The space has been crushing it.
Yeah, exactly, and all about having a nightly routine and all of that kind of stuff. So shout out to the lovely women in my life. All right, so there's $100. Great level there, you know, for the 200 period moving average. So hopefully Marissa's actually might be watching this. So what's up, Marissa? I did not buy Elf on your recommendation when we were down here. So I'm never going to hear.
What day was that?
The end. Oh, I have no idea.
I'm
but
just
it was
curious what.
Well, when she recommended
No,
it?
I'm curious which has moved more, Elf or Ulta at that time. Because it wasn't this, I feel like...
Yeah, we went into Buffalo and...
the discussion was between Elf and something else. We were talking about
Yeah, I should be long Ulta Beauty and Elf.
It was Ulta that we started that conversation with. Then you mentioned Elf.
Either way,
I think Ulta might be...
I love Ulta Beauty.
It might be doing better. I don't know.
They're more the retail side of it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, both of them have been crushing it lately. So
yeah. All right. I'm going to take out 2% here. So there it is. We get some out at 17 and just yeah. Nice move up there. I guess we should have waited for 207 to begin with, but we take a small piece there. We had just a little bit more down there. We have about half a unit or so of this trade. So we'll take a little bit off and just to help pay for that face wash that I was just talking about. So that's good there. And yeah, I'm just going to hold on to Nvidia. So I have a very, very small piece, man, when you're talking about under 5% right now left of this trade. So I'm super happy. This is sort of lighting the torch here today, is Nvidia, and yeah, good job. We actually have the low of the day and the high of the day in our account right there. So this is how I trade. Hopefully you guys are on some sort of similar tip right there, but that is Nvidia, nice upside move. Tesla, yeah, same type of thing, man. We have under that 5% left of Tesla. Good out there. Good out there at 352 for Tesla. On the way up, we got some out at 351s as well. Now you're starting to fade just a little bit. I'm going to take advantage of it and see if I can get something out now in the 60s on TS. There it is. Did we just get that? No, we did not. All right, that sucks. I was offering 66s there as here we come back in as Power Hour has ignited a little bit of a sell-off. Give me those 66s. Give me that nut 66. Doesn't look like we're going to get there right now. But that's those are some plays that there. Oh, no, Easy says no to that. So we'll wait and see if we are able to grab that 350.66 and put a little bit of profit back in the pocket there and get under the values here for Tesla. Because if we lose, let's not let this get carried away. All right, that's 350, fine, done. So my stop before on this name was, I got to go find it, was 348 and change. We were actually going to use some of these, that bottom wasn't made when we took this trade. It was probably right in there. Yeah, 349.75. So again, with about 50 cents, probably about $1. I generally will risk about $1 on, oh, there it is. We get that true. We get that price. So bang, we get 66s. But I will probably just use 350 for a stop. So again, well traded there. 350s in, 350 out. So that's $3.50. We're only risking probably $1. So good little trade there. And here it goes right there, blasting back up to the upside. So let's go, man. We've got Tesla, we've got Nvidia, and we've got Google right now. I'm long, we're short over on the other side. So let's just see what winds up happening. Now, daily goal met, so that's good right here, right now. So pretty good. It took me all day to hit that goal, but that's what we sit here and trade for. I was able to get to the gym, that was fun, and then a little bit of talk here. Went to Starbucks, got a coffee, and now we sit back and we wait for the big event.
The biggest
happening 4:05-ish.
And we'll have it live for you, all the preparation. I don't think we're expecting until 4:20. Although I feel like we've had them before that time. But there's other names that are going to report before Nvidia, and there's a lot to go over and talk about before we get there. So make sure you tune in. It's always fun, but Nvidia earnings just sort of hit different, right? In terms of the actual impact on the market. So we all seem to care just a little bit more about that. Intel just managed to bounce off first support right at 75, short 86, 85 half. It just sometimes it rounds up, sometimes it rounds down. I can't even figure it out. But 75 just bounced. I'm looking for the pullback into VWAP. It's just a simple trend break trade. I am in this, I want to say Scooble. It's KBL. Like it's Skyline Builders Group. I say Scooble because like the ace that we're going to have to go through for the Jays to make it to the World Series. That guy is an absolute
good luck with
beast.
that.
Anyways, this is a VWAP short on SKBL. He is hands down. People call it aura, whatever it is. The dude is so chill on the mound.
Nice.
He knows exactly how freaking good he is because he's out there like, when dudes, he'll be like, oh, you got me, and if somebody hits a home run off him, he'll smile and be like, yeah, you got, and then come back and strike him out with 100 the next time. You know you're good when you're not. He doesn't even get mad. He's not even hating. He's just like, whatever. And the Jays are going to have to go through him.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem.
You're going to have to face him twice in the series. Yeah, Detroit, you guys have an absolute.
We don't have a bullpen anymore. It seems like Hoffman blew it yesterday.
No, we're screwed.
We have competent management continues.
There was a silly thing. The Blue Jays bet on getting health back from one of their relievers, and he is now not coming back, Yimi Garcia, and we didn't go out and get a closer. Okay, I don't even know because we're silly, and they were out there, and we could have paid for them, and instead of Philly getting Duran, we could have Duran. We decided that we would like to go in there with Intel as our closer instead of going out there and getting Nvidia. That's essentially what the Blue Jays management did. And now our ninth innings are going to be stress buckets. But that's what beer at the ball game is for, apparently.
All baseball games.
Well, maybe a little extra in the playoffs.
Yeah. Thank God baseball's a summer sport, man. You get to relax, sit out there, have a drink. I mean, obviously it can't be played in winter.
That's the best part about
here,
it.
But
yes. That's why it's good for families.
I agree on that one.
And the playoff atmosphere it's all about, if you're not getting playoff atmosphere, it's just not the same thing. All right, let's see this NASDAQ. NASDAQ is pulling back. I don't know, we might go red today on the NASDAQ. It's putting in higher lows, but we're now back underneath like pre-market and overnight highs. We're threatening to break trend here on the NASDAQ as well. Like if you pull back into VWAP, like what's leading the charge? Palantir's at the lows, I guess. What's Apple doing?
Yeah. I mean, we just got some more out on Google there. Nice little win for us on Google.
Apple's strong. It's doing fine. Microsoft.
Yeah. I mean, here's Google. Come over to my screen right here if you guys want to. I mean, I don't know. I've been hitting this trade, and there it goes. I mean, we're sitting here on NASDAQ. Hopefully we get this fill actually at 25s, and there it goes. It's right through us. So, yeah, man, there's just to give you.
Another one. Another one.
There it is. Got some 29s.
Another one.
So right there. Good day overall here in trading. I hope you guys are doing it as well. But, yeah, if you find any other opportunities, let's talk about them because.
We just got another super chat here. Venue 42. Venue meaning of life. How does BMR chart look on this Nvidia news? Remember, Nvidia news is tonight, baby. Everybody would just be speculating how that's going to go, but it used to be anything to do with Nvidia and you were good to go. There's a saying that we like to use. Well, I use it. I've heard Treef use it. Like a habitual offender or like a habitual line stepper. This is a habitual line stepper. I don't care what the fundamentals are. When I look at a chart that has a history of pump, dump, lower high, pump, dump, lower high, pump, dump, lower high, just lower high after lower high after lower high, and every single parabolic move gets faded and eventually makes a new low, and then another move happens, and then makes a new low, and then what does it do? Managed to somehow do it a couple of times in here today. It's just a fade. Like there's a pattern that happens on these stocks, and the only way I'm ever interested in them is if you show signs of breaking that pattern. Like one of these moves has to result in breaking the prior, what do we call it? Like prior wick high, right? Like break out and hold one of these levels. So it just doesn't seem to happen on this. Like the next one would be, can it hold maybe like $4 on a close? Like close above $4 a couple of days, and then you can really get going. So, that's what has to happen for a habitual line stepper like BMR, unfortunately. It's not like it never happens. It can happen. Look, Opendoor is an example of a stock that eventually did it. Habitual line stepper, and eventually it broke out. And congratulations to everybody that was, maybe you pegged the bottom. I don't know why you would have, or the first time through, you could have just waited for it to get above that prior high. The day that it did that, it opened at 260, got to $5 and closed at $3.40. So that was a pretty good day for it if you tried it on that day. But that's what I'd be looking for, like that prior. Sometimes we call it like the bag holder level, right? So maybe when it breaks a bag holder level, you can look a little bit better on that.
Yeah, I haven't even looked at that today. But okay, so here we go. I took some more out of Google. Well, you guys saw that at 30, so we're going to wait now at 25, see if we're able to get something going on there as well. So yeah, so far so good here on the day. And again, we just want to thank everybody for watching. I mean, I think it's what we're putting on right now in 4K. Coming through, so you can see the hat better right there. But let's just go on and see what other kind of names we want to talk about. We did have that big MongoDB trade earlier on today where it just keeps on heading higher, man, 36% and nothing but upside love right now with almost all of the S&P 500 reporting. It's been a great reporting season, and we do have, remember, the environment of rate cuts right now. And I mean, we have over 90% this morning. We'll refresh this again. It's going to be the same thing until we get different numbers, 87 to 88% chance of a rate cut coming in September. And then by the time December is here, there's actually about 40% chance that we have 3 cuts by that time. And so that's half of what we expected at the beginning of the year, but still nice little numbers there coming through for everybody on the rate cut. And then you get great earnings and overall beat, an expensive market, which is the problem on some of these names. But other than that, man, I mean, it's looking pretty juicy right now that we get a Fed that's participating in what we need, right? We had a great Jackson Hole that somebody called there, and I hope a lot of you guys were long, and I hope there's a lot of money made. But at the end of the day, we'll see what happens. I feel pretty bullish about this market. It's been a bull run for a very, very long time. We're not selling too many things at these highs. We think it's going to go a lot higher. And we recently bought Apple. That's how much we thought the market was going to go. We're long Apple down here in the 2 teens, right? And so that I think it was $2, I wish, $2.12. So good little move up there for Apple with bigger and better things to come in the Apple ecosystem being released. I think it was September 7th or something like that, 9th. So there we go, September 9th, you're going to hear all about Apple. And at that day, probably this stock will, what day is it now? Oh, so that's not too far. I was going to say maybe reach 250, but that's only 2 weeks away. So I don't know about 250, but that's the target area for me. Upside on Apple. I'm an own, don't trade of this stock and of Nvidia and of everything pretty much. Getting out little pieces on the way up, but right now Apple, pretty full position for me. I like this stock. Yeah, RGTI. There's a whole bunch of names floating around, and we'll get to them very, very soon.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
But everybody, check them out. Empowered women can change the world, and you can help make it happen. The Woman Boss trains and mentors women and girls across Africa to lead, innovate, and thrive. Since 2018, we've reached over 10,000 women and girls, and your donation today can launch the next great entrepreneur. Scan the QR code on your screen now and join us in building a brighter future. And why not? I think that sounds fantastic. You mentioned Rigetti there. Just one before I get to Rigetti, because that's the daily chart's spicy on Rigetti. Yeah. Intel, I'm going to try to reload it at the entry price. Well, okay, more like 84s. I got 85 and a half. It'll say 86, but it's at 85 and a half. Got a midpoint. I like to use midpoints when it's not really going anywhere. It saves you like a half a point every single time. So we're going to reload it, not move the stop. It's still going to stay about the break-even spot. But when it comes to Rigetti, load. Do you get there? Oh no, it's pulling back today. But if you look at Rigetti, remember Rigetti and the 50-period moving average. It is holding like an absolute champion at the 50-period moving average, and it did it again. Is what it is. I wasn't here yesterday, but it did it again with this wick and hold right at the open. Like it was gapped down underneath, and then right at the open. Like this is literally the $14, and it bounced right off. So until proven otherwise, Rigetti, to me, you're buying this thing at the 50 whenever you get a chance as a day trade. If you're trying to swing it, yeah, you just got to remember, they're not making any money. The market, for everyone that talks about the market cap of Palantir being too pricey or cybersecurity names are too expensive, just have a look at any of these quantum names or even some of the small modular reactor names too, like the nuclear names are like they're insane. You're talking about tens tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars sometimes, or maybe they got $1 million in revenues and then $1 billion market caps.
Oh boy.
It's a different beast. And Rigetti falls in that category. So I'm talking about a technical trade on Rigetti, not some, hey, they just buy and hold it here forever. No, you got to.
Wait a minute, Webull reports? Did we miss Webull? Webull, I think, reports maybe tonight as well. The market right here is taking a dump to the downside right now. So we get out at 350. When that winds up breaking, we just talked about our Google trade. We got out some more up there just real recently. There's that fill that I thought we got live and we didn't. So there's 25. Nice move to the downside right now. Going lower right here, 206.50 is my stop out level here for Google. So I don't know, where's Adair? She's over there. If any news is hit, man, we'll get it to you immediately, but she's not seeing anything. So okay, all aboard. I thought I had, so I think my Google's canceled by accident down there. Like, is it tomorrow? Okay.
I think it's tomorrow.
206.50 break there. I just saw a note here on Benzinga. It just said, I can just click on a Webull right now. It said Webull Q2 earnings preview. So tomorrow.
It's tomorrow.
Okay.
I just checked. That's what I was going to say. August 28th.
Right.
The call is at 5 p.m. So I'm guessing the earnings will be before then. But if I have more details, I'll let you know.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah,
there's a lot at stake for them too.
5 p.m.
Have been moving.
Yeah. So Webull will be a good one there. And what to expect? Can crypto relaunch help boost shares? I don't know about all this stuff. I don't know about all this crypto stuff, to be honest with you. Okay, so here we go with.
That's why I like Bull and so it's more than just crypto, right? Like the 24-hour market, I think, is so big it's big for Bull, it's big for Robin, but it's not just a crypto play. We got to remember the market is going 24/5 next year. I don't know. Don't at me. I don't know exactly what day it's going to happen, but it is absolutely happening. Part of why we're doing what we're doing here to get you guys the best show possible in preparation for that. Volumes are going to be like everything grows. So whether you're tokenization, great. Crypto trading, great. Transfers, all that stuff. But just the sheer trading volume is going to bode well for Webull and for Robinhood. That's part of the reason. Everyone always talks about crypto for them as if that's the only thing you have going. Heck, IBKR, which is another reason why that's going in the S&P 500. Let's be real. S&P 500, IBKR tonight, Interactive Brokers, they're going to stand to benefit from it. I understand. Bull's not having a good day today. And it just spiked.
Yuck.
It literally broke the low of the day as we were talking about it. So that was rather ominous. But as far as I'm concerned, and when you buy off the $10 level, you had a couple of months to be able to get that down here, and it's also holding the 50-period moving average. So it's a nice trend, actually a wedge pattern forming. This wouldn't be a bad place, I think, if it loses the 50 to trim. I've already trimmed once, but trim again and then wait for 10-11 if it breaks a 50-period moving average, because that's a stock that I would buy if it got down there another time. So we'll see. Tomorrow after the bell, it's not just always about Nvidia. Nvidia is a big one, but lots of earnings names to get to. Even tonight, with Snowflake, 5 as well. So it's going to be a while.
5 below.
For sure. 5, hopefully
Look out
not below.
Below. What's up, Rona Kumar? Are we hiring? Yes, we're always looking for more talent, so you can, send whatever resumes you want in there. We are planning on doing a show, like was Neil's mentioning there, where we probably have an office outside of Canada, in Asia somewhere, where we're able to put on a show for you during the Asian markets. I mean, Trader TV Live is going worldwide, Mr. Worldwide. Prestige Worldwide, that's the best, man. Step Brothers is the best, man. Boats and Hoes, man. I mean, what are you gonna do? Prestige Worldwide. Shout out, put some ones. I'm putting some ones up in the chat for Step Brothers, man. I am loving the Step Brothers movie over and over and over again. That's just a classic movie there. Prestige World. The Boats and Hoes is too much. Like the poor dad is sitting there, and these guys are showing the video, and then the boat crashes, and the guy's like, "Oh man, my whole retirement," and then Will Ferrell there is like, "Yeah, but do you want to invest?" And it's just like, it is the funniest thing ever. But what's up? Shout out to Boats and Hoes right there as it goes on and on. Maybe we shouldn't talk like, I don't know, I don't want to sing it because, I don't want to get a royalty problem here, nor do we want to get poached for our voice. So we'll wait for that one. Okay, so that's what that was. All right, so, hey, look, let's go. I thought it's really stupid because I canceled. I don't know what happened actually with my Google trade because we had actually talked about this. And I thought as it was tanking, I was going to get filled. Like I was bidding 70s because I'm using 50. I just checked my stop. That's what we were doing when it crashed. I'm using 50s here as my out for Google. So I would have taken that fill. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, didn't. But at the end of the day, I mean, that to me is a great fill down there. And then you just wait to see what winds up happening. I mean, we didn't expect this move to happen in the NASDAQ for sure. But, ahead of earnings, definitely making more and more sense to me that we are going to get some negativity, not negativity, but there are traders that are quite clearly cashing out of some Nvidia before. I mean, if you can get out near the day's high or all-time highs, sorry, that's probably a decent trade. So that's what we wound up doing. And again, we don't raw dog it around here. We take it out when it breaks 350. So there's Tesla downside, man. We just always trading with stops. I don't think there's any other way to do it. So we get stopped out of Tesla, which is fine by me. We had less than, like I said, less than 5%, and we actually got out just before this dump right there. So that was actually a pretty good level to get out at, and then boom, downside right there. So P&L 1, Nvidia, P&L 2, Tesla. We're going to see if we can, obviously we're green on Google. I mean, we're in the money now, and we've only taken out profits on it. So let's wait to see if Google can help us out here today and keep sort of the streak alive. Yesterday was another great day, and today hopefully we'll be able to replicate something.
Open just got smoked.
I was just going to say, I've already said my piece on Open Door and where I think this should properly be trading, and I think that's a little bit lower into $3.
Yeah, 3 looks like it's...
There's the break, right? The day break.
It broke the low of the day, 14% down. The good thing, I mean, it'll be SSR tomorrow, so maybe that gives it a bounce, right? Short sell restriction, the uptick rule will be in effect for Open Door, but the rejection of $5 is now complete because it went to 4. That's that prior high. Technically, 387. You might get a dead cap. This is a huge volume move on Open, so you might get some kind of a dead cat bounce here, at least before we get the close. So it's worth watching to see if you can get like a bottoming tail, something along those lines where you could maybe just scalp it back into 420, let's just say. I haven't got a look at the $4 level yet. I would suspect there should be a bit of a bid. It's done 250 million shares of volume here on Open, which, believe it or not, is actually that's relatively low compared to the last few days. Like, we've been doing $500 million on the regular on this stock. So, volume's been decreasing on it. I think you might catch a bid off the $4 level here with Open. Oh, Intel just went back to break even. It just wouldn't give you more than the 10 cents, but if you're risking 5 and it gives you 10, you got to take it in that particular case. Like, the way I see like this kind of a trade, it's binary. You break the trend line, you take the short. Once it hits first support, the stop goes from the prior bar high to the prior support in here, and then that's it. Like, that's the structure of the trade. Like, I'm looking to get out, look for a pullback into the volume weighted average price with the last piece. Otherwise, break even. So, don't make a mess of a stock, especially when the NASDAQ went red briefly and this was holding those highs. So it's trend reversion. You just got to respect the fact that they don't always go all the way. Like, look at Palantir. I actually caught one on Palantir, a couple. It went into VWAP and bye-bye. Like, it just got to the volume weighted average price and died. Sometimes it continues, and other times you get that low buy in there, and you get what you can get because you're going against the grain. And Palantir might be making a bit of a double bottom here. Actually, it looks like 156. Remember, that's that 50 period on the daily, effectively, that Palantir is bouncing off of. Like, there's your 50 period on the daily. I don't know why that trend line is moving, but if you look at this trend line, it's also on the trend line as well. So this is not a bad spot here on Palantir. I might take a shot at Palantir. It's still 320, so much time to go. When I look up, I still see, it's the same names that are up at the top of the list. Although, did mine update? No. Palantir wasn't number 1 on the stock list. Yeah. Is it? Okay, well, right now it's like, Open, Nvidia, Palantir is actually at number 1 right now for me. Let's see if it can hold this higher low. I want to see this bar close above 156.4, because that's a double bottom on Palantir now. On volume, and the market just bounced off VWAP. So if we can get a close above on this 3-minute, I'd throw the stop at 156.5-ish, maybe a couple of pennies underneath it. and see if we can't get a reversion long on PLTR. Double bottom 156, down 2.5%. The story, I don't think, was that big of a deal for Palantir. The U.S. government talked up potential stakes in a bunch of things. They mentioned defense. Palantir's name was thrown out in there, Lockheed Martin as well. Whether it happens or not, who knows?
All right, man. Here we go again, man. Another 30 cents in the monies for Google. And again, it's just about sticking with your game plan, by the way. We'll take off the Palantir hat. Sticking with the game plan right there on Google. So, yeah. I mean, like I said, man, if we're going to sit here and trade, we might as well do something like this. So we picked on Google again. Strong name. We've been looking at it for a while, and it's continuously working here. So Google, good little look here on an upswing. We just take some out at 207.09. Our most recent buy, I'll just take you to my trade list over here. Most recent buy on it, 81s there. So far, so good for sure on Google. And we'll just continue to watch out, see how high this name can fly. And we're pretty happy with it so far. I'm actually going to put an offer at 15s, see if actually you're going to go to 13, see if we can get that. Just use the Arca Gateway again and add some liquidity to that space. So tonight, man, we just talked about some of the big earnings. Go find me at Trader TV Sean. We have them posted right here. Thanks to Dara for everything. It's at Trader TV Research. She has some cool graphics up there. 5 below, NTAP, right there. Agilent, there's A. Is that what it is? Yeah, I believe so. So there's Agilent tonight. Bill Holdings right there. So what's up, Bill? There, shout out to the Washington Redskins. CrowdStrike, Commanders. CrowdStrike there. Crowd is tonight?
Yes.
Okay. Good. Definitely loving some CrowdStrike. I think that's going to be, this might be one of the biggest movers there. Greater than Nvidia, I would say, as a percentage wise.
Nvidia. What's it implies only 8 on?
Yeah, 8 versus 6.4. So it's very, very close. Snowflake with an 11.5. That's the one I'm most worried about, but I love CrowdStrike. Let's have a quick look at that. Actually, I heard us all talking about all that before, and I was like, we didn't even.
In the morning we mentioned it, but
yeah,
I don't think we did this. We didn't mention it this afternoon until now.
Okay, we did not. Okay, so CRWD right now. Let's see if it's a crowded space or not. You know,
it's okay if it is.
Yeah, it is, and it's way down. So, you know, potentially picking up some CrowdStrike. Okay. The only time I bought CrowdStrike was during the dog days of CrowdStrike when it absolutely got destroyed. I think it must have been in and around. It was in 2024, right, Adara? I think I have to zoom back out a little bit to.
It was July 19th, 2024.
Okay, so perfect. So we were, it's easy to look at the chart right there. CrowdStrike had a huge move up. It was at one point considered best of breed again versus Palo Alto. It was a little bit different technology. I'm not sure exactly what the technology is, but it's a different technology than what Palo Alto was working on. But yeah, I was lucky enough to get it. Not lucky enough, it's called sitting on cash, and that's what we're doing. So waiting for opportunities. We recently bought Palo Alto on a miss. That seemed to have worked out just fine. And we're kind of doing the same thing here with with CrowdStrike. So we're able to buy the dip. We did not get out of anything on the way up for this name. Thought it was like in the right space. I still like it. But down at the 200 period moving average, oh boy, you want to talk about a name rather than Nvidia, which Nvidia is all the way up here right now. This name, again, the right space, the right time. I'm into Pan W off of their most recent miss. And if CrowdStrike somehow misses tonight as well, then you're going to be looking in and around this 360, 370 area.
Gobble. If they Fortinet, gobble. Yeah,
okay, gobble time there. So some turkey trading happening. But right into there, 370, I think we definitely like that play. And again, I've been talking cybersecurity for a minute. Palo Alto's been, I got to say, shout out to Jim Cramer, honestly, like, I've had Apple in my account, Nvidia, Palo Alto, Costco, like all of these great companies for probably 20 plus years. And it's been quite a ride to the upside on a lot of these stocks. And we're able to cash out a little bit here and there, pay some bills, things like that, continue to, honestly, and I feel lucky that I was able to do that. Like when I started here, was able to make money almost right away trading and started putting that away, bought my first condo, now own a house, cars, everything, family. And most of that has just been holding on to some of these good companies. So I look to do the same right now. And I think that Nvidia, all these names are very, very similar. So able to do that. And again, day trading has probably the largest failure rate out of any, if you want to call it a profession. But investing, if you can invest properly and continue to make good stock picks, then I think you can win definitely in the long.
You have to be able to hold.
That's what I'm saying, hold, right? Like,
hold the good.
I looked down, and I think I showed Fabian, I was like 700% in the money or something on Nvidia or whatever that one time. And it's just like, okay. But anyways, it's just about investing versus day trading. And there's a lot of people looking for those home runs, and investing is not going to be a home run, but statistically, over time, it's that 13 to 14% on the S&P 500. So I've been rolling out of some individual stocks as we look to retire and into indexes. So that's
because, and I think it had something to do with the fact that my income was coming from day trading, which is volatile. So I was more conservative, I think, earlier on. Like, I was made sure that a certain portion at the beginning, it's like, okay, buy the index. You can like a stock. Buy some index too. Buy some index too, just when you take some of those chances. As, that fly, whatever. I've given up on trying to get that fly at this point. Because he's landing on my keyboard. And if I try to kill a fly that lands on my keyboard, it's just, I'm going to break the keyboard. But Palantir, look at, I put a break-even stop on Palantir. It went 156.5, goes to 157, and then right back on it. Look how quickly this thing is selling off. So right back into that 156. It did break trend briefly, but again, that's why you have a stop. Everybody, make sure you have a stop, because that was cruising, absolutely cruising, and then it comes right back in so quickly. And again, I'm taking my shot one in, and then you know where my stop is going to be. Once it goes to one level, I move the stop from prior bar into the break even, sort of moving it up along with it as we go to the desk with Adair. Only 30 minutes to go to the close.
Yeah.
Take a look here at these implied moves for tonight. I've updated these a little bit since I last sent the document. So some of these are changed by fractions of percents, but no big changes here. Nvidia, 6.5% expected move. Same with HPQ. Snowflake and CrowdStrike are two cybersecurity names on watch at 7.7% and 10.9% respectively expected moves. You can check this out on X at TTV Research and check the earnings out themselves with Neil and myself at 4 p.m. Eastern. We got a wild night for you guys. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara. Yeah, look, we are super excited. Like I was just saying, man, join Neil and Adara at 4 p.m. for all the earnings coming through. Excited for CrowdStrike, excited for all of them coming through. I'm even much more excited now than I was 20 minutes ago before I even realized CrowdStrike was there. That's funny, as I tweeted it out too. But all right, trading over there, trading over here. We're doing good here this afternoon, 3:30 right now with only a half hour left. I'm going to take another piece out here at 12 if we can get it. Iron, we get out of the building? Oh, yesterday we had our monthly, although I don't know, is it monthly? I guess it is.
It doesn't seem like it's monthly.
It doesn't seem like it's monthly. It seems like it's quarterly or something, I feel like. But yesterday was our fire drill test. So we do not have that today, so that was just a little alert there. But yeah, just getting some more out. Honestly, of Google, buy those, buy that. We're trading and we're getting out. When do you know you're a good day trader? I mean, shout out right here. Look, man, I try to be honest with everybody, and there's a lot of people that look down and they see. Sometimes you look at your own P&L with rose-colored glasses, and you say, I can get that back, or I'm on a losing streak, or I didn't sleep well enough last night. I'm going to get back at it the night before, or night after. But, at the end of the day, you just have to look down at your P&Ls to tell you if you're a good trader or not. And if your P&L is red, that doesn't mean you're a bad trader. It just means that the strategies that you're doing right now, and like I said, I'll be honest, and I'll try to tell you guys when I'm green or red on the day. I'm green today, pretty good. So we're happy with what we're doing. But that's why I try to be honest with you and try to tell you, this is what we're doing. And we're sitting here putting on trades, showing you how it's done. But if you're not having success, then just either, I hate telling people to lower their share size. I think it's better just to go into simulation mode, because the way you trade when you have 20 shares, this is for me anyways, and you guys deal with it, and I've seen traders around here come and go, and they all trade small shares and unable to be successful. So it's a matter of understanding that it's a completely different feeling. Get out of here, fly.
to actually trade to try to make money or just trade to have fun. And so I think what you have to do is try to separate the two. Get a strategy that you really, really like, and then hit it hard when it's working. And then if you have a couple bad days or a week or a bad month or whatever, at that point, you're still going to be live and you're probably lost everything that you've made. Just slow down and then potentially go completely into paper mode until that strategy starts to work again. And then the key is to understand when it's working quick. Because if something's working, right, like this imbalance that we're talking about for Walgreens tonight, like those IPO trades, they were working for your boy for a long time, right? And so we started upping the amount of shares that we were using on those trades, all right, because they were working. So now that we've had that kind of success, I could say the next time we have a big IPO trade, maybe I even use more shares than that, you know, because it's been working. But I would not try to chase the dream, because 98% of traders, money gets deposited into Robinhood, never comes out of Robinhood. It goes into Robinhood's pocket or other traders' pockets. So just be careful with all of that and make sure that you keep your expectations realistic, you know, and that's why I think it's important that you try to ask not just us, but fellow traders as well. That's why we have this environment. Are you green? Is Joe green? Is Sharif green? Am I green? Is Neil green? Are we green on the day? What kind of day? Because not every day we're going to be green.
Well, I answered this one in the chat.
Good.
The one thing that in over 20 years has definitely got me through is I don't care what happens on the short term. If you're trying to be successful at something which is a probability game, there is like hundreds of trading days in the year. Hundreds of trading days in the year. What you're doing has to work on a higher time frame. Like you need to be positive on a month, and then a positive on a quarter, and then positive on a year. If you have 2 or 3 good days, it actually doesn't mean a lot. It's great. Don't get me wrong, it's great, but it doesn't actually mean a heck of a lot in terms of expanding your strategy. So I only ever look at that. And that's what's gotten me through. And I've been pretty fortunate. Like I said, consistent on a higher time frame. Make sure, like Sean said, like if things work, you hit those ones hard. Make sure you put the right amount of capital into the things that are the best. But if you have something that's not working on a month-to-month basis, then who cares? Are you positive every single month out of the year? Then you're a good trader. You know, you could have the greatest month ever, but if you're negative, 10 out of 12 months, and it doesn't really matter. If you're able to, and I've seen a couple of trades, if you're able to then somehow, like that one trade blows out the 10 months that you lost, that can happen. I've seen it work before, but not in the long term. It doesn't usually work out. So just try to have that idea of trying to build consistency into something, and consistency is different for every other person. Like for some people, it could be a side hustle. You don't have to try to pay your bills with it. So you don't have that kind of pressure, which I think can be a good thing. And then try to just build that consistency and build a bankroll too. That's important. If you don't have a bankroll, when I started out as a trader, I lived at home as long as I could. Straight up. And I didn't care what anybody else was saying because I was saving. I was saving, because I understood that it could all blow up. Who knows? It's trading. Like, it's not going to be easy. So that's just my 2 cents on it for sure. It's about 15 minutes to the imbalances, but we didn't look at the early look. Remember, both Interactive Brokers and Walgreens are NASDAQ stocks. We're not going to get like an early look at what we're expecting to be one buy imbalance and one sell imbalance. Interactive Brokers is going into the S&P 500. We expect that to be a buy. Walgreens Boots Alliance is going to be coming out. I'll just call it WBA from now on. So we expect that to be a sell. Not really much of anything. I'm seeing a bunch of names that I don't. CVE's in there for 3 mil sell, SNQ maybe, Visa 1.2, but no big names here on the early look for the imbalances. AMD broke trend a little bit to the upside here, so it's always the same story on a trend break. In, prior bar out, get to first resistance, move stop to break even. I lied when I said I wouldn't go after the fly again. I swung and missed at that fly. It was on my screen. I'm like, I don't want to punch the screen. I thought I'd be like really quick with a swipe. It didn't work. You got to be able to just hit it. So yeah, into AMD, was prior bar stop. Now I'm going for the break even. About 166.8 will be the out, so about 10 cents worth of risk. Looking for it to get back into 167.4. Pre-market high also was a bit of a head and shoulder look there at the 167.4 as well. Nonsense saying CrowdStrike's tanking going into earnings.
Who knows? But right now Google is not, and there it is, another one for you again right here. So yeah, so far so good as we continue to watch out for this mover coming through. There goes Google. Look at that. We just get that fill there at 46s. So that's a decent opportunity there for us on Google. As we look to cash out again. Oh, it's because I had. All right, that actually put me short. I actually had too many shares up there, so we'll punch out, and there it is. That's the end of that trade. Nicely cooking right there on Google. We'll go, as Neil mentioned, right, we're going to go 3 for 4 today and play the strategies the way that you do. And that's it, man. There it is. So out on Google. Right there at VWAP. Lows to highs. We did it, everybody. Right there. So congrats for everybody that's doing that. Right there. Yeah, so there it is. All right, what else? All right, that's Nvidia is the last one that we have on board right now. We're just going to watch out for this. Okay, you know what? It's at these levels. I might as well take a piece out now. Again, good trade. Why not? We'll take an 80 fill there. We get it. Or 79, sorry. So there's a 79 fill at the 200 period. Moving average, and there it goes. So boom goes the dynamite one more time to the upside. So, you know, you're looking for the big winners. Hopefully we'll be able to give you some here today. And we're just going to continue to watch out for this market and what's going on into the close with CrowdStrike, someone said. As you just mentioned, tanking. Yeah, I mean, whatever. This is just a typical move. Yeah, we'd have to wait for that. I mean, look at MongoDB, MDB today. And I just want to say, like, let's just see what it did yesterday. I guess I'll have to zoom in a lot. We don't want to see that. Yeah, so look at this. So, whoops, there was Mongo yesterday into the close. Very similar. Nice little move from 215 down to 214 there. It was $214 at 347, sorry. So you get a nice move down there in MDB, and then this happens. So I would not necessarily worry too much about, you know, any sort of a temporary move in a CrowdStrike or anything like that. I have a feeling that Tesla's going to have been a bad decision. Yeah. So, you know what? Whatever, man. We'll make money on Google today, Nvidia, Tesla, and then we will lose on Palantir. So 3 for 4, and Tesla just broke through there. We could have used that as the bottom again, but once we cracked through, we actually talked about using this 350 as our area because that's where we were long. So in there, good trading to the upside, and then out again on TSLA. Great trading. It looks like during the midday, I know Joe was on some IBIT there today, and it was a nice move higher into $64, and that was a good top there for IBIT. I guess 112,500 or so for a top for IBIT. But yeah, this little level there, 63.40, looks like a good one. See if we can hold out hope that something happens over there. And as Neil had mentioned there, Walgreens today, it's supposed to be a delete, but look what's happening right now. So it might come as a bid on that.
There's a CVR, that's the thing.
Yeah, so there it goes straight to the upside. So again, if your strategy, and we talked about this, we know a lot of people that make a lot of money off closing trades and things like that, go into it, right? You know, Neil was just talking about making, you know, a lot of money or not losing a lot of money on strategies that have been working. You know, we did months and months worth there on that last IPO, and that's sort of now we can just chill out and buy Christmas presents early. But yeah, so if the closing trade on something like a WBA or something you've been looking at has been a profitable one for you in the past, then today's a great day to do that because 120 million shares, I'm sure it's going to be good, Neil.
I'm sure it's going to be good. I would say this, though. Like, I've traded
people will print a lot.
Some people probably will print a lot, but this is not one that's been historically fantastic because of that CVR. Like, you're getting, it's $11.45 in cash and the rights to a $3 in cash per WBA share, a divested asset proceed right. So when you have a factor like that in the deal that makes it not an all cash deal, there's a subjectivity to what it's worth, then you can have some hedges taking other side here because there's actually, like, there's something that can have it go higher. Like before, if it was just $11.45 cash, and it was at 11.44, you short the living you-know-what out of it in the low 40s and be like, as long as it prints down. But this is a little bit different than that. So look, for me, it's not, like, if it comes out huge, it comes out huge. But it's not one of those, it's as automatic as before. I've seen traders get absolutely rinsed on the ones that have CVRs as well. And just throwing that out there, everyone can do what they want. I've traded a lot of buyouts over the years. AMD broke the trend to the upside, so that was it breaking trend down. We got in, it then broke this trend and came right back into break even. So quick little scalp trade on AMD. Went about 30 pennies for me there, but it went 40 pennies. I got 30 out of it on that quick little move for sure. So 7 minutes to go till the imbalances come in, everybody. And let's be real. I know the top of the list on our stock visualizer still says Palantir. It does. But Nvidia earnings in about 40 minutes, everybody. So hit that like, hit that subscribe. Everybody lock in, be loaded, be ready. We're going to go over all the earnings names. It's not just them. We talked about this. CrowdStrike is going to be reporting. That's a big one. Snowflake as well. That should be a big mover. Five Below. That's another name that should move in here. And I'm expecting that we'll be able to give you all the goods as quickly as possible because there is a machine. We'll give you live action as to what is happening in real time on all of those names as they come through in addition to the numbers. And if you have questions, don't hesitate to ask them. It's just us and the earnings tonight. We don't have a guest. We're just going to be talking shop. We're just going to be looking at the move. We're just going to be looking at the numbers and answering your questions and going over all the names in real time. And speaking of names, it's been a hot minute since I saw Fubo TV. Not true. I was whining and complaining about this stock the other day because of a show that I want to watch, I can only watch on Fubo TV that I don't have. This stock stinks. No, I'm kidding. I have nothing against them. I just don't like it when I pay for like a million different streaming services and can't watch something. It always seems to bug me. It's like I have everything and I can't watch that Stephen King show. It's ridiculous. Unless I cheat. I get it. I could do whatever it is people are using to pirate these days, which I don't, because my brother's in the TV industry. So I've never been someone that likes to pirate. But Fubo, that's a stock that I think is halfway broken, but not completely, because it's holding on to the 200 period. Just saw someone throw it in the chat. When I say halfway broken, I don't like anything that has a channel that it breaks, right? Like, see that channel that it's in? Well, it broke the bottom end of that channel. It still got support at the 200 period moving average, but now it's underneath that channel and it kind of rejected going back above recently. So it's halfway broken on Fubo, fully broken if it loses $3 or $2 and, no, it's $3. Fully broken if it loses $3. Just zoom in there and you can find it. So we'll see what happens with Fubo TV.
All right, oh boy. The mistake that we got out of everything there on VWAP is not great because there it goes, man. It is now. Nice trade there if anybody has it. And let's take this opportunity right now to go find out who's actually, as we talk about, making some money around these joints right now. So shout out to everybody trading with us here at Real Trading. These are the top traders from yesterday. So a little bit of a different look there because we have Amex, Canada, NASDAQ, and New York yesterday. So that's the #1 trader. These are the markets that they traded in, and this is the US dollar denominated number there. So it's also going through the different markets. So Canada, we don't have any year. Oh, we do have. I was going to say, okay. Here's somebody that traded a bunch of year up there. So someone, we have offices located all over the world. I've traveled all over the world opening up offices for Real Trading. That's what I was I wasn't traveling before this, but I was the head of Trader Floor Development, and we actually created that division of Real Trading, and that's just because I like to talk, and some people think I know what I'm doing, but I don't know, I kind of fooled those people. But Zitra, Switzerland, Stockholm, Paris, Milan, Madrid, so there it is right there, Amex and NASDAQ, so not a huge number from yesterday, but still, congratulations to anybody that made this board. I mean, $2,500 is great, especially if you can somehow average that. That would be real nice right there. Okay, so there goes Google. Again, big congratulations to anybody that sort of followed the lead on that one and was able to buy those dips on Google. There it goes. Still, I honestly, that's why it's purple. I put out too many shares and it just ripped higher because I had some offers up here. So it was thinking that, oh, you don't have enough shares, you're going to try to short sell this thing. But it just covered all of my shares and actually put me short, which we had to cover immediately, which is why we have that green there. But again, boom, 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 upside right there. So hopefully some of you can have some of that success right there. We only have 4 minutes now until the imbalance. Let's go have a quick look at how awesome crypto is doing for y'all today. Bitcoin right here in the last 7 days down 1.3%. Ethereum today in the last 24 hours. It looks like Bitcoin may be the leader, but no, it's Solana right there. I thought I was in a Solana amount of trouble when I bought that at 200. It went down to 180, but right now 3.5% in the money and not selling it, so it doesn't matter. But there's Solana right there, up 5.5% today and up 12 on the week. The other name that I have probably too much of is Cardano, so we'd like to see those numbers green, not red. And then recent XRP Army, not recent, but it was one of the last ones I had wound up buying there, Ripple. So we'll see if that can go. And then Ethereum, man, I cashed out of that. It was 2,500, something like that, out of all the coins that I had, still hold it in trust. But that was where we wound up buying. I don't think we bought Bitcoin. We must have bought XRP. And then we talked about our recent there with Solana. So it looks like crypto names still continue to work. And then, you know, if you want to get rugged a little bit, you can go to BMNR and look at that if you want. Down $45. Again, down 8%. So there we go again right now. I wonder when you're going to find out that Tom Lee sold everything on this. Probably won't tell you until much later. So wait for the 13Fs and whatnot on that. You know, follow those guys to your demise. Nice move there to the upside. And then right now, I don't even really want to technically look at this because it's probably a disaster waiting to happen. So BMNR, just waiting to figure that stock out. And then MSTR, which I think, you know, this one's pretty obvious where they've stated how many millions of Bitcoin they have, and it continues to sort of follow out to see what crypto is wind up doing. And you get from that 460 down to 340. So that's dropped a lot more than Bitcoin has as well. So Bitcoin's only now down about 15% or so from its highs. This name down much more than that. So again, do the due diligence that's out there. People that are supporting BMNR and MSTR, obviously you know what's going on in your own game plan. So I would just say be careful with that. I'm buying just the IBITs of the world and things like that, just to be able to protect against.
Be in the ETF.
Yeah, just
or just be in the actual. We just hold Bitcoin or ETH. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, either hold the coin.
Yeah, you could literally you can hold ETH on your own and stake it yourself.
Yes. You can do all of that.
It is what it is. I find like that's the easy path. The path of least resistance is just when you can own an asset, just own the asset. And if you can get a yield on it without having to worry about it being in some other thing that can get rugged. And don't get me wrong, ETH can go down 50% from here. I'm not saying it can't. It's just that why would I need to be in something else?
So I would. You have to make sure that you are planning. Okay, here we go. It's only a couple minutes until the imbalances. Okay, so here we go. So Walgreens must be a huge sell as expected.
112
right there, as we had said. I told you Walgreens was coming as a sell.
IBKR is the wrong way.
Yeah, no doubt. And there's the move down, huge right now for Walgreens. I don't think I have shortable shares, or else I would just be punching this. But here we go. Nicely.
You don't need, it's free.
Oh, you don't need shorts?
It's free.
Oh, okay, so that's perfect. So let's see if we can get some shares here on WBA, and we'll see. Oh, no, it's still going down lower. All right, so we'll take a little bit here. We're short at 99s now. We'll see if we get some 97s or 98s coming through on Walgreens. I'm actually bidding 97s here. Let's see if we get them. And bang, there it is right there. So we'll already take a winning trade there on Walgreens, as it's already paired out of about half. So we go, what did I get, O's or did I get 99s? So we right there, we got 99s on it, out 97s there for IBKR. So quick money being made on this side.
Yeah, VWAPs, I got ones in a 97, but I swung and missed at 05.
Ooh.
I swung and missed at 05 big. It was a huge miss. That sucks.
All right.
I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, why not?
It sucks. There wasn't a lot. The thing about that trade, 112 million shares to the sell side, the algos destroy the bid on. I mean, they destroy the bid on that.
Yeah, I think I could have got 8s, but I was uncertain because I was like, I don't have shortable shares because I was watching and it was dancing like that, and then
I only knew because I was short earlier.
Yeah. So, but again, there it is right there, right? Like we said, I told you, man, people will make So now it's already done. Like there's going to be people that made tens of thousands of dollars on that move for sure. So as we had kept on mentioning to you, understand what you're doing. And if you did have an opportunity to take that trade, congratulations. What a move there for Walgreens. And again, we trade the amount of shares that I would have been able to take there would have been monstrous. And but anyways, we don't talk about share size. But there it goes right now as we're on a prop floor. So good trading there, man. 99s to 97s. We'll take it there. A quick 2 pennies on WBA. Now 40 million. So that means if you're looking at this, I don't know I mean, I know Neil and I both know what it means, but it's starting to pair off.
It's already at 40.
Right.
It's paired off 70 million shares is already paired off in 2 minutes. And
I think it's because they're ready for it.
Oh, 100% they're ready for it. And remember, like I said, there's this like CVR thing that they got going. It's like a contingent value right, meaning it's possibly worth more than $11.45. Obviously, it's trading above the cash price here. So I don't know. This might not be a close trade on the NASDAQ. You can find out. It matters at 355 essentially if it's still a buy,
right?
Because that's when you would have to lock in if you're going to take the auction. I'm going to sneeze in a second. Don't.
So based on what I've seen right here, I would not. Take
no, it's already
paired, but it's already. I still think it's going to print significantly lower. But you have to take that risk. Like it could. So the thing is that you could start getting short here at 12.01, and then it rips up, and the next thing you know, it's 12.05, and then you need a 5-cent print even to make some money. So we'll see what winds up happening there. And IBKR, of course, comes out, and we're expecting that to be a buy because again, IBKR going into the index, and oops, there it is right there. IBKR going into the index, and WBA coming out. Lucid. Maybe Derek can find this information out for us. We don't have too much time left. I think it's coming up, right? Yeah, I was going to. That's what I was thinking. So she's going to look it up. So Lucid, I mean, I could just Google it myself, but Lucid right here with the reverse split coming tomorrow or sometime, which maybe is why it's,
effective 29th of August, so Friday.
Yeah, you know what? I was actually going to say 29th there.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I should have.
It's back to 80 million.
Just said that. No, it's not. 39 million.
I swear I just saw 80 for a
It could be. I mean, 355 is coming. Sorry, 355. Yeah, it's coming up right now.
I would swear I.
So, all right, nice little drop down for Nvidia. I'm going to get out of some of Nvidia here at 42 again. It's been a good trade for us, but we can watch Walgreens to see what winds up happening. Let's go to Neil now, and then we'll keep our eye on Walgreens.
Absolutely, everybody, and something new at Trade the Pool for everyone out there, and that's going to be a free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they use and rely on so you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download it now by scanning the QR code on the screen or checking the link in the description. Shout out to Trade the Pool. Thank you to Mitch.
That QR code.
They're going to be coming.
It's back to 86 million again. So the short is going to play.
And then I looked over, it is going to play.
The short.
I got back in small, but whatever. I'll just throw it into the auction.
Yeah.
I kind of already have. To me, like the big trade was up here to try to hit the bid as it was breaking down. That's the big trade on WBA here. That was your opportunity. IBKR must have flipped, right? Because it just...
Yeah, I don't see it. So.
I don't see it. It just shot up a little bit here.
It's all about WBA.
Yeah, WBA is much bigger, but Interactive Brokers is going into the index. Yeah, I mean, small move to the upside, not bad. I mean, it moved. There you go. But the big name, of course, after the bell, Nvidia earnings, Snowflake earnings, CrowdStrike earnings. I probably should be saying CrowdStrike after Nvidia if we're talking about impact, right? CrowdStrike has more impact than Snowflake. I just think Snow might move more.
Yep.
We'll find out if that ends up being true. But certainly the big one is Nvidia, and there's a lot at stake here. You could own CoreWeave, you could own Broadcom, you could own AMD.
AMD, yeah.
The point is that Marvell. The point is that you care.
Marvell.
You care tonight, and that's you're going to be tuning in. Darren and I will be on the desk. We'll be locked and loaded for you. We're ready to go. It's always exciting for Nvidia earnings, one way or another, right? We want it to go up, but we're here for it no matter what happens.
Yes, we are. I might as well just get out of another piece here as it's just a nice move up right here on Nvidia, so we'll take advantage. Oh, no, we did not. Okay, I'm just going to get out of them all. Nope, give me some 65s. There it is. So we're now out of that one, cleared off. It is going to be my number one trade today, is going to be Nvidia, and we only had it really early. And again, patience plays again on Nvidia there today. Pays, not plays, and plays. Actually.
Well, it does play too.
Yeah, it plays okay. Kid and play. So there it is. Nice little move there for Nvidia. Neil, you should get one of those kid and play haircuts. You get like a little high top. I know. You should go back.
Look, I can't do that anymore.
No, it stops growing up top like me.
Well, you know, I mean, I could. I'm sure if I went to Turkey, I could make it happen again. But I'm not doing.
Some people have.
I had the cameo.
For sure. Yeah, man. You can get to Turkey, or you can just get it here.
My brother still has. My brother can still rock the cameo. He does it all the time.
Yeah, you get that done around here now. Okay, so
apparently it's like,
yeah, it's about half the price or so of it, I guess. I don't know, but all right, get over there.
I got to make sure
set it up. Yeah, good day today. Hopefully you'll have you will have a great recap show, and everybody will be joining you, Neil. So get ready for that in just a couple minutes. Oh, I did want to see WBA, of course. So let me just call that up so everybody can see the action on this guy near the end of the day. So yeah, man, it's WBA time. It's their world. We're all living in it. So let's see right here. Now down only to 11 million shares right now for Mr. Boots Alliance as we get going. So just be careful on this trade. We'll watch it together. You know, 169 million. That means that it's going to more than double the volume here on that print. So it's going to be at least 171 million shares on Walgreens Boots Alliance with only 2 minutes to go. So it should be a fun one as we sit here and watch what's going to happen for this. I think the fact that there's only 11 million left means they've got the pair. So it's virtually paired off right now. So it's already done. I feel like it's going to print in this area now. They've probably got a nice easy price to go with. So yeah, probably 12. Is where Walgreens will wind up printing. And don't hold me to that. That is simply a guess, but it's coming out now in just 20 seconds. So again, a big shout out to everybody. Join us late. If you're here, stay late. 4:30 is when that recap show will end. The countdown is now on. Hit the like, hit the subscribe with only 8 seconds left until earning bonanza time. 4, 3, 2, oh yeah, sorry, my bad. There's still 359 right now. I should be trading more. Okay, so here we go. We're still a little bit early on that one, so we have 1 minute left. So watch out for this paired activity. So it is starting to go a little bit lower right now on that close. Nvidia here, Walgreens might not do anything. Here's Nvidia right here, just dancing around. We did pretty good to get out. That's something we could look at what CrowdStrike is doing here in the last couple seconds, not doing too much. Bill coming through. What's up, Bill Holdings here? Bill Nye's the science guy. Nice move there for Bill coming through as well. MongoDB, a big name that a lot of you may or may not have, going out near the high of the day. Okay, it's NVIDIA's world. It's also WBA's world. So now we'll hit the countdown with now. What are you doing now with 10 seconds left? There it is. So there's WBA. We're going to see where this thing winds up printing now. The size for WBA is basically gone. 3, 2, and 1. So we'll get that going now. See where we print on Walgreens Boots Alliance. I don't even know if it's out yet, but it looks like maybe it is. A whole bunch of O2s going. We'll see where that, I won't be able to find the print, but there it goes. So right in line there for Walgreens. So congratulations to everybody. This close is brought to you by VinFast, ticker VFS. Thank you for them to sponsor our show. All right, thanks, Ramin. Great day over there. Thanks, Fabian, Andre, and everybody. Thanks to Darren, Neil, Sharif, Joe, and Brendo. For me, I'm Sean. We'll be back here, hopefully kicking it with you tomorrow and putting on some more trades. Get ready for a closing show. Ciao for now.
Thank you, Sean. The Market Recap Show starts now, brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex, and it is the Nvidia watch party at 4:20. We're expecting earnings from the biggest and baddest and most important stock in the entire world. That is, of course, Nvidia. We'll also have CrowdStrike. That's a little bit later. 5 should be coming out any second now, NTAP as well. We'll be looking for Bill, Snowflake, HPQ. It's a decent list, but everything is hinging on Nvidia. Decent recovery after it sold in the morning pretty heavily into about 10 o'clock and then recovering to get almost green, basically flat on the day here for Nvidia, but it's so close to those highs in the 180s that you knew there'd be some sellers because everything has to be perfect, that we said, Dara. The slightest misstep, and you could see them punished a little bit when you're at these all-time highs.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. We have some numbers out already. I'm just not really seeing things compared to estimates. I have my own estimates that I take down, but sometimes those are not, the same as what we actually see for what the market runs with. Regardless, I can talk about Bill Holdings. They reported fiscal 2025 revenue $1.5 billion, up 13% year over year. Their core revenue for the year grew 16% year over year. Q4 total revenue up 12% year over year. Q4 core revenue up 15% year over year. Again, as I have estimates, I'll get those to you guys as well, or I guess how things compare to estimates. Bill Holdings, so Bill Holdings was a double beat. I'll just get those numbers for you guys. Q4 adjusted earnings at 53 cents per share versus 41 expected. Sales $383.349 million versus $376.172 million. Now I know, guys, everyone wants Nvidia. Fortunately, they are not out yet, or unfortunately, sorry. So I'll just give you guys what I have while I have it. Nvidia's already moving.
It's already moving here a little bit. The earnings aren't out.
Yeah.
But Nvidia's doing volume already. It just made like a 50-penny move off the low, so it is bouncing here in the aftermarket in real time. Just got to 182.20, going in the other direction from Bill because Bill's getting absolutely smoked, as you just saw.
Yeah, I mean, Five Below I can talk about here too. Q2 earnings of 77 cents per share. Not seeing how that compares to estimates. Revenue looks like a beat, 1.03 billion. I'm seeing estimates of 992.7 million. What else are we seeing here? Yeah, they beat here on pre-tax profit. It looks like. They're guiding Q3 earnings per share between 9 cents and 21 cents. Their net income, they're guiding between 5 million and 12 million for the year. Again, not seeing how all these compare to estimates, but it does look like Five Below beat on pre-tax profit and on revenue.
52-week highs.
Yeah, nice look there for Five Below. NTAP, I have some of the numbers, but I'm not really seeing how things compare to estimates. Their billings grew by 4% year over year. That is a pretty small growth amount, but apparently that's their seventh consecutive quarter of year-over-year growth. They recorded, their first quarter free cash growth. That's free cash flow for the quarter for NTAP. I'm not seeing too much here for NetApp, but Five Below, we did have a double beat there. I said I wasn't quite sure how things compared to estimates. There's a double beat, Five Below. Adjusted earnings of 81 cents versus 61 expected.
Hey, wait for the
and I already mentioned the sales beat.
Yeah, the guidance, I think, we'll see if we get guidance from Five.
I don't have guidance yet.
Yeah,
Bill Holdings
with that out, with guidance not out yet on Five, I'd hold off. It's holding the 52-week high, but just barely above it. So it's not exactly blowing the move away. But someone just said in the chat, call Tarantino because they killed Bill.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a pretty good one. I like that joke. Let's get into these guidance numbers, because I think the guidance might be the issue here, specifically their quarterly guidance. They're getting Q1 2026 earnings between 49 cents and 52 cents per share. The entire range misses estimates of 54 cents. Sales, 385 to 395 million. They're guiding that is mostly below estimates of 394. The midpoint certainly misses estimates. Their fiscal 2026 guidance, though, is kind of mixed. I mean, their Their fiscal 2026 EPS guidance is certainly in line. $2 to $2.20 versus $2.08 expected, so midpoint in line. Their sales guidance is better than expected, though, for the fiscal year. 1.589 bill to 1.629 bill versus 1.455 bill expected. None of these billions are good enough for Bill. Looks like we've got a whole bunch more that just came out here, Neil, so I will take a look, and I will let you guys know. People asking when Nvidia reports, they report at 4:20. So
Snowflake is out, and Snowflake is ripping to the upside. Snowflake just hit 214. We could see this break. Let's cross our fingers here. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. We've got a big resistance level at 215. You can see on the daily chart of Snowflake, and it's already through the 50 period on the moving average as Snowflake is out. I haven't seen the actual numbers yet here at Dara, but we were expecting 12%. 11.5% for the implied move. So even with this move, we're only up 10% here as the numbers are now out. What do we have here? Very, very close. It keeps resisting this 220.
Yeah, let's talk about these numbers here for SNOW. 1.09 billion in product revenue. Sometimes the product revenue and the actual revenue numbers don't compare, so I'm not going to say estimates until I know for sure. 32% year-over-year growth. Net revenue retention rate, 125%. That's a great number there. Apparently 33% year-over-year growth when it comes to remaining performance obligations. HPQ is out early here, Neil. HPQ Q3 earnings per share in line with estimates at 75 cents. Revenue beating estimates, it looks like 13.93 billion versus 13.7 billion expected. They're guiding midpoint Q4 earnings per share. Free cash flow, they're guiding 2.6 billion to 3 billion. They did note some trade-related costs, though, for HPQ. If you're enjoying the content and you're ready for these Nvidia earnings, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and thank you to our friends at Beta Pro, brought to you by GlobalX. And I am waiting for some more numbers here from the likes of CrowdStrike. Yeah, again, like HP, their earnings per share guidance is in line. I just saw that now, and I wanted to mention that again. What else do I have? Yeah, Five Below, pretty solid guidance here, I will say. Agilent I have. Let's get into A. Let's see if this was an A1 report. I'll start with their guidance. Okay, they narrowed their fiscal 2025 guidance. They tightened it on both ends. It's basically in line with estimates for EPS. Sales guidance, they actually raised. That's above estimates. Let's talk here. Do I have their actual numbers, though? Yes, I do for Agilent. So Agilent, again, we talked about their guidance. Let's talk here about their earnings. In-line earnings per share of 137. Sales beating estimates 1.738 billion versus 1.665 billion expected. Snowflake.
Just one thing on Snowflake here. With the double beat on Snowflake, it just hit 225. They reported that they have a metric of clients and customers over the 1 million mark for revenue. That increased 30% year over year. So that's some good growth in their upper sector for clientele. And it did break 220. You're firmly headed. I don't want to jinx it, but it got about $5 away from the 52-week high in Snowflake, that $230 level. Snowflake holding up. The numbers are fantastic. Some of the growth metrics looking pretty good, especially with individual customers there. 32% year-over-year growth. That'll play. And they need growth, because it's not a company that has overwhelming profitability over any kind of time period. So let's be real. That's what matters here. We are expecting about 10 minutes we're going to get Nvidia earnings. They did move around a little bit. I know everyone's sitting here like, when do we get Nvidia? Holding on with bated breath. It is moving around a little bit, not a heck of a lot. It's up like maybe 0.5% here in the aftermarket. But we have to have some patience. You save the best for last. So far, so good on Snowflake. Unless you have shares of Bill, you're probably not too happy about that. But already Nvidia is starting to catch some buys. The volume on this, the fact that 10 minutes in front of earnings, you're already seeing solid volume in trading through, gives you an idea. Like, a lot of times it's like you're watching paint dry on an individual name before they report. Who wouldn't want to be executing trade? With Nvidia, there's already a lot of trepidation. I guess maybe some posturing going in before this crucial print. I'm going to be watching. We're going to get top and bottom, obviously, and we care about the guys. Look for that margin number. Right, we're expecting 75 to 78% gross margins. That comes in the low 70s. I think you're in a bit of trouble. So if I don't hear that number, I'm not thinking anything about the earnings until we get that margin number, Adara.
Yeah, I know margin killed Nvidia before. Like, they missed by the tiniest metric, and that's what matters, I guess. Let's talk here about Snowflake, because they did actually have that double beat Q2 adjusted earnings at 35 cents per share versus what 27 cents expected. Sales 1.144 billion versus 1.088 billion expected. I do apologize for the speed to the people in the chat, but this is how I talk, and I do find the faster I talk, the easier it is for me to get things out and get this info for you guys. The market does talk fast. I'm a little bit more tired as well, so I'm trying to stay alert in that way too. Let's talk about CrowdStrike. I don't have the numbers yet. Do I feel okay? I just got the numbers now. They did also agree to buy Onum to supercharge Falcon. Okay, so they're buying this company called Onum to supercharge their next gen. That's what it was.
This is sort of the thing. You're going to get punished if you buy somebody, but sometimes you report a deal when the earnings come out. So the initial move is to the downside on CrowdStrike until I hear the terms of whatever this deal is. Let's just give it a minute, because it immediately flushed 420 into 400 and is trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Now, CrowdStrike has been under trouble, but holding on at least to this 200 period moving average. So yeah, like I said, you're usually going to get punished when you make an acquisition. But remember Fortinet. Fortinet was down monstrous after its earnings, and it was a fantastic buying opportunity. That's just how this space has been going for sure. So right now, you do have CrowdStrike hitting lower, 4% to the downside here on CrowdStrike. I still haven't seen any details on whatever this deal might be here at Darrow, but that's going to be the most important thing. How much are they spending? What kind of synergies can you expect on any deal that they make? This is a segment of the market where you're starting to see some consolidations. You're starting to see the big boys make some acquisitions. Whether it's Palo Alto, it doesn't matter. CrowdStrike here, they're making a power move as well. So you tend for at least 2 or 3 days. Sometimes you will see an acquiring company get hurt a little bit here. So 10 minutes to go till Nvidia and CrowdStrike, in the L column it looks like.
Yeah, I mean their Q3 revenue guide here is basically exactly in line, $1.21 billion to $1.22 billion they're seeing. That is compared to estimates of $1.23 billion. So to call that a beat would I think that is actually a total miss. 1.21 to 1.22 billion. We were looking for 1.23 billion. So it's like a slight miss, but it's still kind of in line with estimates. It's nothing insane. I'll read through their numbers here. So revenue 1.17 billion. I was seeing estimates of 1.15 billion, so it looks like a slight beat. It is up 21% year over year, and their subscription revenue up 20% year over year. Annual recurring revenue up 20% year over year. Subscription gross margin tightened a little bit, Neil, 77% versus 78% on a year over year basis. So slightly tighter subscription gross margin here for CrowdStrike. I have not seen anything that would strike me with a lot of enthusiasm or excitement to buy, but I love day trading this. I've talked a lot about how CrowdStrike earnings day one is like one of my highest probability trades. So this is something I'm going to be watching. Personally speaking, when I get more numbers from CrowdStrike, I'll let you guys know, but I don't have the synopsis yet from Benzinga, so I'm literally like scouring through the report.
The company that it's on them that they're supposedly buying. Is it Unum Group or on? I think it might be Unum Group.
Unum, real-time data intelligence, I think.
If it's the company I think that's an $11 billion company. So that's not a small, you slap a premium on that, that wouldn't be chump change. That could be like $14, $15 billion that they could be spending potentially. And that could be a lot of the reason why you're seeing it beaten up. Down 8% here now is CrowdStrike. And like I said, you give it a breath. I mean, it didn't sound all that bad, but anytime you hear about an acquisition, you want to see those details. Yeah, unfortunately, not a good one. I mean, we have Nvidia coming up. For those that are asking, 4:20 is the expected time on Nvidia. Now, I believe HPQ came out early.
Yeah, I went over those ones. Yeah,
you went over them. So I'm not saying that Nvidia it'll be right at 4:20. It could be 4:22. It could be 4:15. It could happen a minute from now.
It's usually 4:20. I find Nvidia
but they're
one
usually
of the most
pretty
timely.
Good. It's not like Meta.
Yeah.
This will not be a Meta situation. We're waiting around for Zuckerberg to figure it out. And next thing you know, we're doing the market recap to like 4:45 because we got to make sure we get the Meta earnings. That being said, we're not going anywhere until we get Nvidia earnings. All right? We're not going to have to sleep here. If Nvidia doesn't report on time, people will probably start freaking out. So I know they're going to get this one right and they'll get it on time. We're expecting that 4:20. But CrowdStrike, I don't love it. I don't love it.
I have more on Crowd, and I'll also talk about NetApp too, because I mentioned it earlier, but Gravel Culture asking about NetApp, so I'll get back into that. CRWD was a double beat. Q2 adjusted earnings 93 cents per share versus 83 cents expected. As I mentioned, they really towed the line here when it comes to their sales, because they reported sales of $1.169 billion versus estimates of $1.149 billion. So it's a beat, but it's still pretty tight, right? It's cutting it pretty close. CrowdStrike for guidance, though, was not a beat for revenue, 1.2 to 1.22 billion. Analysts were looking for 1.23 billion. Do you have Nvidia?
No, it's not out yet. It's not out yet, but believe me, everybody, we're locked and loaded. I'm watching some interesting price action. Here's the thing, we're live with this for you. It's not about, I got live action here. We'll see it. If it comes out early, I'm gonna see the price action almost instantaneously, everybody. So you're in the right spot. Make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe. If you have questions in the chat for us here, something particular you want to know about the earnings or our thoughts on something, you've got to hit the subscribe. It's a subs-only chat. So you want to be in there asking questions, engaging with our community on this monstrous day here, of course, because we're expecting big things from Nvidia. Make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe. You're in the right place for sure. Nvidia still continuing to churn through volume as it tries to take out what was a top here, temporary top here at 182.5. And remember, I'm looking at that margin number. I mean, we'll be top bottom. I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but It doesn't matter. I want to see a good margin. If it's in the 80s, it's game over. If it's in the low 70s, I think we could be in a little bit of trouble here. CrowdStrike is catching a bit of a bid.
Watch
little bit of a
410.
bid here. 410 you like?
No, 410 has been a level on Crowd.
Okay,
Watch
well,
410.
it can't even hold. It can't even break back above 400.
Okay.
So they're
Well, if it does,
really
then-
punishing it. They're really punishing the stock right now, and it could just be maybe they don't care about the top and bottom. They care about an expensive acquisition that's getting made, and when that can mean temporarily. This is something that's already pulled back 20% from the highs. Is at the 200-period moving average. So I feel like this could be a nice little dip buy opportunity tomorrow, but that's a tomorrow play, right? Today we have 3 minutes till Nvidia. We do have Snowflake, which thankfully that one let it snow. This one was not an informer. This one was legit.
Whew.
Yes. I was watching, YouTube recommended some weird stuff on the weekend, including like Snow being interviewed by Arsenio Hall.
Wait,
which,
what?
when I was a kid, I remember watching that, and Arsenio didn't come off too well.
Really?
Yeah, I watched it back. And
Really?
Arsenio did not come off too well in the
You
interview.
didn't like Snow?
No, there was some stuff that was just like, and whatever. The guy was controversial, but like, it wasn't very cool when I look back at it. And I think back in the day, you give him a pass because he was cool, but no, it wasn't. He kind of didn't treat him that well when you look back at it. But Snowflake, 220, I think 228 would be that high. 228 high is half is the high, and it's close. It got close. It did not break the 52-week high. So Snowflake goes right to the 52-week high. Now keep in mind, it's exceeded the expected move here with Snowflake. 11.5 expected, it's done 13. So I come in with a bias tomorrow to the long side if it can hold on to above that 11.5% mark. So, a good look here for Snowflake. I love that growth that they had. Just looking at 32% revenue growth, but also looking at the individual large customers over $1 million in revenue, that grew by 30% as well, right? So it's like they're growing it in the right places. This is a growth name. It's not necessarily the EPS. To me, it doesn't really matter about it for a stock like this. You just want to continue to see big double-digit growth so that they can grow into what is a pretty robust and large pie. And the biggest pie out there is the AI pie. And we're going to see in about a minute or two what NVIDIA has to say about it.
Yeah, I think it'll be a pretty exciting report. Like we said, I find NVIDIA and Apple to be the most timely of these companies when it comes to reporting earnings.
Yeah.
CrowdStrike, it's worth noting, it's actually running into another trend line I have. I just checked my chart and I was like, oh, another trend line. So yeah, CrowdStrike, I find these spready tickers tend to respect, for whatever reason, like horizontal trend levels a lot more than other things. And CrowdStrike is doing that. So interesting stuff there. NTAP, though, I want to go over for gravel culture. This is a narrow beat on both metrics. So they like barely beat adjusted earnings per share, 155 versus 154 expected. Sales 1.56 bill versus 1.55 bill expected. So these are like, I mean, you can call them beats if you're being generous. It's basically in line. It's a little bit of a mixed report for NetApp, but they did tap that 102.50 level and bounce a bit. This is a hard one to make puns at without it getting a little wild. But I think that's a good point there. People are talking about Crowd as well. The guidance for Crowd was mixed across the board. So specifically when it comes to revenue, so their revenue, their midpoint for their revenue guide for the fiscal year actually did miss estimates, and then they also totally missed estimates for their quarterly guide. Issue with Crowd is forward guidance and potentially as well the risk that people are associating with their acquisition. 398, I don't think Crowd even cares about 400. Crowd seems to care about 398, and to a degree that I'm going to be watching this tomorrow. 100%.
Well, it's got to be on radar. And of course, Snowflake will be on radar, but we have seconds to go until I think we get NVIDIA. Someone already getting a little bit antsy because I just saw someone swiped it down like 50 pennies. It just came right back in here at the top end of the range on NVIDIA, but we're expecting 420. It is about to hit 420 right now. It's still in a range-bound trade, obviously. Oh, come on. Let's see what that first move. The first move, it's inching up. It's not flying, it's inching. This is not convincing yet. Like you said, you're still inching, like 20, 30 pennies. What's going on here? That's not, volume is definitely coming in pretty decently here on NVIDIA, but we're not flying, we're not tanking. What is going on? You should be, if the numbers are out, it should be doing much more than just kind of really, really slowly grinding. This is an absolute grind. It's up. It just moved almost $1. in a slow grind up. That is not how you see this thing move. Let's get going, Nvidia. You've got that 184 resistance you got to punch through, and then 185 psychologically as well. And if you're doing this slow, that's a disappointment. You need a rocket ship to get through levels like this when you're in a company this big here at Dara. I don't see the numbers even out yet. I think, and here we go. Now they're out for sure.
They're out. I got
because
them.
it just absolutely smoked it to the downside here. Is Nvidia numbers at Dara get them, but we're just tanked $5.
Okay, so they got them. Again, I don't want to compare to estimates yet, so I'll just read you guys the numbers. 46.7 bill was their revenue, up 6% quarter over quarter, 56% year over year. So Nvidia revenue up 56% year over year. 46.7 billion. That is above estimates I was seeing. Data center revenue up 56% as well year over year, 41.1 billion. So again, the revenue was up 6% sequentially. Data center revenue up 5% sequentially, both up 56% year over year. Blackwell data center revenue up 17% sequentially. It makes sense they don't have year over year for that yet, but they did beat, it looks like on both metrics, earnings of $1.05 per share, beating them estimates of $1.01. Revenue, 46.7 billion versus I was seeing anywhere from 45 to 46 billion. So I'm not going to specify what those numbers are yet. Most people are saying that they did beat estimates. So here's the official Benzinga numbers. We'll go with those.
72.7, 72.7% gross margin.
Oh, that was the
Street
issue.
wanted 75 to 78. The gross margin comes in low 70%, and Nvidia gets smacked 5% to the downside here. You knew it was going to be the gross margin number. If it was going to be anything, it was going to be that. That being said, oh my God, we're literally complaining about 72% gross margin. 72% gross margin. You kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh man, like I'm just saying, like if that's what sucks, it ain't all bad. It ain't all bad, but at the end of the day, you're at the highs, you're the biggest company in the world, and it had to be perfect. We said it had to be perfect. Thankfully, it's still underneath the expected move, because if we're down, the implied move was 6.5%. If we're down more than 6.5%, I think you'd be in a little bit more trouble, because my first thought was with that number, I thought if it came in the low 70s, we could be at least pushing double digits down, and we're not. We're down 4% here. And we actually resisted that move, the expected move of 6.5%. So maybe not all that bad over there in Nvidia. And I know for anyone that maybe you're looking at some sympathy plays, obviously AMD down as well, 2.5%. The SMH is going to be down. Nvidia is like 20% of the SMH, 10% of the NASDAQ, 8% of the S&P 500. Broadcom I'd expect to be down a little bit here. As well. So a lot of things are going to be down on sympathy. There's Broadcom down 1 point here. AMD probably on sympathy taking it the worst, let's just say. Marvell reports tomorrow night. I'm assuming not that bad. Actually, only down 1% for Marvell. Maybe they get a slight pass because we're expecting them to report tomorrow. So is Nvidia a trade right now?
I said no.
I'm gonna throw out the no. Here's the thing. In earnings, if you don't beat the expected move, then what are you playing off of? Are you going to buy on that margin number in front of the 6.5% level, which it basically bounced off of and scalp traded on earnings? No, you're looking to swing for something bigger. Now, I don't see a swing. For something bigger on this just yet. So Nvidia, not abject disaster. They did beat.
I have more here.
The data numbers were pretty much like the growth was expected on the data center.
Growth was solid, yeah.
It was solid, no questions asked. Well, the margin's the only thing I see that's bad. Anything else?
$60 billion buyback. And I'll get into some of these other numbers. Yeah, so apparently the data center revenue was a little bit below estimates, Neil. So the growth was good, but people were apparently looking for 41.25 bill. We got 41.1 bill. So apparently the data center revenue might be part of the issue. Their guidance, they're expecting 54 billion plus or minus 2% for Q3. That is above estimates of $52.5 billion, and that would imply roughly 15% sequential growth. Because you know with Nvidia, we want sequential growth too. Now here's the other thing, Neil. I'm looking through the segment results, and that might be part of the issue here. So compute revenue, in line with estimates. Networking revenue, in line with estimates. Gaming revenue, shockingly up 50% year over year, almost 49% year over year increase in gaming revenue, but networking and compute revenue apparently a little bit disappointing. Professional visualization revenue up 32% year over year. Their automotive revenue was a miss, Neil. So it was still up 69% year over year. This segment look on Nvidia is a bit disappointing.
Okay, this is crazy. It's literally, the poll is 50-50 exactly. Is Nvidia a trade right now 50-50? Here's what we're gonna do. First things first, hit the like, hit the subscribe, because I'm about to ask you something in the chat, and you can't answer me if you don't hit that sub right now, because I wanna see it live right here, right now. Forget about the yes or no. Are you buying Nvidia in front of $170? Yes or no? I'm throwing 1 for yes, 2 for no. Forget about the poll. You're gonna literally see me type live, no, I am not. I personally am waiting for the 2 or 3 day rule myself. I didn't want that margin number. I think institutions might be getting a little bit out of this one. So put in a 1. I want to see you type in 1 for yes. You're buying in front of, say, 170. 2 for it's going to be a no. You can type yes or no if you really want, but there's a lot of 1s in there. Oh, there's a sparkling of 2s. I think it's pretty mixed. I mean, we had it, is it a trade right now? It was 50-50. That's still about 50-50. And it's looking like there's as many people wanting to buy up here as sell. And I saw someone type in the 3-day rule as well. So that's what it's all about. This makes it really interesting going into tomorrow when it's this divided. Like, I think with that report, I was kind of figuring, well, I knew what I was looking for out of the report, and I didn't get what I wanted. So I'm not really thinking it's necessarily buy, but the market's trying to buy up here. Don't give us bad news. Nvidia's bouncing here, up $5 from the low. So anyone that liked it as a trade, I hope you took a shot at it, because we just held and bounced up 5 bones.
I'm sorry, Neil, but I have to talk about the guidance-related issues here when it comes to the gross margin.
We don't want bad news, Adara.
So I have to do it to him, Neil. So gross margin, I actually looked this up to make sure I had an accurate comparison. So they're guiding gross margin for Q3, both GAAP and non-GAAP, at 73.5%, plus or minus 0.5%. Now, last year's gross margin, though, was 75%, Neil.
It's not.
So that is actually going to be a year-over-year decline. And then I also looked up what the gross margin was the year before that.
Oh, and
it was 75%. So we are getting like a multi-year gross margin decline if they actually deliver, because this is just guidance, right? They could obviously beat the guidance.
Yeah, exactly.
But they are guiding lower year-over-year gross margin, which is, I think, a bit disappointing, because their gross margin is, it looks like for Q3, is held relatively steady the past couple of years at 75%.
Well, okay, well, that wasn't good news, but it could be worse. It could be worse. Like, they're not guiding in the low 70% range, which would have scared me a heck of a lot more. The guidance on the margin was at least better than the current number, right? Like, the current Q was 72%. So if they're still guiding for 73, that means they're telling you, well, Nvidia's trying to tell us that the bottom for margin should be in, right? That's what that means. If you're sitting here saying you're still guiding 73, it's not 75, but it's better than the current quarter. So that's really not that bad. So maybe that's why there was like a slight bounce on that. Like, it makes me feel not as bad about it if they're thinking that you could be bottoming out that little slide, because margins are everything. They're making so much money. When everyone's talking about how much demand there is, it's like it's 10 to 1 demand versus supply, and they can't make enough of the chips. And can we sell to China? We'll hear about that on the call. I think that matters a heck of a lot. But some margins that you want to hold. You can't be talking about that much demand relative to supply and shrinking margins. Because if you still have that robust demand, your margins should be holding up, right? It's like there's a bit of a dichotomy going. It's like, oh, okay, well, why are margins sliding if you keep telling us how great the demand is? So that's where the strength needs to be for Nvidia. That said, it is catching a bit of a bid here. I just want to circle back, if I can, quickly, because, hey, we should acknowledge that Snowflake has a buy. Well, seriously, did I just jinx it? There was a buyer holding 225 on Snowflake. It was happening. Trust me. For like the last 10 minutes, we're talking about Nvidia, and there was literally a buy just holding it at the even 225, which is a key level, obviously, for the stock. It just broke it and fell a buck. But Snowflake with a good beat. Exceeded the expected move, although it's pulling back right into that now. That's one positive name. Bill was not very good, but the story is going to be, has Nvidia caught a bid off that margin guide? I know it's not 75%, but higher than the current quarter margin. To me, they're signaling a turn. They're signaling the bottom in the margin decline with that number.
They did say one thing that I think is good. People were just asking me about China, and the one thing I just saw, apparently they have not assumed any H20 shipments to China in their outlook. That could be why we're bouncing. Because what that means, guys, is this guidance does not factor in, and even then the guidance was pretty good with the exception maybe of the gross margin. Their guidance does not include any H20 shipments to China. So if they're able to ship the H20 chips to China, the assumption is we're going to get much better sales. I do apologize for the gross margin drop. People were like, Adara, don't say it, stop. But we got to give you guys the earnings.
But you ended with good news. That's good news.
And it's actually great news. So there we go. I've redeemed myself. It's also worth noting, apparently, they in Q2, they gained $180 million from the release of previously reserved H20 inventory. So that is of note. Furthermore, they also, they did beat here on EPS, as I mentioned earlier, but apparently that's specifically adjusted to exclude H20-related charges. So that's also of interest. I think H20 is going to be both a headwind and a tailwind for Nvidia at different times. I know that sounds kind of weird, but I do believe that.
You're 100% right.
But yeah, not a bad report.
And don't forget,
across the board,
they sprinkled a little buyback on that too for everybody else.
$60 billion.
What is an earnings report with just, hey man, just 60 bill? Is that it? That's all you're buying back? Oh, come on. You can do better than that, Nvidia. You can do better. And that bounce, of course, bounced CoreWeave right back to where it started. Maybe falling down a little bit here, but CoreWeave was down 5 points, and that just came right back in there. So the sympathy play is going to be very real after support. There's a lot to dig into. Of course, the conference call is going to matter a lot because I'm sure you're going to get some comments. You're almost certainly going to get some comments with regards to China and where that is headed about the prospectus for this 15% stake. Hey, man, better to pay 15% on some revenue than just not make anything selling to the largest market out there that's dying for your chips. So Nvidia, I don't want to say disappointed because as far as I'm concerned, for the margins to come in that low end range and it to be down 2%, I would say is a win. I was expecting it to be much worse if that number came in the low 70s, and it was in the low 70s. Yeah. So I'd say that's really not too bad.
I have a bit more too, sorry, quickly, Neil,
go ahead,
about their gross margin, because they just came out with a little bit more here. Nvidia apparently continues to expect to exit the year with non-GAAP gross margins in the mid-70s range. So that's not a bad look. Apparently, they already expected this. We're going to have, looks like mid-70% non-GAAP gross margin. Though it is worth noting their GAAP gross margin and their non-GAAP gross margin was basically like the same, their guidance this quarter, so I don't think there's a huge difference, but they're specifying non-GAAP, so I'll specify. I just got another comment from Nvidia. Oh my gosh, Nvidia, come on. I have to write a watch list tomorrow. I can't put all of this in here, Nvidia, but they're giving us more color, Neil. Apparently, they said there were no H20 sales to China-based customers in H2. So it looks like they incurred some charges related to H20 because that was factored into their EPS, or rather, it was factored out of their adjusted EPS, I should say, but they didn't actually sell H20 chips to China-based customers in Q2. Though, again, they are maybe opening the possibility that they might in Q3, but it's not in their guidance yet.
Because look at the rate at which sales are, the rapid growth we're seeing, that's slowing down, right? So you got to keep the pipeline open. They need to have those sales in China to at least continue this march. That's why the margins matter so much, because if you're going to have a slowdown in how much you're selling in terms of growth, then you want those high margins to still be the thing that keeps the party going for sure. So again, I'd say a bit of a mixed bag here for Nvidia, down about 2.5 points. Thanks, everybody. I mean, we always have a fun time in around here, but I want to thank you guys for turning out in almost like record, in record time, almost in record fashion, over 10,000 viewers here for the Nvidia party. Yeah, enough respect. Shout out to Fabian on the one. I think it's Fabian over there. So I can't really tell because you're so far away. I can see Ramin, but I can't really see Fabian. You guys do a great job, make us look and sound good. But here's the thing, everybody. I know some people are like, oh my goodness, Nvidia, the top, it's over. It doesn't matter. We've seen Nvidia do this before. Nvidia has now beaten 12 out of 13 quarters, right? 1/3 of the time, it actually goes down. But 100% of those times, it has then gone back to make an all-time high. The overall trend is still pretty much intact here. Yeah, it's getting a little pricey. It's getting a little frothy. There are some chinks in the armor. All that kind of stuff is happening. It's happening, man. But at the end of the day, I don't think it ended up that bad. We'll certainly see how Snowflake and CrowdStrike fare tomorrow. CrowdStrike they're making an acquisition, and that's beating them up despite their beat on earnings.
Their guidance was also yuck.
Their guidance was a little bit yuck as well. So they're not going to Fortinet, but Fortinet was actually a good buy after a couple of days if you looked at when they came out with their earnings. But we have one thing that we got to do here. We do. And that's the roll call. And if you're tuning in for the NVIDIA watch party for the first time, on the Market Recap show here at Trader TV Live, we do something called Roll Call, where everybody gets in the chat now by hitting the like, hit the subscribe button, and then you throw in an attaboy Sean. Throw in a thank you to Fabian, Ramin, Andre. A thank you to the Midday Bash brothers, Joe and Sharif. To Obi for filling in whenever we need a day off. To Adara for kicking that news out. Good news, bad news. As long as it's accurate, as long as it's timely, Adara's got you covered. This team is what it's all about for live trading action. So throw a big thank you to yourselves as well. Jump in here and say, get it, Adara, and make sure you hit that like and subscribe. It's roll call time.
Yeah, also, guys, for people asking, Nvidia earnings call, 5 p.m. is what I'm seeing. Jensen's already apparently making some comments, though. But anyways, let's thank everybody here in the chat. Neil in the chat, thank you to Day Trader Cut, HM Design. Gary, we've got DYM, Mike DeRider, Damian Oliveras. We've got Jacob as Knight. Oh, my God, they're going so fast. Bush Conception, Day Trader Cut, Just Brad, Grandpa Trades, or something like that. Right to play. Tahir, Damian Tarza. We've got Content Revolver, MP4, Danny Dollars, Ed, Natalie, H.M. Patel, Caesar. I'm just seeing, sides of names. Darth Trader. We've got The Tranquil, Diner, Bitcoin Trader, T.O., Miss Lucia, Chase Bands, Mr. Love Shack, Ryan O'Day. We'll end here with Just Do It, I think I saw in the chat. And thank you to Neil, Sean, Sharif, Joe. We had Fabian, Ramin, Andre, Brendan. Thank you to our guest today, Stephen Gailey on the Midday Show. And
True.
And thank you to all of you for being here every single day. And most of all, thank you to Jensen Huang for keeping this market a little bit exciting and also being one of the most drama-free Mag 7 CEOs. He and Satya and Sundar are in their own little club of no drama. I guess we'll put Tim Cook there too. And yeah, so shout out to Jensen. And shout out to all of you.
Jensen has bills foreign, Swiss francs. And before he dies, he'll have his money in a Swiss bank. He can see right through those haters like fish tanks. And they're staring at his watch like his wrist stanks. And that, for you, everybody, has been the Market Recap Show brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex. Hey, guess what? What do we do tomorrow morning, everybody? At 8:30, we come right back here to trade Nvidia, CrowdStrike, Snowflake, and a whole lot of other things that move the markets, because this is the place to be if you want to watch market moves, if you want to be informed. It's Trader TV Live. We'll see you tomorrow morning. It's been a fun one. Make sure you rest up.
Boy, I think I accidentally did a salute. I just realized it.